What's left is only a fragment of our souls left in the dragon bones. It's impossible for us to reincarnate. Without a complete soul, we're just like a lonely ghost that no one wants to see. If it weren't for the fact that we wanted to protect the last bit of dragon chi, our souls would have already perished. Every one of us has a trace of dragon chi. It's the symbol of our dragon clan. When 7 traces of dragon chi are gathered, it's terrifying. It's not something that an Emperor Realm guy like you can understand. Once the 7 traces of dragon chi are fused, Li Feng might reach the ancestral dragon emperor's realm. We tried our best to protect these 7 traces of dragon chi. That's why we were sent here by Li Feng. We'll never be able to reincarnate and our souls will be completely destroyed. Luckily, we're strong enough to stay on the dragon bones. If we're unable to complete the baptism in the dragon pool, we won't be able to see us. There was a person called Aoji who came here. He's the strongest prodigy of the dragon clan. That's why we gave him our legacy. However, he didn't have the chance to obtain the dragon chi. If you want to obtain our legacy or even the dragon chi, it'll depend on your ability and luck. The 7 generals of Obsidian treated the dragon chi as a treasure. Jiang Qin guessed that it should be the foundation of their great Tao. It might even be related to the life and death of the dragon clan. That's why they would rather die than hand over the trace of dragon chi. The dragon chi is still with you. A deep voice reverberated in the sky. Jiang Qin and the 7 generals of Obsidian looked up. A huge face covered by countless dark clouds turned into a cold and furious face. Li Feng. The 7 generals of Black Radiance glared at Jiang Qin angrily. Even Jiang Qin felt an unparalleled pressure from the enormous face. Little fella, it's time to hand over the Sea Heart Lotus to me. You won't be able to use it. The gigantic human face laughed sinisterly, causing Jiang Qin's eyes to gradually lock as he stared at it. I heard that the ancestral dragon emperor is still alive. Looks like the ancestral dragon emperor is behind you. You've been searching for him for thousands of times, but when you look back, he's in the dim light. Interesting. This is really interesting. Li Feng's huge mouth covered the sky. His huge eyes were filled with murderous intent. Li Feng's words strengthened the 7 generals of Obsidian's trust in Jiang Qin. This fella has the dragon transformation skill and the 10th level of the bloodline power. Li Feng even coveted him. Could it be that the ancestral dragon emperor is still alive? This scene was full of sorrow for the 7 generals of Obsidian, but it was also full of hope. These 7 traces of dragon chi were the dragon clan's last hope. If even these 7 traces of dragon chi were to be obtained by Li Feng, then they might really have no more hope. The dragon clan might also fall into eternal damnation because of this. Jiang Qin silently looked at Li Feng, who was hovering in the void. He wanted to escape from this place, but there was nothing he could do. It was like a dream. He couldn't leave this place. He couldn't even summon the ancestral dragon pagoda. Jiang Qin knew that the things he could rely on were getting lesser and lesser. 7 traces of dragon chi. Let's see how long you guys can hide. Chapter 3558. Big brother, what should we do? Li Feng has been eyeing us like a tiger watching its prey. It's been thousands of years, but he still hasn't let his guard down. Once he obtains the draconic chi, it's very likely that it will lead to a catastrophe for the dragon clan. Inject all 7 streams of draconic chi into his body. This is the only way. The leader of the 7 generals of Dark Radiance said in a deep voice. In your dreams. Where do you think you can run to with me here? I am the heavens in this profound realm. Ah. Li Feng said with a laugh. Profound realm? Jiang Qin knitted his brows. What is a profound realm? This was the first time he had heard of it. He didn't know where to start with such a profound realm. Brat, take a stream of draconic chi from me. One of the 7 generals of Dark Radiance shot out, while the other 6 tried to stop Li Feng in the sky. The profound realm is a realm of cultivation. As long as you enter the realm of cultivation, he will enter the theft realm. It's like a dream, but it's real. You don't need to pay attention to it. As long as I inject the 7 streams of draconic chi into your body, he won't be able to do anything to you. A golden dragon shadow instantly entered Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's body trembled. The draconic chi stood tall in Jiang Chen's sea of chi like a sharp spear. The 6 generals of Dark Radiance were also forced back by Li Feng's roar. Their figures were in disarray and their auras were extremely weak. You want to fight me with just the 7 of you? No one in this profound realm is my match. Li Feng opened his bloody mouth and instantly devoured the Dark Light general who had completed his mission and charged towards Li Feng. 6. The remaining 6 shouted angrily. However, the one who injected the draconic chi into Jiang Chen's body was completely devoured by Li Feng. His soul fragments also dissipated in the void. Jiang Qin tried to use all the divine weapons but to no avail. The great Yu soul-forming light, the heavenly dragon sword, the Eastern Emperor bell, the Zulong Tower, the cold river stone. None of them moved. This was because the profound realm had cut off Jiang Chen's connection with the divine weapons in the outside world. He was now in the profound realm, where Li Feng was the true ruler. Jiang Chen's heart sank. This so-called profound realm turned out to be a place that transcended the mortal world. He couldn't even use any means, not even the heavenly thunder. Even the power of the heavenly thunder could not be activated. Jiang Chen was even more miserable. Feng was the real ruler of this place of. Facing Li Feng's strength, the remaining 6 generals of Dark Radiance were worried all the time. Jiang Chen took a step forward. With his 100 zhang tall body, he punched out with his fist, but he couldn't even shake the gigantic face in the sky. Instead, Li Feng let out a furious roar, and a hurricane swept Jiang Chen away. Jiang Chen smashed onto the ground, causing him to feel dizzy. Even the energy in his body was consumed. His 100 zhang tall body didn't give him any advantage in the battle against Li Feng. Jiang Chen was shocked. No one can jump out of my profound realm. Not unless they die. Li Feng said coldly. The 7 generals of Dark Radiance had all their hopes turned to dust. They didn't expect that their last hope would turn into despair. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart moved. The demon-suppressing steel in the myriad chi cauldron had completely recovered at this moment. Jiang Chen could even feel that the steel soul in the demon-suppressing steel seemed to be trembling unceasingly, as if it wanted to break free. That kind of incomparably terrifying domineering aura made Jiang Chen tremble a little, because he didn't know whether he could completely control the existence of the demon-suppressing steel. When he first got the demon-suppressing steel, it was just a broken divine weapon. Jiang Chen threw the demon-suppressing steel into the myriad chi cauldron, hoping that it could be improved. In the end, under the nourishment of the myriad chi, the demon-suppressing steel was constantly repaired and transformed. Now, it completely revealed its former glory. This demon-suppressing steel was also a divine weapon of the same level as the Eastern Emperor bell. It was just a broken one. Now that it was completely repaired, Jiang Chen knew that this divine weapon would certainly burst out with unimaginable power. The space in the myriad chi cauldron was beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements. Even Li Feng couldn't cut it off. Therefore, with a thought, the demon-suppressing steel appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. At that moment, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Holding the demon-suppressing steel in his hand, he swore to fight against Li Feng. Demon-suppressing steel, it's all up to you now. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. Holding the demon-suppressing steel in his hand, he rose to the sky with an unparalleled posture. The power of the divine steel was boundless. Suppress. Jiang Chen held the demon-suppressing steel in his hand and shouted angrily. The divine steel was unparalleled, destroying everything in its way. This is the demon-suppressing steel. Li Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Shock was written all over his huge face. No, this is impossible. Impossible. Li Feng's angry roar reverberated in the void. However, his face was crushed by the demon-suppressing steel's power and he was lost in the mysterious realm. At this moment, the 6 generals of Black Radiance were pleasantly surprised. The demon-suppressing steel in Jiang Chen's hand also terrified them. Jiang Chen had defeated Li Feng in the profound realm. This guy was like a god that had descended from the heavens, unstoppable. Boy, you're really amazing. You've really shocked us Emperor Masters. One of the dark bright generals couldn't help but praise him. They always thought that Jiang Chen was an Emperor realm expert because they could only feel Jiang Chen's soul energy. Not bad. We don't have much time left. Let's inject the last remaining dragon chi into your body. If you can find the ancestral dragon emperor, you must ask him to avenge us. Li Feng, it was Li Feng's scheme that caused the dragon clan to suffer a great loss. After the immemorial war, Li Feng was one of the surviving generals. Ask the ancestral dragon emperor to avenge us and revive the dragon clan. The dark bright 6 generals were extremely excited. The remaining power of Jiang Chen's demon-suppressing steel was too much for them to handle. It won't take long for them to disappear from the world. Therefore, their only thought now was to inject the dragon chi into Jiang Chen. 7 streams of dragon chi was the hope of reviving the dragon clan. It was also what Li Feng wanted. Tell the ancestral dragon emperor that we have never forgotten him. Kid, remember, the ancestral dragon emperor is our eternal leader. We only have him in our hearts. We can't let Li Feng rule the dragon clan. We can't let the evil rule. In the end, the dark bright six generals instilled all the dragon chi in their bodies into Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how terrifying the dragon chi was, he didn't dare to underestimate it. Even the immemorial dragon clan's General Li Feng coveted it. He didn't want to give it up even after thousands of years. Hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise, once Li Feng wakes up, you won't be able to defeat him in the real world. But who was controlling them? Was it Li Feng? Or someone else? The dragon clan's secrets were getting more and more complicated. Jiang Chen was filled with doubts. At this moment, even the ancestral dragon emperor might not be able to explain it clearly. At least, it was true that they shouldn't stay in the dragon clan for long. If they didn't have absolute strength, Jiang Chen knew that they would definitely be killed here. You guys go first. I'll bring up the rear. Jiang Chen roared angrily. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and fought against the 7 dragon skeletons. The terrifying dragon might was unparalleled. The 7 dragon skeletons were probably at the middle divine emperor realm. Moreover, they were extremely strong. It was difficult to destroy them. Jiang Chen was in a passive position as he fought against 7 dragon skeletons alone. In an instant, he was completely suppressed by the 7 dragon skeletons and couldn't advance. Jiang Chen held the demon-suppressing tablet in his hand again. This was his most powerful divine weapon as the other divine weapons were damaged. Only the demon-suppressing tablet was complete. However, Jiang Chen knew that the demon-suppressing tablet was not complete. It didn't have a true tablet soul. Only when the tablet soul and the demon-suppressing tablet were perfectly merged could it be considered as a supreme divine weapon. As soon as the demon-suppressing tablet appeared, the pressure that the 7 dragon skeletons exerted on Jiang Chen lessened. The demon-suppressing tablet continued to smash down. The sky and earth changed. However, the 7 dragon skeletons were indestructible. Because the dark radiant 7 generals had completely disappeared, the person controlling the 7 dragon skeletons must be someone else. Looking at Jiang Chen's incomparably difficult situation, Qing Xian and Long Ying'er were shocked. They didn't dare to think too much and quickly left the place. Because at this moment they couldn't be a burden to Jiang Chen. Quickly leaving the place and helping Jiang Chen to reduce the trouble was the only thing they could do. The 7 dragon skeletons continued to move and their power was unparalleled. Jiang Chen felt bitter. Even with the demon-suppressing tablet in his hand, it was still difficult for him to fight against the 7 dragon skeletons. The situation was extremely chaotic. It was already very good for him to be able to stabilize the situation. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor knew that he had to take action. Because if Jiang Chen was entangled, the situation would become even more dangerous. He couldn't care too much now. Since he was going to leave the dragon clan, there was nothing he could do even if he was discovered. Plus, just like what Jiang Chen said, Li Feng already knew that he was still alive. Piss off. The ancestral dragon emperor shouted and pushed the 7 dragon skeletons back. At that moment, the 7 dragon skeletons didn't dare to act recklessly. With a flip of his palm, the 7 dragon skeletons were pushed back by the ancestral dragon emperor again. Jiang Chen and the ancestral dragon emperor left the ancient land of the dragon clan. At that moment, Jiang Chen had no choice but to run away. There's no time to explain. Let's go. Jiang Chen pulled Long Ying'er and Qing Xian and ran away from the ancient land of the dragon clan. The 7 dragon skeletons were still chasing after them. However, after being pushed back 3 times by the ancestral dragon emperor, the 7 dragon skeletons were no longer as powerful as before. My dragon clan, is it a place where you can come and go as you please? Ah. A Sanskrit voice was heard from 1,000 miles away. It was deafening. Jiang Chen and the ancestral dragon emperor's face turned solemn. Jiang Chen and the ancestral dragon emperor knew that the person behind all of this is finally going to take action. Looks like it won't be easy for us to run away. Chapter 3560. Jiang Chen looked solemn and gloomy. He looked at the figure in the void with a solemn expression. Dragon clan leader Aoj. Jiang Chen did not expect that he had alarmed Aoj to take action personally. But when he thought of the sea heart lotus in his hand, he felt relieved. He reckoned that Aoj also coveted the sea heart lotus. At this moment he was destined to become the target of everyone. The people of the dragon clan had completely shed all pretenses of cordiality, or in other words, they were shameless. Looks like I'll have to fight till the end today. Jiang Chen felt extremely depressed. This battle was not easy for him. However, Jiang Chen was not afraid of leaving this place. The 8 great elders of the dragon clan should have been weakened a little. After all, their souls were heavily injured. It was something that they did not expect. Hand over the sea heart lotus, perhaps I can spare your life. Aoji stood with his arms crossed and said in a deep voice. Behind him, dozens of experts of the dragon clan flew over. There were Hierarch Realm and Divine Emperor Realm experts. The 9 great elders arrived as scheduled. Long Jingze looked at this scene with great sorrow. It was self-evident that Jiang Qin was in a dire situation. His daughter was also in this situation. Long Ying'er's situation also made him worried. Jiang Qin, you're going to die soon. What's there to struggle for? Quickly kneel down and hand over the sea heart lotus. Perhaps our clan leader will be merciful and spare your life. Don't make a mistake, you arrogant fella. It's not too late to turn back now. Don't wait until it's too late to regret. Our dragon clan is not to be trifled with. Kid, you're digging your own grave. You really don't know what's good for you. You still want to go against the dragon clan. I'd like to know how many brains you have. The people of the dragon family had a disdainful look on their faces. They despised Jiang Qin. Now that he was already in a dead end, they didn't know why this bastard was still holding on. It was infuriating that a bastard like him could kill the genius of the dragon family. However, the dead had already passed away. Now that Jiang Qin was alive and well, how could the people of the dragon clan not be angry? After Jiang Qin killed Long Yingyue, he had already provoked the wrath of the entire dragon clan. Looks like it won't be easy to leave today. Jiang Qin sneered. Big brother Jiang Qin, you go first. I'll bring up the rear. Don't worry about me later. As a member of the dragon clan, they won't do anything to me. But you're different. You killed Long Yu and now everyone wants to kill you. Long Ying'er said in a low voice. Her eyes were filled with worry. Fool, who do you think I am? If I leave you here alone at this time, how can they let you go? Do you think I'm stupid? Even if I really do that, I won't be able to escape. Especially with the dragon clan's patriarch personally taking action, my situation will definitely be very difficult. Jiang Qin patted Long Ying'er's head and said with a faint smile on his face. Long Ying'er bit her lips. Her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. Without a doubt, the dragon clan's patriarch was very powerful. With Jiang Qin's current strength, there was no way he could fight against him. If this continues, there will only be one result. Big brother Jiang Qin will definitely die. Since you know, then why don't you just surrender? I don't want to fight. After all, this is the dragon clan's territory. Aoji said faintly as if he was giving Jiang Qin enough face. However, Jiang Qin did not appreciate it at all. These guys were like robbers. Why should I hand over something that I obtained through my own hard work and nearly lost my life to the dragon clan? If you have the ability, why don't you take it yourself? The so-called dragon clan is nothing but a bunch of cowards. Jiang Qin glared at him and sneered. It's true that you've killed the genius of the dragon clan. It's also true that you've disturbed the ancient land of the dragon clan. This is your punishment. Aoji said coldly. He had already cleared Jiang Qin of his crime. All right. Today I will accompany you to the end. I will fight to my heart's content. I would like to see who can stop me when I, Jiang Qin, want to leave. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He shouted and his murderous aura was released. Stubborn. Aoji shook his head. He seemed to have made up his mind to fight to the end with Jiang Qin. What are you waiting for? The great elder shouted angrily. He was ready to take action against Jiang Qin. All 8 of them were injured in the previous battle and they only had 70 to 80% of their strength left. But even so, they were still very confident in fighting against Jiang Qin. All of you back off. A thunderous roar resounded through the sky. Everyone was shocked and they looked at each other. An unparalleled pressure shrouded everyone's head. Jiang Qin raised his head and saw that the ancestral dragon emperor was finally going to attack. Who dares to cause trouble in my dragon clan? Aoji shouted and looked at the peak of the sky. The ancestral dragon emperor was wearing a golden dragon robe. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Aolai. At that moment, Aolai could feel the terrifying pressure from the ancestral dragon emperor. He had an indescribable feeling, as if he could not resist against the ancestral dragon emperor at all. You are? Aoji's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed. The people of the dragon clan were terrified too. They even had the urge to kneel down and worship him. It's the ancestral dragon emperor. Could it be the ancestral dragon emperor of our dragon clan? Didn't the ancestral dragon emperor fall long ago? How could he still be here? Legend has it that the ancestral dragon emperor sacrificed himself after the immemorial war. How is this possible? Countless people exclaimed. Aoji's expression turned ugly. The one who dares to cause trouble in the dragon clan should be you. You bunch of ignorant scoundrels. You guys don't know how to cherish the land that I've built for you. You've disappointed me. The ancestral dragon emperor humphed. Aoji's face turned pale. Could this really be the ancestral dragon emperor? He was confused, but he did not dare to refute. Because in front of the ancestral dragon emperor, Aoji did not have the slightest intention to resist. The pressure from the bloodline made everyone not dare to raise their heads and look at the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor was the first true dragon. He was also the ancestor of the dragon clan. He was the ancestor of all the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon emperor's identity and aura made Aoji speechless. Chapter 3561. Are you really the ancestral dragon emperor? After all, the ancestral dragon emperor was too far away from them. The ancestors of the dragon clan were basically all dead. After the ancient war, the dragon clan suffered a great loss. Now that the dragon clan had gone through a great change, everyone was feeling uneasy as they looked at the ancestral dragon emperor. The overbearing aura of a dragon emperor made the people of the dragon clan feel conflicted. However, some of the people of the dragon clan had already knelt down and worshipped him. After all, the ancestral dragon emperor's dragon aura was real. Compared to Aolai, it was more than 100 times more terrifying. No one dared to underestimate the overbearing aura of the dragon clan. To the ancestral dragon emperor, it was a failure for the dragon clan to have such a great change. Because the dragon clan had lost the ability to compete with the super forces of the central region divine land. The current situation of the dragon clan was extremely difficult. They had internal and external troubles. The appearance of the northern dragon clan, eastern dragon clan, and even the demon shadow clan did not make the people of the dragon clan wary. Most importantly, they did not have an emperor realm expert. Even the leader of the dragon clan was only at the late divine emperor realm. They had lost the ability to compete with the super forces. Aoji felt uneasy. He felt that something was wrong. Was the ancestral dragon emperor really their ancestor? Although he looked exactly the same as the ancestral dragon emperor in the ancestral shrine, he was just a spiritual body. Who could guarantee that he was the ancestor of the dragon clan? This point made Aoji feel very suspicious. Moreover, it only appeared when they wanted to chase after Jiangchen. It really made one's imagination run wild. Why aren't you kneeling down? The ancestral dragon emperor shouted. Even Jiangchen was shocked by the overbearing dragon aura. The ancestral dragon emperor finally showed some of his aura. This was the first time Jiangchen saw the ancestral dragon emperor being so overbearing. In front of the people of the dragon clan, the ancestral dragon emperor's aura was unstoppable. Many of them slowly kneeled down and worshipped the ancestral dragon emperor. Only Aoji and Lung Lung looked at the ancestral dragon emperor with mixed feelings. Why aren't you kneeling before me? Ancestral dragon emperor Lung Lung said as he looked at Aoji. There was not a shred of respect in his eyes. Instead, there was doubt and heaviness in his eyes. It seemed like he did not like the ancestral dragon emperor that came out of nowhere. As the patriarch of the dragon clan, Aoji naturally had his own pride. No matter what, he couldn't kneel down at this moment. He was the face of the dragon clan. However, even the 9 great elders had knelt down. How can I be sure that you are the ancestral dragon emperor? Why didn't you show up before? Why did you have to show up now? Don't you have ulterior motives? Aoji's words were like pearls. He did not back off and went against the ancestral dragon emperor. At this moment, many of the dragon clan's people woke up. That's right, why didn't the ancestral dragon emperor show himself? Yet he had waited until now. His thoughts were truly unimaginable. Yeah, the patriarch is right. Isn't it ridiculous for him to stand out and say that he's the ancestral dragon emperor now? Is he really the ancestral dragon emperor? Maybe. It's hard to say. Aren't you guys too daring? He even dared to doubt the ancestral dragon emperor. Just based on this unparalleled dragon might, even the patriarch would be left in the dust. Some believed and some doubted him. However, the ancestral dragon emperor's expression became gloomy and cold. Because his existence was unquestionable, especially his descendants. Without him, the dragon clan wouldn't exist. These people were his descendants, yet someone dared to doubt him. How could the ancestral dragon emperor not be angry? Are you challenging me? The ancestral dragon emperor stared at Aoji and said. Jiangchen looked at this scene silently. From a certain point of view, this was the internal affair of the dragon clan. Therefore, Jiangchen was not in a hurry to take action. If the ancestral dragon emperor couldn't suppress these guys, it wouldn't be too late for him to take action. I'm just stating the facts. I think the ancestral dragon emperor wouldn't mind, right? If you're really the ancestor of our dragon clan, you should at least show us something to convince us, right? Aoji said. More and more people started to look at the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor was furious but also extremely sad. No one was willing to believe him in front of his descendants. How disappointing. The ancestral dragon emperor clenched his hand and the ancestral dragon pagoda turned into 100 jiang tall pagoda and landed on the ground. The 100 jiang tall ancestral dragon pagoda shocked countless people. This is the ancestral dragon emperor's Zulong Tower. Who else dares to doubt the ancestral dragon emperor? The appearance of the Zulong Tower made those who doubted him shut their mouths. Ancestral dragon emperor. At this moment, Aoji's expression changed again. Because he had no reason to doubt the ancestral dragon emperor anymore. Although he was worried, he was still nervous facing his ancestor. The ancestral dragon emperor's expression was cold. At this moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he knew that he could not stay here for long. Otherwise, more people would come after him. Li Feng. The person that he did not want to believe had betrayed him. After hundreds of millions of years, he finally knew the truth. However, he was extremely sad. The ancestral dragon emperor was still too weak. He could not change the current situation of the dragon clan. Therefore, he could only leave first. If Li Feng came, he would be in a difficult situation. Today I still have something to do. I shall not stay any longer. Remember, when I return, the dragon clan will rise again. The ancestral dragon emperor said and glanced at Jiang Qin. At this moment, the two of them were about to leave. Finally, it's done. Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was slightly worried. If he were to face the entire dragon clan, the situation would be dire. Moreover, these were the ancestral dragon emperor, they were all Ing'er's clansmen. Unless there was no other choice, Jiang Qin did not know if he should kill them or not. Keep them here. A deep voice rang in Aoji's mind. Aoji's body trembled. He squinted his eyes and his expression changed. The person who spoke was the one who helped him to become the leader of the dragon clan. Her appearance must mean that she wanted him to keep the ancestral dragon emperor. Could it be that the ancestral dragon emperor is fake? Aoji was filled with doubts. However, he knew that he could not change anything when facing the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor was his ancestor. How could he make things difficult for him? However, the person who gave him his current position was also his ancestor. Chapter 3562. Ancestor this? No buts. He is the ancestor of the dragon clan. You have no idea how many atrocious things he has done. Li Feng's voice rang in Aoji's ears again. At the next moment, Aoji's eyes turned cold. He pointed at the ancestral dragon emperor and said, "He is the ancestral dragon emperor, but he is not worthy to be our ancestor. There are many things that you don't know. Would he tell you that he killed hundreds of experts of the dragon clan in the Pillar of the Ocean's Heart just to satisfy his own strength? Would he tell us that he killed the 7 obsidian generals in the ancient land of the dragon clan? During the immemorial war, he massacred the dragon clan in order to recover his strength as soon as possible. He wanted to stabilize his position and strength and reach his peak. If it wasn't for me and the ancestors of the dragon clan who fought against the ancestral dragon emperor at the cost of our lives, the dragon clan would have been long gone. As the ancestral dragon emperor, the ancestor of the dragon clan, he killed hundreds and thousands of juniors of the dragon clan for his own selfish desires. How can such a selfish person be the ancestor of the dragon clan?" Aoji's words caused the people of the dragon tribe to be utterly shocked. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Of course, these words were spoken by Li Feng. Aoji was merely passing on the message. Everyone looked at the ancestral dragon emperor with lingering fear. Everything was getting more and more confusing. If it wasn't for that, why didn't he return to the dragon clan after so many years? If it wasn't for the fact that he blamed himself and was ashamed to face the juniors of the dragon clan, why didn't he show himself when he had returned to the dragon clan? Aoji's words made the ancestral dragon emperor even angrier. These words were definitely not something that he could say. "You really are a thief, crying thief. Li Feng, I know you're already here. Why hide your head and show your tail? I also want to see if you still haven't made any progress after so many years." The ancestral dragon emperor looked at Aoji and stared into the depths of the void. It was finally time for him to settle this debt. Did the ancestral dragon emperor really do so many atrocious things? It's hard to say. If it wasn't for that, why didn't he return to the dragon clan? Why didn't he show himself even after he returned? I'm afraid there's more to it. I don't know who to trust now. The ancestral dragon emperor is the ancestor of our dragon clan. Although his identity is unclear, there is no doubt about it. Aoji is the leader of our dragon clan. Who should we trust more? The people of the dragon clan were all depressed. The ancestral dragon emperor's return was supposed to be a joyous occasion. However, they did not expect things to turn out this way. The current leader of the dragon clan was going against the ancestral dragon emperor. This was not good news to them. Aoji was shocked. It seemed like the ancestral dragon emperor had already predicted this. The ancestral dragon emperor and Jiang looked at each other. It's going to be even more difficult to leave now. Li Feng must be here soon. Aoji had already submitted to him, but the situation changed in an instant. This meant that there must be someone controlling Aoji from behind. And that person might be Li Feng. The ancestral dragon emperor was sure. Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor, I advise you to return to the ancestral shrine and reflect on your actions. We will punish this outsider for you. There's no way he can take away our sea heart lotus. Those who are not of our dragon clan must have a different heart. Jiangchen, you can't run away. Aoji said coldly. Ah, what a joke. You want me to reflect on my actions with the younger generation of the dragon clan? Aoji, how dare you? Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? Do you know that I am the true emperor of the dragon clan? The ancestral dragon emperor stared at Aoji in anger. Aoji took 2 steps back subconsciously. His face turned pale. He was afraid of the ancestral dragon emperor. If it wasn't for ancestor Li Feng supporting him, he would not dare to go against the ancestral dragon emperor. But according to ancestor Li Feng, the ancestral dragon emperor was the sinner of the dragon clan. That's why they could not let him leave. At this moment Aoji felt a little guilty. But after hearing ancestor Li Feng's words, he realized that the ancestral dragon emperor was the biggest sinner of the dragon clan. After the immemorial war, the dragon clan's decline was closely related to the ancestral dragon emperor. He killed so many experts of the dragon clan to replenish his own body. It was truly tragic. No wonder the dragon clan fell from the top 3 clans in the divine world to the point where they could not even withstand a single blow. Even in the central region Divine Land, the dragon clan did not have a place that belonged to them anymore. Aoji didn't know much about the ancient era. He only knew a little about it from ancestor Li Feng. If it wasn't for ancestor Li Feng, he might have been dead when he accepted the inheritance and baptism in the ancient land of the dragon clan. Ancestor Li Feng had given him great encouragement and support, which allowed him to stand against the majority and become the clan leader. Therefore he could achieve what he had today because of ancestor Li Feng. That was why Aoji believed in ancestor Li Feng's words. Because of this, the appearance of the ancestral dragon emperor was even more suspicious. Aoji was filled with disdain. The people of the dragon clan were in a deadlock. They did not know who to trust more. The current situation was extremely awkward. On one hand, it was the ancestor of the dragon clan, and on the other hand, it was the dragon clan leader. Even an upright official would not be able to settle a family dispute. Moreover, these 2 people were the leaders of the dragon clan. The 9 great elders and the people of the dragon clan could not decide this. The ancestral dragon emperor and Aoji were at each other's throats. The ancestral dragon emperor knew that ancestor Li Feng was already on his way. Aoji must be a pawn of ancestor Li Feng. I have no time to bother with you today. Wait till I return. You will know who the real ancestor of the dragon clan is. The ancestral dragon emperor harumphed coldly and looked at Jiangchen. The 2 of them nodded at the same time and turned around to leave. However, it was too late. The entire void was completely sealed. Jiangchen and the ancestral dragon emperor's heart sank. Ancestral dragon emperor, it's too late to leave now. Ancestor Li Feng's voice resounded in the ancestral dragon emperor's ears. He knew that even if the heavenly emperor came, he would not be able to change the situation. Chapter 3563. Everyone's gazes were focused on the sky. A white-robed woman stood there with a cold expression. Her hands were clasped together and her white robes fluttered in the wind. She was untainted by a speck of dust. The lady's long hair fluttered in the wind. She looked elegant and graceful. Her beautiful eyes shone with a meaningful smile. A pair of eyes that could speak, a peerless face that could topple cities, every frown, every smile, every movement, they were all natural without any flaws, like the most perfect work of art in heaven. Her slender fingers were as green as jade, and a folding fan was stuck at her waist. The phrase "jade tree in the wind" was more than suitable to be used on her. Li Feng and the ancestral dragon emperor looked at each other. Both of them were speechless. It's been too long. 100,000 years? 1,000,000 years? Or 10 million years? The ancestral dragon emperor couldn't remember how long it's been since they last met. He was ambushed and fell to the mortal world. His soul almost died, but he managed to escape. He never thought that the mastermind was Li Feng, the lady that had a close relationship with him. Nobody could understand the struggle and pain in the ancestral dragon emperor's heart. He would rather not return to the dragon clan than face her. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor's heart was half dead. As for the other half, he was struggling at death's door for the sake of his unreachable dream. Jiang Qin stared at Li Feng. This lady must be the one that the ancestral dragon emperor dreamed about. But in the end, it became their love-hate relationship. It was quite ironic. The two of them looked at each other. Jiang Qin could see that the ancestral dragon emperor, who had a lot of things to say, was speechless. Silence and sorrow filled the ancestral dragon emperor's heart. Today's battle was extremely dangerous. But who could understand the pain that the ancestral dragon emperor was feeling right now? Everyone looked at the scene in silence. Li Feng made everyone feel pressured. She was like the sky, covering the entire sky. The people of the dragon clan were terrified. Because Li Feng's dragon prestige was similar to the ancestral dragon emperor's. Could she be an ancestor of the dragon clan? Greetings, Ancestor Li Feng. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Aoji's words caused the hearts of the entire dragon tribe to tremble with fear. Another ancestor? But what about Ancestor Li Feng, who had never appeared in the dragon clan? Isn't Ancestor Li Feng dead? How could this be? That's right. I also remember seeing Ancestor Li Feng's memorial tablet in the ancestral shrine. Could it be that Ancestor Li Feng has been protecting our dragon clan the entire time, silently protecting us? That must be it. The ancestral dragon emperor has an ulterior motive. That's why Ancestor Li Feng had no choice but to fight against the ancestral dragon emperor. Even if it's our ancestor, he didn't contribute anything to us. He only did something that almost caused our clan to be exterminated. Ancestral dragon emperor, why are you doing this? As your descendants, we feel sad and mocking ourselves. Most of the people sighed. Ancestor Li Feng appeared out of nowhere. Most importantly, he was acknowledged by Aoji. This made the ancestral dragon emperor even more trustworthy. Because Aoji did not acknowledge the ancestral dragon emperor. But Ancestor Li Feng was respected by Aoji. This meant that Ancestor Li Feng was more powerful than the ancestral dragon emperor. In addition to the things that happened before, the ancestral dragon emperor was pushed into the eye of the storm by the dragon clan. He became everyone's target. Even the people who initially believed in him started to waver. You are a beauty, why did you become a thief? The ancestral dragon emperor listened to the gossip around him and felt even more depressed. At least Li Feng and Aoji, the patriarch of the dragon clan, were standing on the moral high ground. The ancestral dragon emperor had become the target of everyone's hatred. Chapter 3564. However, it was obvious that the ancestral dragon emperor was not as decisive as Jiang Qin. In other words, Jiang Qin had the courage to stay out of this. If it was him, it would be a different situation. There's no point in talking anymore. Ancestral dragon emperor, are you going to surrender or do you want me to do it? The current you is still no match for me. Li Feng said. There were thousands of dragons behind her while there was nobody behind the ancestral dragon emperor other than Jiang Qin. She's forcing him to abdicate. However, the ancestral dragon emperor had no other choice. He only had one choice: to fight till the end. Since Li Feng had already announced the ultimatum, there was no need for him to continue to be entangled with her. The deep feelings they had for each other had already disappeared in the long river of history with the passage of time. For hundreds of millions of years, there was only power in her eyes. She was the only empress of the dragon clan. You do resemble me in the past. Seems like you've been preparing for this day for a long time. The ancestral dragon emperor finally showed a relieved smile. Everything was set in stone. At least he, the greatest sinner in history, was crucified on the cross. There was no way for him to turn the situation around, unless he could kill Li Feng. However, the ancestral dragon emperor knew that it was too difficult. Although Li Feng was just a spirit clone, she was still extremely powerful. Compared to his spirit, she was countless times more powerful. I'm just preparing for a rainy day. However, I thought that you, a traitor, had already died long ago. But now, it seems that I will have to do it myself. I will not kill you. I will make you kneel before all the powerful beings of the dragon race, for eternity. Li Feng said. Ah, what a joke. Who in the dragon clan is worthy of me, the ancestral dragon emperor's respect? I am the sovereign of the dragon clan, the first ancestor of the ancient era. Who in the dragon clan is worthy of my respect? Today I must get rid of you, you evil woman. Under the heavens, only women and vile people are hard to deal with. Seems like I shouldn't have brought you into the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon emperor said coldly. His eyes were bright and his battle intent surged. The two of them were ready to fight. Everything is over. Ancestral dragon emperor, we are done. From today onwards, the dragon clan is no longer your dragon clan. Phoenix Lee's palm covered the sky. She held a folding fan in her hand and fanned it, the wind howled and the cranes cried out. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. He knew that Li Feng was finally going to make a move. Although this woman was also a soul doppelganger, her strength was so terrifying that it made Jiang Chen's scalp tingle. A mere soul doppelganger had already reached the peak Divine Emperor realm. Even the late Divine Emperor Aoji could not withstand a single blow from her. Jiang Chen knew that with his current battle prowess, it was impossible for him to face off against Li Feng. Therefore he could only rely on Aoji to survive. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, you have to take care of your woman, Jiang Chen murmured. A great battle was about to break out. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was blocking Li Feng, and Jiang Chen was also blocking the entire dragon clan led by Aoji. Those below the Divine Emperor realm, step back. Aoji shouted. All the Hierarch realm and Divine King realm experts quickly retreated because Aoji knew very well that a Divine Emperor realm expert was enough for this battle. Those Hierarch realm and Divine King realm experts were just cannon fodder. They would not be of any use. Therefore, it was better to preserve the dragon clan's strength. No Hierarch realm experts could win against a Divine Emperor realm expert. Aoji shouted. Chapter 3565. In the blink of an eye, 6 out of the 50 early Divine Emperors were killed by Jiang Chen. The scene was extremely shocking, causing countless experts of the Dragon Clan to tremble in fear. Isn't this too terrifying? He's like a human-shaped weapon, a murderous demon king. Jiang Chen's overbearingness made everyone fearful of him. Jiang Chen was invincible under the might of a mid-divine emperor. At this moment, Qing Xian and Long Ying did not want to be outdone. They continued to launch their attacks, reducing the burden on Jiang Chen. The combat strength of the two girls was also quite strong. It was not a problem for them to fight against 5 or even more. Aoji's face turned gloomy. He waved his hand and the 9 great elders immediately joined the battle. 3 of them were late divine emperors and the remaining 6 were mid-divine emperors. This battle was truly dangerous for Jiang Chen. The 9 great elders joined hands and their terrifying strength made even Aoji fearful. Killing Jiang Chen would be a piece of cake. Aoji looked at the battle between the ancestral dragon emperor and ancestor Li Feng and charged towards the latter. Because only his appearance at this moment could decide the outcome of the battle. I'm coming too. Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor, I'm sorry. Aoji rushed up to the peak of the 9 heavens with the divine dragon spear in his hand. He swung the spear towards the ancestral dragon emperor. The battle between the ancestral dragon emperor and Li Feng was already in a pinch. He did not have the upper hand at all. At this moment Aoji joined the fray. The ancestral dragon emperor was furious. He was fighting against 2 opponents at the same time. Aoji's attacks played a crucial role, forcing the ancestral dragon emperor to take a few steps back. Dragon soul in the heavens, only I appear. The dragon soul strength in his palm was unparalleled. A seal was thrown out, causing the peak of the dragon tribe's mountain range to reverberate endlessly. Its might was as great as the sky. However, Aoji did not live up to his reputation. From this, one could tell that he was the leader of the dragon tribe. The mightiness of the late divine emperor realm was fully unleashed. The battle between the ancestral dragon emperor and Li Feng was getting more and more intense, forcing the ancestral dragon emperor to take a few steps back. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also in a very difficult situation. Not to mention the 9 great elders of the dragon clan, there were still dozens of early divine emperor experts. Now he was truly doomed. Because the patriarch of the dragon clan had already given the order, who would dare to disobey? At this moment, the iron-blooded warriors of the dragon race were on full display. Ferocious attacks flew in the sky, catching Jiang Chen off guard. Roar! Jiang Chen roared furiously. His 300-meter-tall body soared into the sky like a mountain. He punched out and lightning flickered, causing the mountains to tremble. The great elder led the experts of the dragon clan to fight against Jiang Chen calmly, taking revenge for the experts of the dragon clan that had died. Jiang Chen dared not to underestimate the mightiness of the late divine emperor realm experts. Moreover, there were 3 late divine emperors and 6 mid-divine emperors. This kind of battle strength was unstoppable. Jiang Chen stood proudly on the dome, stepping on the mountains and rivers. His fist shook the sky and his sword aura was unparalleled. A single slash of his sword turned the void into a vast expanse. Jiang Chen's fists were ferocious, creating a 1,000-mile whirlwind. Under the bombardment of the heavenly lightning, the early divine emperor experts were unable to withstand it. They quickly retreated, fearing that they would be injured or even killed by Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning. The dreadfulness of the 1,000-flame destructive lightning was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. That kind of ferocious might was increasing along with Jiang Chen's strength. Now that the heavenly lightning had descended, the dragon clan was shocked. Except for the 9 great elders, everyone else retreated, giving Long Ying-er and Qing a chance to take a breather. Once again they charged forward with irresistible force. They would definitely die. Dragon transformation. The great elder roared furiously. 9 figures soared into the sky and turned into 100 zhang tall giant dragon. They were exactly the same as Jiang Chen. They soared above the void and continuously circled around, fighting a life and death battle with Jiang Chen. The 9 giant dragons flew. They were green and yellow in color. The giant dragons stood proudly in the sky. They were exactly the same as Jiang Chen's 100 zhang tall body. The two of them kept colliding with each other. It made it extremely difficult for Jiang Chen. This scene was something that he had never experienced before, because the opponent's strength was too terrifying. Jiang Chen only knew now that his 100 zhang tall body was consuming a lot of divine origin qi. It was even consuming at a speed that was 100 times faster than usual. Such a shocking and peerless form consumed a lot of divine origin qi, but it was also extremely powerful. Compared to the strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants, Jiang Chen's current power was more than 10 times stronger than before. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, the gigantic sword blocked the sky. The soul of the dragon roared and the shadow of the sword soared up to the sky. Although Jiang Chen had turned into 100 zhang tall, his attacks were still as swift and fierce as ever. His sword strike was not weak at all when facing the 9 great elders of the dragon clan. However, the 9 giant dragons were not willing to be outdone. They were even stronger than Jiang Chen. The 100 zhang tall dragon body of the dragon clan filled the void and blocked all the light. Jiang Chen displayed the 20th sword technique. He was like a sword god standing in the sky. Facing the entanglement of the 9 great elders, Jiang Chen advanced step by step, but he still showed signs of being defeated. After all, the joint attack of the 9 great elders was too strong. 3 late divine emperor realm experts were enough to give Jiang Chen a hard time, let alone 6 mid-divine emperor realm experts. Jiang Chen retreated step by step in this battle. He kept crushing boulders, mountains and ancient forests. He was in a sorry state. Compared to the ancestral dragon emperor, he was not any better. Jiang Chen die. The great elder roared in anger and rolled towards Jiang Chen. His face was extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. He raised his sword and clenched his fist tightly. Facing the great elder's attack, Jiang Chen did not move at all. However, it was not 1 giant dragon anymore but 9 giant dragons. They roared madly and rammed onto Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's flesh, bones and veins were in great pain. His head felt like it was going to split open. Roar! Jiang Chen let out a deafening roar. With a palm strike he grabbed the tail of a giant dragon. No matter how hard the dragon struggled, it was useless. Then Jiang Chen turned his palm and punched out. The mountain-like fist smashed onto the giant dragon's head, causing the 5th elder to tremble and feel dizzy. This punch carried the strength of Jiang Chen, and it was invincible. The other 8 great elders gasped. This bastard was really hard to deal with. Let go of my 5th brother. Chapter 3566. This Jiang Chen is too terrifying. If we don't get rid of him, he will be a great threat to our dragon clan in the future. The great elder was extremely shocked. This guy actually used the 5th elder's body as a weapon to fight against the 8 of them. At this moment, the 5th elder was already dizzy from Jiang Chen's attacks. The 5th elder was seriously injured by Jiang Chen's attacks. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. He took a step forward with the dragon's might in his hand. The ground trembled and cracked. It's just a long worm. Under Jiang Chen's bombardment, the 5th elder was already on the verge of death. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not hesitate and killed the 5th elder directly. He took out his soul and destroyed it. At this moment, all the people of the dragon clan looked pale. The 5th elder was tortured to death. This was absolutely not what they wanted to see, but the result was terrifying. Jiang Chen killed the dragon clan's elder in the end, but he was also facing the merciless attacks of the other 8 great elders of the dragon clan. This guy is simply a lunatic. We must kill him. The fifth elder died just like that. I can't believe it. He is a demon. Bastard. Our dragon clan has never suffered such humiliation before. Countless people of the dragon clan were filled with righteous indignation, but they could do nothing because Jiang Chen was too powerful. He was able to kill one of the 9 great elders. Although he was facing a great crisis, he was still heavily injured by the great elder and the others and was forced to retreat. Jiang Chen's punches were so powerful that it shook the mountains and rivers. His 100 zhang tall body finally showed a hint of exhaustion. Jiang Chen returned to his normal human form. The 8 giant dragons soared into the sky and rushed towards Jiang Chen to force him to surrender. Jiang Chen once again unleashed the ancient soaring dragon technique. His violent and unstoppable manner was unstoppable. At this moment, Jiang Chen's situation became more and more difficult. He was already at a disadvantage in the previous situation. The 3 late divine emperors were the most troublesome opponents for Jiang Chen. Don't give him any chances. Kill him first. The great elder couldn't allow anything to go wrong because the death of the 5th elder made him feel extremely guilty. His heart was filled with rage. Jiang Chen had actually killed the 5th elder in front of so many experts of the dragon clan. This was a great mockery to the great elder. The other experts of the dragon clan also felt the same. This was an insult to the dragon clan. Great soul derivation technique, soul destruction. Jiang Chen took them by surprise. A terrifying divine soul power rolled in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. Except for Long Jingzi, the other 7 great elders all suffered from soul damage. The 3 great elders were the strongest among them, so they could withstand the attack. However, they were seriously injured. In addition, their avatars had already been severely injured by Jiang Chen. This time, it could be said that they were injured for the 2nd time. Jiang Chen staggered away. However, the great elder and the others felt numb in their scalp and their faces turned pale. Their soul power was seriously injured. Long Jingzi stared blankly at the scene. Jiang Chen had shown mercy and didn't use the soul-devouring technique on him. This made his heart filled with bitterness and sorrow. No matter what, Long Ying'er was already Jiang Chen's woman. Therefore Jiang Chen would not kill Long Jingzi no matter what. However, he did not pity the other people. Each of them wanted to kill him. Why should he care about them? At this moment, even the ancestral dragon emperor could not protect himself. How could he still want to reconcile with the dragon clan? Wasn't that bullshit? At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at Long Ying'er and Qing Xian. The 2 of them were struggling to move. They were facing more than 40 early divine emperor experts alone. It was a great pressure to them. It was inevitable that they were heavily injured. Coldness surged in Jiang Chen's eyes. With a wave of his hand, divine swords broke through the void and turned into rays of light, covering the void. The swords formed a formation, trapping over 40 divine emperors in the Ashura sword formation. You will definitely pay the price for hurting my woman, Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. It was extremely difficult for him to cast the Ashura sword formation now. However, he could not just watch Long Ying'er and Qing Xian fall into a crisis. At this moment, the great elder and the others regained their consciousness. The soul-snatching technique did not kill them completely because Jiang Chen was heavily injured. It was impossible for his soul power to trap and kill them completely. It would only greatly weaken their combat power, but not to the extent that they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Be careful. The great elder roared furiously. Flying swords crisscrossed and pierced through the void. Thousands of swords shot out at the same time and the Ashura sword formation filled the sky, causing the entire dragon clan to tremble. Jiang Chen was going to kill them all. However, Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all. The moment the Ashura sword formation was activated, the divine origin strength in his body was continuously sucked out. However, the 40 early divine emperor experts' countenance changed drastically in this battle. Such a terrifying sword formation. We can't escape from it. Yeah, I don't want to die here. Great Elder, please save us. The 8 great elders of the dragon clan were terrified. Jiang Chen is a bastard. He's too terrifying. The great elder and the others quickly attacked. Facing Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation, some of them could not take it anymore. The sword shadows kept hitting the Ashura sword formation and the people of the dragon clan fell one after another. Blood flowed and dyed the sky red. You're crazy. Stop. Stop right now. The great elder roared in anger as he watched the experts of the dragon clan fall one after another. His heart was bleeding. Go to hell. The great elder and the others attacked again in order to force Jiang Chen to retreat. The 8 of them joined forces and finally forced Jiang Chen to retreat. The Ashura sword formation collapsed by itself and Jiang Chen was blown away. He was severely injured under the heavy punches. However, there was a bloodthirsty smile on Jiang Chen's face. Among the 40 early Divine Emperor experts, more than half of them were either dead or injured. This battle made every member of the Dragon Clan feel extremely sad. Jiang Chen did nothing wrong. He just wanted to protect the woman he loved. He just wanted to protect his dignity. If someone wants to kill me, I'm not going to die. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's mercy encouraged the arrogance of the Dragon Clan, making them even more unscrupulous. Chapter 3567. Jiang Chen looked at him coldly. At this moment, Aoji's eyes locked onto Jiang Chen. Half of the Divine Emperor realm experts of the Dragon Clan died in Jiang Chen's hands. The return of the ancestral Dragon Emperor had triggered everyone's anger. Life is like a game of chess. So what if we become enemies? It's all worth it to protect the one we love. You must pay for what you've done. I'll make you suffer for eternity. Jiang Chen. Aoji stared at Jiang Chen angrily. The divine spear in his hand was trembling. The spear radiance was shot out from his body. Countless members of the dragon tribe had a solemn expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with joy. With their tribe leader taking action, this bastard would definitely be executed. It would be impossible for him to hunt down the members of the dragon tribe. Clan leader, kill him. Even if this bastard dies 1,000,000 times, it won't be enough. That's right, clan head. You must definitely avenge the fallen experts of our dragon clan. Damn bastard. Jiang Chen, you'll pay for this. Everyone of the dragon clan stared at Jiang Chen angrily. Their relatives and brothers were among the dead experts. However, Jiang Chen did not slack off. He killed people like drinking water. Otherwise he would be killed. He had no other choice. Suppress him. Aoji smashed his spear down. The sky changed color. Jiang Chen kept retreating. With his current strength he would lose 9 out of 10 times. He had already used up a lot of his fighting strength. It was dangerous for Jiang Chen to fight against Aoji. On the other side, the ancestral Dragon Emperor's face was cold. Facing Li Feng's desperate attack, he could only defend himself. After all, the ancestral Dragon Emperor's strength had not fully recovered yet. The Dragon Soul's power that he absorbed from the ocean's core pillar could only support him for a short period of time. He was getting weaker and weaker. Surrender, ancestral Dragon Emperor. I don't want to kill you. As long as you surrender, I can even help you rebuild your golden body. Li Feng's voice sounded in the ancestral Dragon Emperor's mind. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's eyes lit up. You want me to become your puppet and help you take control of the Dragon Clan? Aha, you're dreaming. Women ha. The ancestral Dragon Emperor looked determined. Li Feng shook her head and sighed. She did have such thoughts. If the ancestral Dragon Emperor was willing to submit to her and become her puppet, it would be the best solution. However, the ancestral Dragon Emperor did not want to submit. Li Feng had no choice but to kill him. As long as the ancestral Dragon Emperor was still alive, she would feel uncomfortable. She was worried that someone would stand against her and kill her. Then I can only make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. Perhaps you shouldn't have come back in the first place. Li Feng Lung said. In her eyes, the ancestral Dragon Emperor was worthless. Since he wanted to die, she would kill him and destroy his soul. One day you will be punished, Yi Zichen said coldly. The ancestral Dragon Emperor raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were filled with loneliness. Who will punish me? Heaven. Even he himself would not be able to protect himself. My life is up to me, not the heavens. Even you can't have me. Even if the calamity of the world is coming, I, Li Feng, will still live on. Other than the Dragon Clan, I will make the entire divine land of the Middle Region kneel before me. Li Feng's face was as cold as ice. She was extremely domineering. However, in the eyes of the ancestral Dragon Emperor, she was just an executioner, a crazy woman who did not know what she was talking about. You don't understand how terrifying the calamity of the world is. Not to mention the Middle Region, a true expert can kill you with one finger. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said. Hee. Why haven't I seen such a powerful expert before? You're very powerful, but didn't you still die in my hands? Li Feng said disdainfully. A ball of golden flame gradually formed in her hand and turned into a sharp thorn. Li Feng held it tightly in her hand and shot it towards the ancestral Dragon Emperor. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's pupils shrunk. But at this moment, 2 rays of cold light intercepted the red thorn and turned it into nothingness. Li Feng's pupils shrunk and shouted. "Or you demon? Show yourself now." How dare you cause trouble in my dragon clan? You must be tired of living. Your dragon clan? You even killed the ancestral dragon emperor. Do you even deserve to be called the ancestor of the dragon clan? Two burly figures slowly emerged from the void. Their imposing auras were like rainbows. They had actually reached the late divine emperor realm as well. So it's the two of you. Looks like there are quite a lot of traitors here today. I'm going to clean them up. Li Feng said coldly and glanced at the two of them. Patriarch of the Eastern Dragon Clan Ao Wangu is late. Please forgive us, Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Patriarch of the Northern Dragon Clan Ao Uni is late. Please forgive us, Ancestral Dragon Emperor. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor's eyes lit up. Patriarch of the Eastern Dragon Clan Ao Wangu, and Patriarch of the Northern Dragon Clan Ao Uni. The two of them came at the right time. Otherwise, I'll definitely suffer a great loss. All right. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor shouted and felt relieved. From afar, a dozen Divine Emperor experts broke through the sky and appeared in the horizon. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor finally heaved a sigh of relief. The Northern Dragon Tribe and Eastern Dragon Tribe were truly respectful towards him. Now that the two great dragon tribes had taken action, his situation was finally alleviated. Jianghu squinted his eyes and kept retreating. At this moment he finally had a chance to catch his breath because Aoji's eyes were filled with anger and danger. What he was going to face now was not just Jianghu alone, but the entire Eastern Dragon Clan and Northern Dragon Clan. It was needless to say how terrifying it was. This was the first time in thousands of years that the two clans had joined hands to fight against the Eastern Dragon Clan and Northern Dragon Clan. A bunch of damn traitors. Aoji gritted his teeth. The Northern Dragon Clan and Eastern Dragon Clan saw them as greedy wolves. They saw the Northern Dragon Clan and Eastern Dragon Clan as traitors. The three great dragon clans had their own opinions and refused to back down. The appearance of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor made them extremely nervous. A great battle was imminent. The Eastern Dragon Clan and Northern Dragon Clan knew that whoever could get the Ancestral Dragon Emperor would be the true heir of the Dragon Clan. Hence, to them this battle was a battle to the death. If they won, the one who stood beside the Ancestral Dragon Emperor would be the true heir of the Dragon Clan. For the 17K year-end golden ceremony, if you have a ticket, please vote for Elder Su. Dragon Mark and Sword Celestial can do it. This time, I hope to get everyone's support. 1. During the event period, users who bought a small monthly package will receive 1 compliment ticket a day. 2. During the event period, users who bought a small monthly package will receive 3 compliment tickets a day. 3. During the event period, users will receive 1 compliment ticket for every 10 yuan spent within a week. Chapter 3568. Fine. Since you guys like to fight each other, I shall not serve you anymore. Jianghu sneered and left quietly. He had succeeded in his mission. Go. This is our only chance now. The Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan are related to the Demon Shadow Clan. It's not as simple as you think. You're just a chess piece if you stay here. You won't be able to change the situation. Jianghu's words were transmitted into the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's mind. At that moment, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor smiled bitterly. Although Jianghu's words were sarcastic, it was reasonable. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was not strong enough. He would only be a target for them to fight over. He did not have the ability to change the situation. So what if he had a high position? No one in the Dragon Clan was willing to respect him. History only respects the strong. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor felt helpless and bitter. However, he knew that this trip to the Dragon Clan was about to end. It was not easy for him to escape. At least, he found out the truth behind his death and the mastermind behind it. It was worth it. Seeing the Dragon Clan killing each other, he felt terrible as the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. However, there was nothing he could do to change the situation. Jianghu's summon made him wake up. As long as there's life, there's hope. It's time for him to return when he recovers his strength to the Emperor realm. However, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was determined to return. Jianghu could not stop him. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor did not know if he should be happy or sad. Ao Wangu and Ao Uni faced Li Feng at this moment. The strength of the two patriarchs wasn't any weaker than Aoji. At this moment, the entire Dragon Clan had turned into a battlefield. Dozens of Divine Emperor experts were fighting in the sky. Aoji had no choice but to lead the elders of the Dragon Clan and a group of defeated soldiers to start the final battle. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor looked at Jianghu. At this moment, leaving was their best option. Jiang Qin didn't want to become the cannon fodder in the battle between the three dragon clans. After all, they were one of the most powerful ancient clans in the divine world. The strength of the dragon clan shouldn't be underestimated. It was unrealistic to rely on Jiang Qin alone to turn the tide of the battle. Jiang Qin brought Qing Xian and Long Ying and quickly left the battlefield. Jiang Qin didn't dare to be slow. He would be an idiot if he didn't run away at this moment. Since there were people here, it was better for him to run away. If he continued to stay here, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Although the ancestral dragon emperor was pleased, he couldn't help but feel bitter inside. After all, it was his juniors who were killing each other. No matter how cold he was, he couldn't calm down at this moment. The ancestral dragon emperor understood Jiang Qin's words. Even if the eastern and northern dragon clan came to save him, they must have some ulterior motives. Because they were in cahoots with the demon shadow clan. Everyone knew that they came to save him at this moment. It was hard to explain the meaning behind it. The ancestral dragon emperor was not stupid. It was just a mystery. However, he trusted Jiang Qin. Although Jiang Qin's words were like a warning to the ancestral dragon emperor, it was very important to the ancestral dragon emperor. Brother Jiang Qin, I might have to leave. I need to return to my clan. This time, I have gained something from the dragon clan. The power of the dragon clan's bloodline has brought me to the brink of a breakthrough. This time, I should not be threatened by my clan anymore. Qing Xian bid farewell to Jiang Qin and the others. Long Ying was reluctant to leave. If you have the chance, you must come and see me, Sister Qing Xian. Long Ying looked at Qing Xian and said, if I have the chance, I will. Brother Jiang Qin, if you see him again, please help me tell him that I've been waiting for him. After Qing Xian finished speaking, she turned around and left. That resolute look on her face was admirable. She was just a woman, yet she was so resolute. To the monk, it was unknown if this was a good marriage. However, at least the monk would rather betray her than betray the monk. All right. Looking at Qing Xian's silhouette, Jiang Qin nodded heavily. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor had entered into a state of recovery. It was impossible for the dragon clan to return in a short period of time. He had to at least reach the emperor realm to be able to fight against the dragon clan. Jiang Qin was not a kind person. He would get his revenge sooner or later. He would definitely step on the dragon clan again. At that time, he would step on the entire dragon clan and make them submit to him. It's been hard on you, Ying. Jiang Qin lifted Long Ying's hair and said softly. His heart was aching for her. After all, Long Ying had almost died and left the dragon clan for him. She was homeless now and the two of them could only depend on each other. She didn't even care about her parents and followed him to leave the dragon clan. Jiang Qin naturally wouldn't let Long Ying suffer any grievances. As long as I can be with brother Jiang Qin, it's not hard to go anywhere. Long Ying snuggled in Jiang Qin's embrace and smiled brightly. Wherever Jiang Qin was, that would be her home. After resting for 10 days, Jiang Qin's strength had recovered to the peak of the mid-divine emperor realm. At this moment, Jiang Qin already possessed the strength to barge into the middle state alone. His target this time was the divine pagoda. No matter what, he must save Qing and Sister Ning. Middle state, divine pagoda. I Jiang Qin am back again. This trip might be filled with danger. You must be careful. It's not as simple as you think it is to stay by my side, Ying. And this time, to be honest, I'm going to save your sisters. Jiang Qin smiled awkwardly. I know. Brother Jiang Qin is so outstanding. There must be countless women who like you. I won't be jealous. As long as I'm in brother Jiang Qin's heart, Ying will be satisfied. Long Ying said obediently, revealing 2 cute dimples. However, the current Long Ying was no longer that naive girl. Especially after being nourished by Jiang Qin, her beauty had melted. The current Long Ying was so beautiful that it made Jiang Qin feel suffocated. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. This femme fatale Long Ying was really his enemy in his previous life. Moreover, she treated him so well, where else could he find another one? Chapter 3569. At this moment, the dragon clan was already in a state of chaos. The battle between Li Feng and the eastern and northern dragon clans had shocked everyone. Ao Wangu and Ao Uni were both defeated. They couldn't gain any advantage from Li Feng, but their men managed to defeat the remnants of the dragon clan. It could be said that neither side had gained any advantage in this battle. However, the person they were all searching for had completely disappeared at this moment. Where's the ancestral dragon emperor? Ao Wangu said in confusion. He looked at Ao Uni and the two of them looked at each other speechlessly. The ancestral dragon emperor ran away? Jiang Qin left too. Aoji's face turned pale as he stared at Ao Wangu and Ao Uni, gritting his teeth. This battle was a great loss to the Dragon Clan. They had suffered a double loss. Even the Ocean Heart Lotus was taken away by Jiang Chen. In the end, the ancestral Dragon Emperor did not manage to keep the Ocean Heart Lotus. It was all because of these two bastards. The Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan were all trash. It's all because of you bastards. Aoji was furious. You guys still have the cheek to say that? You guys didn't even let off your own ancestor. Are you guys still human? Even the ancestral Dragon Emperor wants to kill you? Have you forgotten how you came to this world? Ao Wangu roared. So what? The ancestral Dragon Emperor made a mistake, he's the same as us. When did we say that we want to kill the ancestral Dragon Emperor? We only want the ancestral Dragon Emperor to plead guilty. He has killed countless ancestors of the Dragon Clan, should he be able to get away scot-free? Aoji argued with reason and went against the East Dragon race. He wasn't afraid at all. Moreover, this was their dragon race. Why didn't your father shoot you on the wall back then? You bastard, you're not fit to be the leader of our Dragon Clan? Hilarious. Hilarious. Ah. You guys don't even recognize your own ancestor. You guys are simply animals. Ao Wangu never deal with animals. Ao Wangu laughed wildly. Aoji's face turned pale. Since it has come to this, there's no point in fighting anymore. Let's go and find the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Ao Uni said solemnly as he glanced at Ao Wangu. Alright, let's go. Ao Wangu said solemnly as he turned around and left. Do you think my Dragon Clan is a place where you can come and go as you please? Aoji was infuriated. He did not intend to let the East Dragon Tribe and the North Dragon Tribe leave just like that. If I Ao Wangu want to leave, I will leave. Your Dragon Clan can't stop me. Ao Wangu snorted coldly. Just as Aoji was about to give chase, he was stopped by Ancestor Li Feng. Don't chase a cornered enemy. You should chase after Jiang Chen and the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Li Feng said indifferently. Looking at the mess that the dragon race was in right now, her expression was extremely ugly. Let the Great Elder, Second Elder and Third Elder attack together to track Jiang Chen and the ancestral Dragon Emperor. He must be caught, dead or alive. With the strength of the First Elder and the others, I'm afraid, it'll be difficult to deal with them. Ancestor Li Feng. Aoji took a deep breath and said. Send out the Dragon Clan's black and white sacred envoys. With their combined strength you might not be a match for them. With the First Elder and the others it should be enough. Li Feng said coldly. Yes, Ancestor Li Feng. Aoji heaved a sigh of relief. If the black and white sacred envoys of the Dragon Clan were to attack now, Jiang Chen and the ancestral Dragon Emperor would have nowhere to hide. As the clan leader Aoji could not do it himself. But at this moment he was very relieved. In another 10 years I will come out of seclusion. By then I do not wish to see the current Dragon Clan. You have disappointed me. I can help you become the Dragon Clan leader. I can also destroy you and make a new Dragon Clan leader. After Li Feng finished speaking, she turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared into the void. Aoji wiped the sweat off his face. He was incomparably shocked. At this time he could only brace himself. If the Black and White Saint emissaries were here for 10 years, his achievements would be even greater. The Black and White Saint emissaries weren't something that he could command. Only Ancestor Li Feng could command them. Right now Aoji heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. But at the same time, the fact that Ancestor Li Feng could command the Black and White Saint emissaries meant that Aoji no longer believed that he could change the current situation of the Dragon Clan by himself. If he were to disappoint Ancestor Li Feng again, Aoji knew that his good days would come to an end. Jiang Chen, you bastard. Don't let me catch you. With the First Elder and the Black and White Sacred Envoys, you won't be able to escape. Aoji clenched his fist tightly. His face was gloomy and filled with killing intent. It was not hard for Aoji to guess that the Northern Dragon Clan and Eastern Dragon Clan must have the same idea as him. They wanted to chase after the ancestral Dragon Emperor. They wanted to make him the rightful ruler of the Dragon Clan. But to Aoji, he wanted to destroy Jiang Chen and the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Only then he could sit on the throne forever and become the true king of the Dragon Clan. The Eastern Dragon Clan's leader Ao Wangu looked into the distance with a gloomy face. His lips were cold, causing the clansmen behind him to tremble. The most important thing now is to find the ancestral Dragon Emperor. As long as we find the ancestral Dragon Emperor, we can become the rightful ruler of the Dragon Clan. Then it will be justifiable for us to attack the Dragon Clan. Otherwise we will always be seen as an outsider. Do you want to become the rightful ruler, or do your clansmen want to return to the dragon clan? Aoyuni said with a smile. His eyes were gleaming with a profound meaning. Aoyuni, don't be weird. I know what you're thinking. Since that's the case, let's go our separate ways. Whoever finds the ancestral dragon emperor will be the big brother. What do you think? Aowangu said in a deep voice. Alright, it's a deal. Don't deny it when I find the ancestral dragon emperor. Ah. Aoyuni let out a roar and turned around to leave. The coldness at the corner of his mouth was obvious. Now both of them were prepared. They had no choice but to join hands to fight against the dragon clan. Now that they walked out from the dragon clan, they each had their own plans. Everyone wanted to find the ancestral dragon emperor and become the rightful ruler of the dragon clan. Who would be willing to be under someone else? Especially the two of them who never interfered with each other's business. However, they were not willing to submit to each other. I hope your luck will be good. Don't let me get to you before you do. Aowangu and Aoyuni turned around and left. Now all three branches of the dragon clan had the same goal. Only by finding the ancestral dragon emperor would he be able to rule the world. The dragon clan was torn apart. The current situation was worrisome. Therefore, everyone wanted to be the savior of the world, to become the new emperor of the dragon clan. Aowangu and Aoyuni were no exception. As for Aoji, what he wanted was the destruction of the ancestral dragon emperor in exchange for his position as the leader of the dragon clan. Chapter 3570. Jiangqin did not stop and rushed to the central region Divine Land. However, when he arrived at the ancient city at the edge of the central region Divine Land, Jiangqin prepared for a period of time. Jiangqin wanted to forge his own divine weapon, but even if he used all the materials he had, he still could not make a peak origin divine weapon advance to a primal origin treasure. Although the quality was getting better and better, a primal origin treasure was too difficult to achieve. Jiangqin was confident that he could forge it, but the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. The materials he had on hand were not enough to forge an origin divine weapon into a primal origin treasure. If he could forge all the divine swords into a primal origin treasure, then the Ashura sword formation would be able to sweep away any experts under the Emperor realm. Even when he came to the central region ancient city, Jiangqin still did not gain anything. However, in the Nalan ancient city, Jiangqin heard an unparalleled thunder. It was this thunder. The entire Nalan ancient city within a radius of 10,000 miles, was shocked by this thunder. The earth was shaking, the sky was roaring, and even the Nalan ancient city which was 10,000 miles away was shaking. The next day in the entire Nalan ancient city, the terrifying thunder came from the Jianghu mountain, which was 30,000 miles away from the Nalan ancient city. The terrifying sound of thunder was deafening, making people unable to calm down for a long time. Therefore, the entire Nalan ancient city was no exception. It caused a tsunami-like earthquake in the Nalan ancient city. Everyone was incomparably shocked, discussing what this thunder was about. It was not difficult for Jiangqin to guess in the Nalan ancient city. He already had a good understanding of the thunder in the Jianghu mountain. Some people said that there must be a beast being born in the Jianghu mountain, some said that there must be an expert breaking through in the Jianghu mountain, and some even said that the Jianghu mountain was a land of thunder. In short, in the Nalan ancient city, there were different opinions, but many people had already gone to the Jianghu mountain to find out. At this time, Jiangqin and Longing also had doubts and wanted to find out. I wonder what kind of place this Jianghu mountain is. Why don't we go and take a look? Although Longing's appearance had changed greatly and she had a cultured and elegant, intellectual and generous look, she was still rather curious in her heart. She was also very confused about the strange tremors in the Jianghu mountain. Alright, let's go and take a look. Jiangqin pulled Longing's hand and headed straight for the Jianghu mountain. There was an endless stream of people heading towards the Jianghu mountain. Most of them were divine kings and hierarch realm experts. Those who were too weak dared not go there as they were afraid of being killed by some kind of disaster. Jiangqin had only seen a few divine emperors but not many of them. It would not take long for them to travel 10,000 li away from the Jianghu mountain. The Jianghu mountain was a wilderness that was cloudless for thousands of miles. Rows of mountain peaks towered high into the sky, and even eagles would find it difficult to fly over them. The surroundings were filled with endless ancient trees that lined up like a sea, giving shade for thousands of miles. The Jianghu mountain was surrounded by mountains that surrounded the Jianghu mountain. Even if one stood in the sky, one would not be able to see the end of it. Jiangqin saw hundreds of hierarch and divine king experts heading towards the depths of Jianghu mountain in an endless stream. Hey kid, I advise you not to go in. This is not a place that anyone can enter. Didn't you see the lightning just now? You look like an outsider at first glance. Every 1,000 years, there will be a heavenly thunder descending from the Jianghu mountain. At that time it will attract experts from all directions to watch. For us who live in Nayland ancient city all year round, it is nothing new. A peaked divine king realm middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chen and said with a dignified look. Because he could not see through Jiang Chen's strength, he felt that Jiang Chen's strength was not high. Really? Then every time there is a sudden clap of thunder, what will happen to this Jianghu mountain? Jiang Chen looked at the middle-aged man with interest and said with a smile. That's not something you can participate in. It's said that countless gems will appear after every lightning strike. Many people will come to fight for them. However, many people will die every time. Even a peaked divine king realm expert like me can only pick up the leftovers. All the good stuff will be taken away by those hierarch realm experts. Occasionally there will be a few divine emperor realm experts. Those are the real bosses. We can only watch. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Although he was only a divine king realm expert, he still had the heart to improve. Facing those hierarch realm experts he was helpless. However, he could still pick up some leftovers in case those hierarch realm experts looked down on them. So I advise you to leave as soon as possible. This is not a joke. The middle-aged man said with a prideful expression. Jiang Chen was so young and he had such a beautiful girl with him. Perhaps he would attract the attention of some powerful warriors, and a great battle would break out. Thank you for telling me. Jiang Chen smiled. His indifferent look made the middle-aged man shake his head. Sai, you really don't know how high the sky is. I'm advising you but you don't want to listen. Forget it, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I wonder what kind of treasure will appear from the lightning strike this time. The middle-aged man shook his head and turned around to leave. Suddenly, a hierarch realm figure landed in front of Jiang Chen, pointing at Jiang Chen and said with a cold face. You're a hierarch realm cultivator. You can leave now. Leave her here. I like this woman. An old man in a blue robe looked at Long Ying'er with an arrogant look. He was filled with joy and excitement. He had never seen such a peerless beauty in his life. After living for tens of thousands of years, such a beauty was simply a work of art in this world. To think that she would be defiled by an unknown brat. It was truly a waste of a heavenly treasure. Are you talking to me? Jiang Chen smiled and said. What do you think? The blue-robed old man said coldly. You don't know what's good for you. Leave now. You'll be dead by the time I take action. The blue-robed old man shouted in anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The middle-aged man not far away also sighed. Chapter 3571. Elder Huang has such a high status. Let's not lower ourselves to his level. Ignorance is not to be blamed. I think this young man is quite talented. Why don't we let him go? The middle-aged man from before said with a smile. Jiang Chen was so young. If he was killed by Elder Huang it would be a pity. The heavens cherished every living thing. It was rare for him to be so kind. Do you know who Elder Huang is? Boy, this is the elder of the resurgent sect Huang Yue. Elder Huang is an expert from my Nayland ancient city. Now he is only back to visit his family for 100 years. Boy, you should quickly apologize to Elder Huang and let this matter go. Maybe you can still hold on to your little life. The middle-aged man said emotionally. Zhongxing sect's Huang Yue, Elder Huang? Jiang Chen laughed involuntarily and shook his head in resignation. Are you an idiot? You are young and ignorant but you don't know what's good for you. Looks like I have to kill you today. Huang Yue said domineeringly with a cold expression. Do you know Huang Longyu? Jiang Chen asked. Of course I know him. He is the sect leader of Zhongxing sect. What do you mean? Elder Huang stared at Jiang Chen. Could it be that this person knows someone from Zhongxing sect? Huang Longyu is dead and Zhongxing sect is finished. You still dare to say that you are from Zhongxing sect? Do you know who killed Huang Longyu? I didn't expect you to come back to visit your family and escape. But now it seems that you have come to me. Although there is no point in killing you, I am angry when I see someone from Zhongxing sect. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he stared at Huang Yue. Huang Yue looked at Jiang Chen in bewilderment. Stop looking. This scene will be very bloody. Jiang Chen smiled and said to Long Ying'er. As he turned around he threw a punch. Huang Yue, who claimed to be Zhongxing sect's elder, was killed by Jiang Chen's punch. His flesh and blood were separated and he turned into ashes. That middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. He looked like a fool as he watched Jiang Chen's departing figure. His mouth was dry. Motherfucker, what kind of expert was this? killing a hierarch with a single punch without even a chance to fight back. It was so domineering that it left everyone dumbfounded. Jiang Chen and Long Ying broke through the air and left. At that moment, the middle-aged man let out a bitter laugh. He didn't think that he would be so blind and actually misjudge Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was something that he would never be able to match up to in his entire life. Experts are indeed not people we can hope to catch up to. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chen's back, which was getting further and further away. This scene was destined to be his dream for the rest of his life. Jiang Chen's movement had attracted the attention of experts from all directions. Countless hierarch realm experts looked solemn. Jiang Chen killed Huang Yue with a single punch to remind everyone that Jiang Chen was not someone they could afford to offend. Moreover, Jiang Chen flew towards the center of the thunderous explosion, which was the main peak of Xianxia mountain. Such a powerful expert. We can't even catch up to him. Yeah, he must be a divine emperor realm expert. However, this divine emperor realm expert is a little too hot-tempered. Who knows? Let's stay away from this unknown expert lest we get involved. Many people looked at Jiang Chen but did not dare to get close. They could only watch from afar. A few divine emperor realm experts were also wary of Jiang Chen. They were afraid that these two experts who came out of nowhere would suddenly attack them. At the foot of the main peak of Xianxia mountain, Jiang Chen saw a 1,000-meter wide area that was struck by lightning. The surrounding rocks were all turned into dust and all the plants were scorched. However, under the dust of the rocks, Jiang Chen saw a 30-meter large boulder standing there proudly. It was gray and didn't have any luster, but it was like a sword shadow. Even all the rocks and mountains within a 1,000-meter radius had been turned into dust, but this boulder was still as a mountain. What a good gem. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and a hint of excitement could be seen on his face. It seemed like he was really interested in this giant rock. This boulder might be able to help him refine a primordial origin treasure. His peak primordial divine weapon was finally going to be his. Friend, this boulder has caught my eye. There should be a first-come, first-served rule for everything. A divine emperor realm expert, Lung Lung, said. He glanced at Jiang Chen as if he wanted to take the boulder for himself. Jiang Chen frowned and said, I also have my eye on this boulder. I've also taken a fancy to this stone. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me. Jiang Chen's words made the three divine emperor realm experts look gloomy. One of them sneered and said, What an arrogant guy. What an arrogant fellow. Do you think that you can do whatever you want in this world? Either get lost or die. The three of them were obviously on the same side. The three of them were divine emperor experts. They were fearless when facing Jiang Chen. Even when Jiang Chen killed Huang Yue with a single punch, they were still not afraid of him. They could also kill Huang Yue. Jiang Chen was just a clown who wanted everyone to be afraid of him. Of course, the three brothers did not care about him. Then you have made the right choice. Go to hell. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Brat, you really think that you are someone important. Looks like you won't know your place if I don't teach you a lesson today. Yang Xiaojiang shouted angrily and pointed a 9-foot-long blade at Jiang Chen. You don't know your place. Watch my saber. Yang Xiaojiang's face turned gloomy. He swung his saber decisively without any hesitation. Let me try such a bloody thing. Long Inger smiled mischievously. She took a step forward in front of Jiang Chen. Her palm was as fast as lightning. A shadow of a dragon shot out and hit Yang Xiaojiang away. An early divine emperor realm expert was defeated by Long Inger. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. Is this weak-looking lady more terrifying than this man? The two brothers next to Yang Xiaojiang also had a weird expression. At this moment, the arrow that was knocked on the bow had to be released. The three of them looked at each other and rushed towards Long Inger. After all, the boulder was a real treasure. They did not want to give it up so easily. After all, there were 3 divine emperor realm experts while there were only 2 of them. Long Inger repelled the enemy with a single move. They did not dare to look down on the man and the lady anymore. They immediately used all their skills to attack Long Inger. You don't know your place. Long Inger sneered. She had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. Although she could not be compared to Jiang Chen, it was more than enough to deal with these guys. Chapter 3572. Long Inger let out a delicate roar. Her palm technique was like lightning surging like thunder. In less than 10 moves, the 3 of them were defeated. The terrifying aura caused countless people to be indescribably shocked. In the entire Nalan ancient city, or even within a radius of 200,000 miles, the 3 young brothers were absolute experts. But now they were defeated by a woman. It was truly inconceivable. Spare us, heroine. The three of them were no match for Longing. They knew that they had offended someone they shouldn't have offended. They begged for mercy. Longing didn't have any intention to kill them. She just wanted to play around. However, at this moment, Jiang Qin didn't show any mercy. A bolt of lightning flashed and struck the three of them, turning them into ashes in an instant. Longing patted her chest and stuck out her tongue. She looked like she still had some lingering fear. Being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. If you leave them alive, they might cause some trouble. Jiang Qin said casually. While he was talking and laughing, the boat turned into ashes. Suddenly, the whole Jiangxia mountain became silent. No one dared to comment on such a powerful expert. Perhaps they would never be able to catch up to him in their entire lives. From this moment onwards, the three young brothers had become part of Narang ancient city's history. What a ruthless move. You really can't judge a book by its cover. There's a saying that goes, seeing is better than hearing about it. The ninth swordmaster of the sword drawing sect is indeed extraordinary. A faint laugh was heard. A young man in yellow stepped on the void. He had a smile on his face and his eyes were extremely clear. He looked at Jiang Qin with a hint of surprise. In an instant, everyone's expression turned serious. When they looked at Jiang Qin, they finally let out a long breath. This person was actually the swordmaster of the sword drawing sect, one of the most powerful sects in the central region Divine Land. No wonder he had such unparalleled divine might. Coincidentally, I also have my eyes on this stone. The smile of the young man in yellow was also very mellow. He looked at Jiang Qin as if he didn't intend to let go. To be able to say my name, you shouldn't be simple, right? Jiang Qin said with a smile. This person's strength was so strong that he dared not to treat him lightly. He was an intermediate divine emperor, even stronger than Longing, a Mu Changjiang from the Witch Cloud sect. The crowd was in an uproar once again. Witch Cloud sect, sword drawing sect. These were the top sects in the central region Divine Land. For a small city like Nalan Ancient City to have two such experts at the same time, it must be said that it was really exciting. Witch Cloud sect. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes. Since this guy had such a technique, he must be quite strong. Jiang Qin hadn't had any dealings with the people from the Magus Cloud sect. However, he had set his eyes on the stone first. If anyone wanted to get their hands on it, he wouldn't show any mercy. Why don't Swordmaster Jiang give it up? In the future, I'll definitely prepare a generous gift and personally visit the sword drawing sect to thank Sword Lord Jiang for your kindness. How about it? Wu Changjiang said with a faint smile. He was calm and indifferent. Even though he knew Jiang Chen's infamy, he was neither servile nor overbearing. Why don't Brother Wu give it to me? In the future, I'll also prepare a generous gift and personally visit the Witch Cloud sect to thank Brother Wu for your kindness. How about it? Jiang Qin also gave Wu Changjiang a taste of his own medicine. At this moment, Wu Changjiang's face became gloomy. Who didn't know that the stone was a peerless material for forging divine weapons? As a divine emperor expert, how could he not know? It seems like Sword Lord Jiang doesn't intend to have a good talk with me. Wu Changjiang sighed and shook his head. There are some things that can't be given up. So, if Brother Wu is willing to give me face, I Jiang Qin will be eternally grateful. However, if you're not willing to, perhaps we'll have to meet on the battlefield. Jiang Qin said coldly. He had nothing to be afraid of, but it was better to avoid trouble. However, he expected that Wu Changjiang would not bow his head so easily. Jiang Qin's attitude was very firm, so was Wu Changjiang. He also knew that Sword Lord Jiang of the sword drawing sect was not someone to be trifled with. However, he was willing to risk it for the sake of the gemstone. This was definitely a material for forging primal origin treasure. Even the nine heavens' shocking thunder could not damage it. My Witch Cloud sect and the sword drawing sect have been on good terms for a long time. I never expected that Sword Lord Jiang would want to meet on the battlefield with me today. This really shouldn't have happened. Wu Changjiang said with a smile. You're the one who wants to fight. Why do you have to put it in such a dignified manner? The winner becomes king and the loser becomes a bandit. The gemstone will naturally belong to whoever wins. Jiang Qin said coldly. Well said. Then I'll compete with Sword Lord Jiang to decide the outcome. Let's see who will get the gemstone. Wu Changjiang was fearless. He exchanged glances with Jiang Qin and smiled. This battle was inevitable. Wu Changjiang knew that such a big gemstone was definitely worth it for him to risk his life against Jiang Qin. Everyone wants good stuff. I also want to have a piece of this gemstone. Not just the two of you, what do you think? Jiang Qin and Wu Changjiang looked over. A white-clothed figure holding a long spear appeared in front of Jiang Qin and Wu Changjiang. Lung Rian. It's you? Wu Changjiang's pupils shrank as he stared at Leng Ruyan. The supreme expert of the Smoke Beacon sect was also not someone to be trifled with. This time it was really a gathering of heroes. If Leng Ruyan wanted to have a piece of the pie, Wu Changjiang knew that his situation might not be so good. Jiang Qin looked at Leng Ruyan with a grateful smile. It was a fact that Leng Ruyan had saved his life in the past. Thank you for saving my life. Jiang Qin clasped his hands together. Leng Ruyan was incomparably calm, as if she didn't care about this matter at all. From now on we don't owe each other anything. I'm also taking this gemstone today. Leng Ruyan was very carefree. She exchanged glances with Jiang Qin and slightly nodded. This made Wu Changjiang's expression even more unsightly. These two actually had a friendship of life and death? Although they didn't owe each other anything, who knew if they would join hands to deal with him? What a nice way to put it. They had a friendship of life and death. Do you think I don't owe each other anything just because you said so? The strong fighting intent between them was already pressing. The people of the Ghost Pill sect also want to interfere. I think some people have ulterior motives. Leng Ruyan said coldly. Jiang Qin's heart shook. It seemed that these guys all had ulterior motives. His guess was right. It was very likely that they all came prepared. This was definitely not a coincidence. Yin Liang and Wu Changjiang's expressions changed. It seemed that Leng Ruyan also knew about this. Otherwise she would not have said such words. It seems that this gem is far from being attractive to you guys. I'm the only one who was kept in the dark. Ah. Jiang Qin laughed. You don't know about the changes here? Leng Ruyan frowned and looked at Jiang Qin. Yin Liang and Wu Changjiang looked at each other. It was obvious that these two guys did not want more people to know about this, but the paper could not cover the fire. Jiang Qin shook his head. I'm just passing by. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen here. The experts of the three sects have gathered here. It seems that my luck is not bad. Jiang Qin smiled and looked calm. It made Yin Liang and Wu Changjiang's eyes become very cold. Leng Ruyan looked at the two of them without the slightest fear. She said to Jiang Qin bluntly. There is indeed more than just a gem here. More important things are under the ground. Leng Ruyan said in a deep voice. Even if she had nothing to do with Jiang Qin, their relationship was not something that Wu Changjiang and Yin Liang could compare to. After all, they had been through life and death together. Although Leng Ruyan was cold, she was more willing to be an opponent with someone like Jiang Qin. That was because Jiang Qin was open and aboveboard, which was also his original intention. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and stared at Leng Ruyan. Long Ying'er, who was next to him, was also very nervous. It seemed that what they had encountered this time was really unusual. What is it? Jiang Qin asked curiously. The essence of the Mother of Thunder. It is also the thunder that was born in the Jingzhi mountain, the heavenly thunder that is still in the fledgling stage. Leng Ruyan said in a deep voice. Whoever could obtain the essence of the Mother of Thunder would definitely be able to control the heavenly thunder. That was why the people of the three sects were so eager to obtain it. Jiang Qin's expression became more and more serious. Wasn't the heavenly thunder what he wanted the most? It made Jiang Qin feel as if he'd worn out his iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it effortlessly. The essence of the Mother of Thunder was something that only existed when the heavenly thunder was born. It was like a fledgling that was still in its infancy. Even Jiang Qin had not heard of the heavenly thunder before. It was like a newborn ferocious beast that was crying piteously for food. It made people look forward to it and be filled with fear. Haha, it seems that I did not come for nothing this time. I want this gem and the essence of the Mother of Thunder. Chapter 3574. You're really greedy? I'm afraid you won't be able to take anything with you. This Jingzhi mountain is not your sword-drawing sect. Yin Liang glared at Jiang Qin and was ready to fight. What are you waiting for? Brother Yin, if you don't take action now, when will you? Wu Changjiang and Yin Liang looked at each other and sneered. The two of them quickly attacked towards Jiang Qin. Be careful, brother Jiang Qin. Long Ying'er shouted. The two of them immediately went forward. Long Ying'er did not show any weakness when facing Wu Changjiang of the Witch Cloud sect. The two of them instantly intertwined with each other. The might of the mid-divine emperor realm was extraordinary. Between the heavens and the earth, the 9 heavens and the earth trembled. Countless experts looked at the sky and quickly retreated, afraid that the city would be caught in the crossfire. You're courting death. Jiang Qin snorted, and the killing intent at the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. Holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Qin drew out his sword and started a fierce battle with Yan Liang. Yan Liang was holding a 9-foot-long knife and fork and struck out a blow that broke the void. Jiang Qin held his blade and horse and launched a heavy punch while his long sword swung. The battle between Jiang Qin and Yan Liang was quite intense. Their battle was filled with shocking battle intent. The aura of the limitless sword was arrogant and domineering. It had already surpassed the previous sword intent. It carried an incomparably overbearing aura as it pressed down on Jiang Qin. Yan Liang took every step carefully, not daring to look down on Jiang Qin. After all, Jiang Qin was an old rival of Guidan's sect. As the chief refiner of Guidan's sect, one could imagine how angry Yan Liang was. Falling Dust wanted to obtain the gem and the essence of the Mother of Thunder. He was asking for trouble. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would never let them go. The 9-foot trident soared through the sky and crossed the void. It was a true primal origin treasure. It turned into a divine weapon that covered the sky. The sword and saber slashed through the sky, intending to kill Jiang Qin. Reckless. Jiang Qin raised his sword. The limitless sword was invincible. As he fought with Yan Liang, his sword flew everywhere. Yan Liang had no chance to fight back at all. Jiang Qin used his absolute advantage to suppress Yan Liang. Yan Liang cried bitterly and retreated, looking very embarrassed. On the other side, Long Yinger's situation was rather worrying. Faced with Wu Changjiang's powerful attack, Long Yinger could only ensure that she stabilized the situation. Being pressured by Wu Changjiang step by step, Jiang Qin's expression was incomparably gloomy. He instantly closed the distance between them and fought 1 against 2. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," Wu Changjiang sneered. His palms were like the wind, deafening like thunder. "You don't know what's good for you. Then let me send you to hell." The sword in Jiang Qin's hand was spinning rapidly. He wasn't in a disadvantageous position even though he was fighting 2 enemies at the same time. Facing Wu Changjiang and Yan Liang's pursuit, Jiang Qin and Long Yinger had the upper hand. "Hitting a woman is not what a hero should be," Leng Rian said faintly. Leng Rian said indifferently. She moved like the wind, rapidly closing in. A terrifying shockwave surged out as she joined the battle. With the 3 of them working together, Wu Changjiang and Yan Liang had no chance to retaliate. Every move they made forced them back in a sorry state. Beacon smoke like a torch, evergreen. Leng Rian threw a heavy punch, shaking the 9 heavens. Above the sky, the wind and clouds gathered. When her palm landed, the sky and earth spun. Skyward destruction. Wu Changjiang's pupils shrank. The great power swept over. 2 rays of light intertwined continuously, causing the experts in all directions to sweat. Yan Liang was also helpless against the joint attack of Jiang Qin and Long Yinger. Jiang Qin's sword aura was terrifying, sweeping through the 4 seas and 8 wilderness. 5 figures were at the peak of the void, above the Jianghu mountain. The sky and earth spun and the wind swayed. "You lunatic Leng Rian, I'm not done with you." Wu Changjiang retreated after 1 attack, looking quite embarrassed. However, Leng Rian was not much better. After all, this guy was still on the same side as Jiang Qin. Although the 2 of them had previously said that they would no longer have anything to do with each other, "I don't believe you. You old monsters, bad old men, you're all fucking bad." Rumble, rumble, the sound of thunder pierced through the long rainbow. In the clouds, the wind howled and the clouds surged, completely covering the entire Jianghu mountain. What's going on? Why is the Jianghu mountain covered by the clouds? Yeah, these 5 experts are really too strong. When did our Nalan ancient city have such experts? It's really shocking. The experts below the Divine Emperor realm gradually retreated and left the Jianghu mountain. Because under the shroud of the dark clouds, the layers of pressure were hard for them to handle. If they were to stay and watch the show, they would probably be beaten into ashes. The might of the Divine Emperor realm experts could be turned into ashes with a flick of their fingers. They didn't even have the ability to protect themselves. Jiang Qin and the others all looked at the void above. Between the layers of clouds, the dark clouds were spreading. Waves of black chi crisscrossed, like black flames in the netherworld, constantly burning. That incomparably dark attack made people's hearts tremble. Therefore, countless experts retreated, not daring to stay any longer. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. He could feel the throbbing in the dark clouds. That was definitely an extremely terrifying heavenly lightning. Even the 1,000-flame destruction lightning in his body seemed to be restless. "That's it." Wu Changjiang let out a cold snort, turned around and headed straight for the gemstone under the clouds. Jiang Qin and the others calmed themselves down and withdrew their techniques, rushing towards the gemstone. At this moment, the entire Jianghu mountain seemed to be trembling violently, as if an earthquake was happening. The situation was critical and imminent. Be careful. Suddenly Jiang Qin exclaimed and pulled Long Yinger back. Lung Rian also looked at Jiang Qin and took a step back. Although he didn't know why, he knew that Jiang Qin wouldn't lie to him. Even Wu Changjiang and Yan Liayang's expression became serious and they took a step back subconsciously. It was obvious that Jiang Qin's words had saved everyone's lives. Because Jiang Qin sensed the danger from the thousand-flame destruction lightning. Almost at the same time, a bolt of lightning soared into the sky from under the gem. The thick bolt of lightning was several feet in size and it connected the entire sorcerer cloud. The dazzling light seemed to have illuminated the entire Jianghu mountain. What a terrifying heavenly lightning. Even from thousands of miles away we can see this terrifying light. It's simply infuriating. The light that connected the heavens and the earth made Jiang Qin and the others lose their sight in an instant. It was only after a few breaths that the heavens and the earth became clear. Only then did Jiang Qin and the others regain their sight. The terrifying power of the heavenly lightning made them feel that they were far inferior. Chapter 3575. The lightning was like the light of the heavens, illuminating the surroundings. The moment the light faded, the terror in the dark clouds was even more terrifying. However, there was indeed a 10 zhang deep pit on the ground. The bottom could not be seen. The lightning had already disappeared, but the dark clouds were still rolling. Jiang Qin and the others were all looking at the deep pit. Even though they were divine emperor realm experts and their spiritual strength was already earth-shattering, they still could not detect what kind of terrifying existence was under the ground. What should we do? Wu Changjiang looked at Yan Liayang. At this moment they were looking at each other. No one knew what kind of terrifying existence was under the ground, but it was possible that the essence of the Thunderbolt Mother was under the ground. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If you're afraid, then stay here and wait. Lung Rian said coldly. She leaped into the deep pit. What are you pretending to be? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wu Changjiang roared angrily and followed closely behind, jumping into the deep pit. Yan Liayang glanced at Jiang Qin. If he continued to stay here, he was destined to be empty-handed. Without a second thought he also followed. Let's go. I must get this heavenly lightning. Jiang Qin held Long Yinger's hand tightly. Long Yinger nodded slightly, hugged Jiang Qin tightly, and jumped into the deep pit. Just as Jiang Qin and the others entered the deep pit, a dark blue figure broke through the air. He had sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes. His sleeves were rolled up and he looked rather capable. His long hair was scattered in all directions, and he looked extremely domineering. The man's eyes were like stars and his expression was stern. He looked at the huge deep pit, and his brows became extremely solemn, because he felt an extremely terrifying aura erupting from the deep pit. Especially the black hole, it was like an ancient ferocious beast that could devour everything, and it made one's heart tremble. If we don't leave now, we won't have the chance later. Dressed in white, she had delicate eyebrows and was extremely beautiful. She was as cold as ice and her aura was cold. She glanced at the man and said indifferently, "Looks like this time around the Lightning Mother essence has attracted quite a number of people." The man in blue smiled faintly and stood with his arms crossed. His eyes were like the vast stars, making it hard to fathom. Normally it is hard to find it. Only the essence of the Thunder Mother can be used by humans. It will definitely attract experts to attack. The woman in white whispered. She could not help but think of Jiang Qin, a man who could control sky lightning. Moreover, he could control more than one sky lightning. The person you mentioned should also be here, right? Today I'll take him along with me. Perhaps this world will be much more peaceful. Looks like I'm destined to have a bountiful harvest this time. The blue-clothed youth glanced at the white-clothed woman with a scorching look in his eyes. I will make you understand who is the strongest man in this world. When I soar into the 9 heavens, I will make the heaven and earth tremble beneath my feet. At that time, I will make you the empress of the 9 heavens. I just want to find my mother. I hope you won't disappoint me. The white-clothed woman said in a deep voice. The firmness in her eyes was unquestionable. Don't worry. I promise that I will definitely help you find her. The blue-clothed youth was full of confidence. He jumped down and rushed into the terrifying deep pit. The white-clothed woman also followed. The terrifying deep pit was like a big mouth of nothingness, swallowing everything. When the two of them stepped into the deep pit, A fat man who was eating noodles in a noodle shop in Nalan ancient city suddenly raised his head and looked at the light in the void. Eventually, the light gradually dissipated in the dark clouds that covered thousands of miles. What the fuck? Such an awesome weather. I can't even eat beef noodles. This matter must be strange. After slapping the divine origin stone on the table, the fat man immediately soared into the sky and flew straight in the direction of Xianxia mountain. Damn it. This is the big picture of the world. I almost missed it. It's all because of the beef noodles. So, I just need to eat one less bowl. I didn't expect it to come so soon. The fat man was old Taoist Wuda. Back then he fled from the dragon clan, afraid that he would be defeated by Jiang. Now that he had predicted the great tribulation of Xianxia mountain, the fat man had been waiting here for a long time. However, he did not expect that he would still miss it. He should not have been greedy. He should have been waiting at Xianxia mountain. By the time the fatty arrived at the Xianxia mountain, the dense fog in the clouds had already dispersed. However, Taoist Wuda, who was at the top of the void, had a change in expression. Motherfucking thunder essence stone. This is a fucking trap, a huge trap. Old Taoist Wuda's face turned pale and his body trembled. When he saw the layers of clouds in the ninth heaven, he was shocked to discover that the landscape of Xianxia mountain was completely a dead end. This must have been the cultivation place of a terrifying powerhouse in ancient times. However, this thunder essence, could it be that it was also a bait? Old Taoist Wuda was very nervous. He wanted to go down, but he was afraid of being tricked. If he did not go down, he did not know what would happen next. This 9 dragons cloud-locking great array, without the strength of an emperor realm, it is absolutely impossible to arrange it. This is a heaven and earth grand array, luring people into it. If they enter and can't come out, won't I, old Taoist Wuda, fail miserably? Old Taoist Wuda murmured. He was extremely frightened. From Tian'er's point of view, the dark clouds in Xianxia mountain had converged into an incomparably terrifying blueprint of hell. Xianxia mountain was like an incomparably huge skeleton. It seemed to be only 100 feet wide black hole, but it contained an overbearing power that could devour the heaven and earth. Who on earth has such a great ability? Who set up such a big trap here? Old Taoist Wuda narrowed his eyes, his expression was solemn as he pinched his fingers to calculate. After a long while, old Taoist Wuda saw the clouds in the sky changing again. The landscape of Xianxia mountain was also changing constantly, causing him to be quite puzzled and frown. Old Taoist Wuda murmured. Soon after, his eyes suddenly opened, revealing a shocked expression. When Xianxia mountain rises, the wind and clouds change. With the sky as the blanket and the earth as the furnace, the black burial ground, refining the 9 heavens just to play a big game of chess. Damn it, Amitba. I, old Taoist Wuda, have come to the wrong place. No, I have to go. This is a fucking dead end. Old Taoist Wuda was just about to turn around, his heart turned cold. However, he was kicked into the black hole. What the fuck? Who kicked me? Chapter 3576. The aura of darkness was boundless, as if it was connected to the depths of hell. The deep pit was thousands of miles long, and it led deep into the ground. No one knew where it went. The moment everyone landed, they saw a miracle of a glacier. The surrounding walls of ice seemed to have not melted for millions of years. 100 feet wide, bottomless ravine extended forward. The incomparably terrifying cold air assaulted them from all directions. It was like an unparalleled ice blade that tore at everyone's body. In the bottomless underground riverbed, there was a meandering river flowing in an unknown direction. The water was gurgling and splashing. A wave of cold air came, causing Jiang Chen's body to feel extremely cold. He had no choice but to quickly use the azure lotus star flame to get rid of the cold air around him. Long Ying-er's expression also became a little more relaxed. What a terrifying cold air. Wu Changjiang took a deep breath. If he didn't use his divine origin chi to resist the cold air, he would probably be frozen into a popsicle in no time. Lung Rian's brows were tightly furrowed as she charged forward along the riverbed. All they could see was the ice walls on both sides. They were like glaciers that hadn't changed in tens of thousands of years, emitting a cold chill. The Thunder Mother essence they were originally looking for seemed to have disappeared without a trace. This seems to be a trap. Jiang Qin frowned. When he raised his head and looked at the sky, the passage seemed to have been completely sealed. A trap? Haha, don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Do you think we would set up such a big trap to deal with you? Yen Liang chuckled disdainfully. There was a cold aura coming from underground, but it was hard to tell where it came from. The water in the riverbed was blue in color, and no one knew where it was flowing to. You won't because you don't have the ability to do so. But they might. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the ice wall above his head. There were two people shrouded in black robes. They had a pair of blood-red eyes and they seemed to be staring at everyone. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as a chill rose from their hearts. That was because they had not discovered the person in the ice wall since the beginning. It was as if he had suddenly appeared there. That gaze seemed to have pierced through the past, through the ages and met their eyes. Everyone subconsciously took a step back. Jiang Chen's words gave them a great deal of pressure. The person in the ice wall is so powerful. Just a single gaze is enough to make us shrink back. Even such a person is trapped in the ice wall. Could this be the dojo of some ruthless person? Long Ying furrowed her brows, which made everyone feel gloomy. Even Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. What Long Ying said made sense. Back then, in the pillar of the sea's core of the dragon clan, he saw countless frost dragons sealed in the ice and turned into statues. And these people seemed to have existed since ancient times. Even if they were no longer alive, their cold eyes still gave them a great impact and pressure. The people here should have lived for a very long time, Leng Rian said in a deep voice. Even so, tens of thousands of years had passed, and the person in the ice wall still had a supreme might that pressed down on their hearts. There's something in the water. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank and he shouted in a deep voice. He raised the sword in his hand, and a black shadow broke out from the water like a sharp sword. Everyone's expression was solemn as they focused their eyes to look. Shadows that were like swarms of locusts shot out from the riverbed. In an instant, no one dared to be careless. Long rays of light filled the riverbed as blade lights and sword shadows shot out horizontally and vertically, slashing down the myriad of shadows. But there was still a shadow that shot into Wu Changjiang's body. The shadow retreated, and it was cut into thick water by Jiang Chen's sword. At this moment, Wu Changjiang suddenly turned around and rushed towards Long Ying. Wu Changjiang's eyes flashed with a blood-red light, and he struck out with his palm aiming to kill. Long Ying and Wu Changjiang's palm met, but she was forced to retreat. Jiang Qin quickly attacked and confronted Wu Changjiang. He struck out with heavy punches and every move was fatal. But Wu Changjiang's body seemed to be exploding at this moment. Even Jiang Qin couldn't figure out what this guy was doing. Terrifying fists rained down like raindrops, creating a storm. Jiang Qin did not show any sign of neglect. Even with his peerless dragon body and iron-like bones, he could not gain any advantage over Wu Changjiang at all. Wu Changjiang's attack was extremely powerful. Roar! Wu Changjiang roared angrily and a bolt of lightning shot out from his mouth. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank and he stood with his hands clasped, and his face was extremely serious. The dreadful thunderbolt shocked everyone. If it was someone else, he or she would have been killed by the sudden thunderbolt. However, Jiang Qin easily neutralized the force of the thunderbolt, which made Long Ying heave a sigh of relief. However, Wu Changjiang didn't have the slightest intention of retreating at this moment. Instead, he faced the difficulty head-on. Jiang Qin frowned and he struck out with his fists. A terrifying aura descended once again, and by activating the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Qin forced Wu Changjiang to retreat with an absolute advantage. However, it seemed that Wu Changjiang didn't know fatigue and he didn't know pain. Jiang Qin smashed his shoulder bones and his hand bones, but he didn't move an inch and didn't show any signs of retreating. What a lunatic. Yin Liang also shook his head slightly. At this moment, Wu Changjiang's mind had completely lost its reason, and he was in a daze. One could see that there was only fearless killing intent in his blood-red eyes. Roar! Wu Changjiang roared angrily again and lightning flashed. Jiang Qin faced the difficulty head-on, and he swept his sword horizontally, breaking the wind in waves. The sword momentum was like a rainbow and it went straight to the sky. In the face of the terrifying thunder, Jiang Qin ignored it. The heavenly dragon sword turned into a ray of light, and the sword intent was shocking. It directly broke through the 9 bolts of lightning, and went through Wu Changjiang's mouth. Wu Changjiang knelt on the ground and his body was as shriveled as a bag of skin at this moment, and he was all bones. Yin Liang gasped. At this moment he realized that Jiang Qin was actually so terrifying. At this moment, a black flying shadow came out from Wu Changjiang's body, and it went straight to Jiang Qin and went into Jiang Chen's body. Brother Jiang Qin. Long Ying's face turned pale. Leng Rian and Yin Liang also realized that Wu Changjiang was being controlled by the flying shadow. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, and the 5 elements divine fire in his body burned, and it spread throughout his meridians. The black flying shadow immediately flew out of Jiang Chen's body, but it was stabbed into the ground by Jiang Chen's sword, and turned into a pool of blood. Chapter 3577. What a strange thing. It can control people's minds and spit out lightning. It can even spit out lightning. Looks like this wyvern shadow is quite terrifying. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. If the 5-elemental fire had not forced the black insects out of his body, he might have ended up like Wu Changjiang. These insects were not simple to be able to control even a divine emperor. Longing, heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Jiang Chen was fine. She was worried that brother Jiang Chen would become crazy like Wu Changjiang. Rumble, the thunder in the distance was low and deep, coming from the depths of the riverbed. Above their heads, between the ice walls, there were many figures of different shapes. They seemed to be extremely terrifying, as if they were all staring at them. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Jiang Chen pulled Longing and walked deeper. His eyes were resolute. No one could take what he wanted away from him. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, the terrifying insects shot out from the riverbed again. This time even Yin Liang and Lung Rian's faces darkened. Jiang Chen set up the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. Countless black insects shot out and eventually died under the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, turning into ashes. However, Lung Rian and Yin Liang were not so lucky. It was extremely difficult for them. They took each step carefully, afraid that they would follow in Wu Changjiang's footsteps. Come. Jiang Chen waved his hand and put Lung Rian into the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. Thank you. Lung Rian said in a low voice with a cold expression. Jiang Chen had saved her once again. Help, Jiang Chen, help me. Yin Liang's face was pale as he kept calling for help. However, Jiang Chen was extremely calm and had no intention of helping. Yin Liang was not so lucky. In the end, the insects drilled into his body and he fell into the riverbed. He was covered by thousands of insects. It's a mutated leech. These guys have a trace of lightning power and can spit lightning. Looks like the essence of the Thunder Mother is definitely here. When all the leeches had retreated, Jiang Chen looked deeper into the depths of the abyss where thunder rumbled. What he wanted must be there. Jiang Chen quickly moved deeper into the forest. The sound of thunder became fainter and fainter. However, the surrounding ice walls became wider and wider. The meandering riverbed also turned into a huge river that flowed endlessly. When Jiang Chen reached the end, he saw the surrounding waterfalls that fell from the sky and converged into a river. Under the waterfall at the source of the river, there was a stone tablet with the words Thunder River written on it. Thunder God River? What is this place? Lung Rian was also very confused. However, the Thunder God River and the sound of flowing water made them feel as if their blood was flowing out of them. It made them feel an inexplicable fear. Jiang Chen fixed his eyes on it and saw a 30-meter-tall statue standing under the waterfall. A dark green figure was standing there, holding a sharp awl in its left hand and a giant hammer in its right. The statue was mighty, domineering, and lifelike. However, what made Jiang Chen speechless was that the statue had no eyes. What a powerful aura. This statue must be an extremely powerful being from the primordial era. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. Even his Dao accumulation seemed to be greatly restricted in this place. It was not hard to imagine that this statue must be a supreme expert who possessed Dao accumulation. Even though there was only a statue left, it still gave people a domineering feeling, and even gave people the urge to bow down and worship it. The 9 heavens responding thunder heavenly venerate. This is the thunder god. An ancient god. Lung Rian's expression suddenly changed. She saw the words on the tablet in front of the statue. Jiang Chen and Longing looked over with a solemn expression. I am the thunder god, the descendant of the 9 heavens responding thunder heavenly venerate. The divine court has fallen and the Thunderhead Palace has collapsed. Therefore, I have guided the water of the river Styx from the heavens to nourish the spiritual aura of heaven and earth, to nurture the mother of all worlds, to become the voice of the past and the present, and to cover the light of the heavens. Thinking of the heaven and earth, I shed tears of sorrow. Thousands of years have passed without change. I hope that the fated person will uncover it and regain control of the spiritual aura of heaven and earth, and the desolation of all living things. This is my wish. Jiang Chen murmured. Although the tablet had experienced tens of thousands of years, it was still clear. Jiang Chen looked up. This water was actually the water of the river Styx? It was normal that it was hard to find the source. However, what was the background of this 9 heavens responding thunder heavenly venerate? An expert from the divine court? An ancient god? Look, brother Jiangchen. This Tai Chi 8 trigram seems to be constantly flashing. Long Ying-er noticed that in front of the stone tablet, there was a Tai Chi 8 trigrams at the center of the statue's abdomen. The outer 8 trigrams and the core Tai Chi, the 2 Tai Chi circles, seemed to be burning with thunder and fire. The three of them looked at the Tai Chi 8 trigrams. Jiangchen also felt a little strange. Could this be the essence of the Mother of Thunder? Lung Rian said in a low voice, her eyes slightly narrowing. It's hard to say. Jiangchen's expression froze. His eyes fell on the Tai Chi 8 trigrams. He felt an incomparably terrifying power, as if it was roaring and surging, constantly emitting dense thunder and lightning. It's this. This is it. Jiangchen's pupils shrank. Just as he was about to make a move, he was forced back by a blue sword shadow. A blue figure with long hair draped over his shoulders stepped on the air. With a raise of his hand, he took out the Tai Chi 8 trigrams from the statue. Haha, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. Thank you, Jiangchen. The blue-clothed young man laughed loudly. His expression was arrogant and calm. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams was actually a small cauldron. He held it tightly in his hand, and there seemed to be a milky white ball of light within it. It was already clear what was within the ball of light. Jianghu, it's you? Lung Rian said in a low voice, pointing her spear at the blue-clothed young man. Lung Rian, how have you been? It's a pity that you're only number 2. Even without me, you probably wouldn't have been able to obtain this essence of the Mother of Thunder, right? Jianghu smiled indifferently. He held the essence of the Mother of Thunder in his hand and was full of confidence. There's another reason why I'm here today. Brother Jiang, I'm here for you. Jianghu's eyes narrowed as he stared at Jiangchen and said, Despicable person, you sneak attacked me. Return my brother Jiangchen's essence of the Mother of Thunder. Long Ying-er's anger rose. She stretched out her hand and struck out towards Jianghu. Retreat. With a cold shout, Long Ying-er was forced to retreat. A white-clothed lady landed in front of Jiangchen and the others like a shadow. It seems like you've come prepared. Jiangchen's eyes gradually turned cold. Tantai Jingzong, it's her again. You can say that. After all, you and Tantai are old friends. This time our goal is the same. If you die, we can obtain everything. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Chapter 3578. Are you here to kill me as well? Jiangchen sneered as she looked at Tantai Jingzong. 100,000 disciples of the fossil sect? Were you the one who killed them? Tantai Jingzong stared at Jiangchen without blinking. Are you questioning me? Jiangchen did not mind. So what if I am? What if I'm not? Do I need to ask you if I, Jiangchen, want to kill someone? In my life, I only kill those who deserve to be killed. The entire fossil sect deserves to die. Jiangchen was as dazzling as a star. She looked at Tantai Jingzong with a complicated expression. What? Why did you have to start a massacre? Why did you want everyone to die? Tantai Jingzong could not help but shake her head. To her, the fossil sect was the place where she grew up. After all, there were her childhood memories and the tens of thousands of years of brotherly love. That was her root. But now the fossil sect no longer existed. Jiangchen's sword had destroyed everything in the fossil sect. To Jiangchen it was just killing a few more people, but to Tantai Jingzong, what was erased was her lifetime of memories. Because they all deserved to die. Jiangchen's expression did not change and was still as cold as ice. When the nest is overturned, how can there be an intact egg? Do I also deserve to die? Tantai Jingzong said indifferently. 2 streams of tears fell down. In her heart, she mourned for the misfortune of the fossil sect and was angry that they did not fight. You only saw me kill 100,000 disciples of the fossil sect, but did you know? Why did I do such a vicious thing? Why was I so domineering? 100,000 disciples were in the same boat. Who said anything about Wang Fengqi's injustice? My disciple was disheartened in the fossil sect, but he was treated as a traitor. Who said a word of sympathy? You don't know and you don't want to know. Because what you saw was only me killing 100,000 disciples and destroying the fossil sect. Jiangchen laughed self-mockingly. Since that's the case, there's no point in talking anymore. In today's battle, life and death will be determined by fate. There is no choice. Jiangchen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The blade was like frost, and the dragon's soul trembled as he pointed it at Jianghu. This battle was also the battle that ended his relationship with Tantai Jingzong. If you want to take away the essence of the Thunder Mother, You'll have to ask the sword in my hand. You are not worthy. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp as he confronted Jiang Huayu. At that moment, both sides were ready to fight. Even if you didn't say anything, I would have stayed. The Galaxy Master sect wants what you have. Therefore no one can save you today. Jiang Huayu gripped the star's Big Dipper sword in his hand and faced off against Jiang Chen. The flames of war burned the prairie, ready to erupt at any moment. Be careful, his Big Dipper star sword is peerlessly powerful. It's an ancient divine sword and it's extremely powerful. Lung Rian reminded. In my hands all my opponents are the same. There's only one way to describe them: trash. Jiang Chen's expression was cold and arrogant. He was even more confident than Jiang Huayu. With Tantai joining forces with me, all of you can do is die. Brother Jiang, from now on, your inheritance will be surnamed Jiang. As for who's the real trash, we'll only know after the battle. Jiang Huayu took a big step forward. His eyes were like golden crystals as he swept his sword down. The star's Big Dipper sword had been passed down from primordial times. It was the treasure of the Galaxy Master sect, and it was the symbol of the Galaxy Master sect. Jiang Huayu was the #1 genius of the Galaxy Master sect. Even the sect master was not inferior to him. He had swept through the universe with the power of a mid-stage divine emperor realm cultivator. Countless middle prefecture geniuses had died at his hands, and he was even fearless when fighting late-stage divine emperor realm experts. Be careful, Inger. Jiang Chen glanced at Inger and said solemnly. This battle was no small matter. Tantai Jingzong's current strength was no weaker than his own. In this world he was not the only chosen one. There would always be an endless stream of experts and there was no shortage of geniuses. Jiang Chen looked highly upon Jiang Huayu's strength. Since Lung Rian was so serious towards him, it was obvious that the two of them had fought before. Looking at Jiang Huayu's casual attitude, Jiang Chen guessed that Lung Rian was defeated by him. Therefore, only Jiang Chen knew how dangerous this battle was. He knew that his inheritance of the craftsman god was no longer a secret. At the very least, many people already knew about it. Once the news spread, Jiang Chen might even become the unluckiest person in the entire Central Prefecture Divine Land. Everyone wanted to deal with him and obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god, and he would have nowhere to hide. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen did not intend to retreat. He had to obtain the Thunder Essence energy. Once he could complete the fusion of the 5 types of Sky Thunders, he would most likely be invincible below the Emperor Realm. This was an extremely important matter for Jiang Chen, as it would affect his life and his future achievements. Galaxy Sword Technique. The astral sword of the Big Dipper was unleashed, tearing the sky apart. The Heavenly Dragon Sword was not to be outdone. At this moment, a golden and a blue light shadow continuously overlapped with each other. The battle between the swords seemed to be unfathomable to Jiang Chen. The Heavenly Dragon Sword and the Astral Sword of the Big Dipper fought against each other. The atmosphere was like a rainbow, no one was willing to take a step back. Every sword shadow overlapped with each other, causing a great impact to both Jiang Chen and Jiang Huayu. However, the domineering aura between the two did not diminish at all. The limitless sword against the Galaxy Sword Technique. This was what Jiang Chen was looking forward to. That sword pierced through the heavens and earth. That sword slashed through the void and reincarnation. The limitless sword met its match at this moment. The might of the Galaxy Sword Technique had far exceeded Jiang Chen's expectation. Not only the Astral Sword of the Big Dipper but the Galaxy Sword Technique and the Limitless Sword were also evenly matched. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to gain the upper hand. The battle between the two could be said to be evenly matched. It was shocking. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. He did not hesitate at all. The Limitless Sword was unleashed to the extreme. The Galaxy Sword Technique also gave him quite a bit of pressure. However, Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dragon Sword was charging forward step by step. The domineering aura of the Sword Soul was as though it was going to break out of his body. The domineering aura of the Sword Soul seemed to be able to crush the Astral Sword of the Big Dipper. However, the Astral Sword of the Big Dipper was also extraordinary. Otherwise, how could it be the treasure of a super sect in the Central Region Divine Land? The blue sword rain fell from the sky. Jiang Chen was invincible. His sword aura was overbearing. At this moment, the prelude to this battle of life and death had been completely unveiled. The battle of the strong, meeting on a narrow path. When old Taoist Wu De arrived, his expression changed once again. When he saw that the essence of the Mother of Thunder had disappeared from the statue, his entire body trembled. Chapter 3579. Galaxy Sword Technique, 9 Heavenly Rotations, Big Dipper Shift, Star Severing. Rays of Sword Chi flickered. Jiang Qin rose to the challenge and displayed the limitless sword, withstanding the Galaxy Sword Technique. The Big Dipper sword slashed down like a waterfall, covering thousands of miles of sky with frost. Both of them intertwined and clashed. The stars in the sky seemed to be cut down by Xianhuan. His power was monstrous and unstoppable. "You're still too young to fight me," xuanhuan said domineeringly. He sneered and soared to the sky. With a slash of his sword, the ice wall collapsed. Icicles fell and the sky changed color. "The one who laughs in the end is the one who laughs the best," Jiang Qin said indifferently. The limitless sword and the Galaxy Sword Technique were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The Galaxy Sword Technique had been displayed to the extreme by Xianhuan, but Jiang Qin's limitless sword was constantly improving, constantly searching for a stronger sword technique. Although Jiang Qin might not be able to condense the 21st blade in a short period of time, the 20th blade was constantly improving, changing, and attacking. It was full of vigor and was hard to resist. The limitless sword was silent and unstoppable. This was the true essence of the limitless sword. There was no end to it, there was no end to it. Jiang Qin was calm and composed. The heavenly dragon sword roared and the soul of the sword burst out. It roared and pierced through the sky. Xianhuan dared not let his guard down when facing Jiang Qin's super-strong combat strength. After all, Jiang Qin was the descendant of the craftsman god. Even Lung Rian was willing to stand beside him. Xianhuan knew that Jiang Qin was not a simple person. It would not be easy for him to defeat him. Great Soul Derivation Technique, Soul Destruction. Jiang Qin moved his soul. Thousands of phantoms pierced through the sky. It was like the netherworld opening up the soul and destroying the soul. What a terrifying soul suppression. Xianhuan's expression changed drastically as he retreated. However, Jiang Qin's soul energy had already engulfed him. Xianhuan had never thought that Jiang Qin's soul energy could be this strong. In an instant, Xianhuan retreated with a shocked expression. However, he was still heavily injured. His soul was shaken and he even felt a little sluggish and dizzy. His soul was severely injured. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and seized the opportunity. He rose with the wind and slashed down with his sword. Xianhuan spurted out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes. Facing Jiang Qin's charge, he decisively raised his sword. However, Jiang Qin's sword had already fallen. The power of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants pressed Xianhuan more than 3 feet into the ground. The Star Dipper sword could not help him resist Jiang Qin's attack at this moment. The heavenly dragon sword slashed down. Together with Xianhuan's Star Dipper sword, the 2 swords formed a cross and pierced into Xianhuan's shoulder. 9 swords of the Milky Way. Xianhuan roared and rose with his sword, forcing Jiang Qin to retreat. His face was extremely pale and his body was no longer clean. He looked very embarrassed. The 9 swords of the Milky Way turned into 9 rays of starlight. Each ray was like a sword from the heavens, sealing Jiang Qin from all directions. "I'll make you pay with your blood," Xianhuan shouted with all his might. The 9 swords slashed down like meteors, piercing through the sky and violently attacking Jiang Qin. Divine Golden Bell. Jiang Qin held the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand and immediately swung his blade. The 9 rays of starlight all hit Jiang Qin's Eastern Emperor Bell. Light and shadow dispersed and layers of cracks appeared on it. However, the Eastern Emperor Bell still stood proudly. As Jiang Qin's strength increased, both the Eastern Emperor Bell and the Heavenly Dragon Sword became more powerful. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell was a broken divine tool, Jiang Qin was still unable to display its full power. A true ancient divine tool belonged to a true ancient ruthless person. It was an existence that could overturn the heavens. Back then, the Eastern Emperor Tai Huang held the Eastern Emperor Bell and swept through the ages to establish the divine court. How powerful was that? How glorious was that? It's a pity? Sigh, this Eastern Emperor Bell is also broken. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Jiang Qin, you're really surprising me more and more. Old Taoist Wu De murmured. Even he was extremely fearful of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Even though the Eastern Emperor Bell was only a damaged divine artifact, the Eastern Emperor Bell that represented the prestige of the divine court could not be underestimated. The Eastern Emperor Bell shone with golden light. As soon as the God-sealing prohibition appeared, the ice and snow in the sky melted. The 9 rays of starlight in front of Xianhuan were completely annihilated. Such a terrifying technique was shocking. The might of the Eastern Emperor Bell was still unparalleled. Xianhuan retreated step by step. His face was pale, but the pressure of the Eastern Emperor bell did not stop. Chaotic astral ocean, light of the Big Dipper. Jianghu's eyes were like torches. He swore to fight to the death. The might of Jiang Chen's Eastern Emperor bell was too terrifying. He no longer had the capital to hide anything. If this attack could kill Jiang Chen, it would not be a loss. Countless stars gathered. Sword light fell. The Big Dipper sword rose and the wind howled. Jiang Chen held the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand and suppressed Jianghu. However, Jianghu's galaxy sword technique was also extremely terrifying. He did not give in at all. As the two rays of light, one gold and one blue, converged and collided with each other. In the end they completely dissipated. The light faded and Jianghu staggered backward with a serious expression. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He held the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand. His aura was extraordinary and he was still very cold. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It's a worthy death to die under my last sword. Jianghu slowly stepped forward with the Big Dipper sword in his hand. The corner of his mouth was dark and his killing intent was like a rainbow. His steps were steady and his aura could swallow the sky. Chaotic stars. Galaxy sword essence. Jianghu was infuriated. His roar was like thunder as he swung his sword towards the east, drawing the attention of the stars in the 9 heavens and the endless Milky Way. Even Jiang Chen was shocked by this strike. 20th sword. The limitless sword for the first time showed a trace of stagnation. Although the sword essence was not defeated, it had to be said that Jianghu's terrifying aura was difficult to resist. The 20th sword soared into the sky and became stronger as it met the strong opponent. It performed the strongest combination with the heavenly dragon sword. For a moment, no one was able to move an inch forward. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes moved and the great divination art penetrated the sword essence. He formed a seal with one hand and broke the sky. Heaven expansion seal. Jiang Chen flipped his hand and struck out a seal. It was shocking and it carried the supreme Tao accumulation that made people tremble. The heaven expansion seal forced Jianghu to retreat. Jianghu was completely defeated. His face was pale and he even sat on the ground with a thud. His blood vessels, tendons and bones were all badly mutilated under Jiang Chen's seal. Puff! Under the gushing of blood, Jianghu's aura was gone and his face was pale. He was really defeated and it was a crushing defeat. There was no room for him to fight back. Jiang Chen stopped and stared at Jianghu. He had to admit that Jianghu was very strong, but it was a pity that the person he met was him. Chapter 3580. Jiang Chen extended his hand and absorbed the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning. At that moment, he felt the terrifying power of the thunder within the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning. It was like a bomb that could explode at any time. The terrifying power of the thunder made the heart of the 1,000-flame destruction thunder palpitate. Jiang Chen, believe me. Quickly return the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning to its original position. Let's leave this place quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Old Taoist Wu De said with a solemn expression. His words were certain and left no room for doubt. You again? Do you think I will fall for your trick again? Old Taoist Wu De, since you took the initiative to come to me today, I won't be polite anymore. Jiang Chen looked up and met Old Taoist Wu De's gaze. His smile was very calm. Old Taoist Wu De's face was filled with anxiety. Why don't you believe me? If you don't return the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning, we will all die here. This is a dead end. Old Taoist Wu De was impatient. However, Jiang Chen did not believe him. The reason was that he had done too many bad things and had long lost his integrity. How could Jiang Chen believe him? Jiang Chen probably thought that he wanted to seize the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning. That was why he thought of such a childish method. However, what he said was the truth. Like hell I believe you. You smelly old Taoist is very evil. This dead end was also designed by you. Once I kill you, won't everything be solved? Jiang Chen sneered. There's also my 5 lightning edict. I still don't believe that it will fly away by itself. If you don't say it, perhaps you should also leave this world. Facing Jiang Chen's accusation, old Taoist Wu De could not say anything. In the end, it was because he had lied to Jiang Chen too many times. What I said is the truth. You must believe me. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Quickly return the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning. As for why, don't ask me. I won't tell you. Anyway, you just have to believe me. Old Taoist Wu De said anxiously. His body trembled and his face turned green. He did not want to die here. This was the place of the Heavenly Lord of Lightning. However, he did not know whether this was a trap set by the Heavenly Lord of Lightning or not. Nonsense. Old Taoist Wuda, today I will start with you. Today. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly and ignored old Taoist Wuda. Old Taoist Wuda was suffering a lot. He finally thought of the fable of the wolf coming. This time the wolf really came, but Jiang Qin didn't believe it. Facing Jiang Qin's pursuit, old Taoist Wuda complained incessantly. He could only run for his life. However, Jiang Qin did not plan to let old Taoist Wuda go. Because of some matters they met again today. This was what it meant by enemies meeting on a narrow road. On the other side, even Jiang Qin did not expect Tantai Jingzong's strength to become so strong. Even with the combined strength of Long Ying-er and Leng Ruyan, they were still on par. Under the pursuit, old Taoist Wuda ran extremely fast. This guy's strength was not good, but he was very good at running. Even if Jiang Qin wanted to catch him, it would not be an easy thing. Don't run if you have the guts, stinky old Taoist. Jiang Qin's sword slashed down and dust flew everywhere. However, old Taoist Wuda still narrowly dodged it. However, his pants were cut off by Jiang Qin at this moment. If he had been a hair's breadth away, his head would have been separated from his body. Jiang Qin was annoyed and could not be bothered to continue entangling with old Taoist Wuda. On the other side, Tantai Jingzong's momentum was also quite fierce. Facing Leng Ruyan and Long Ying-er's pincer attack, he was skillful and at ease. With the addition of Jiang Qin, Tantai Jingzong finally fell into defeat. Jiang Qin's moves were swift and fierce, making it difficult for Tantai Jingzong to resist. In the end, he could only be defeated. His face was pale and his eyes were like torches. He looked at Jiang Qin without a trace of fear. "You can't kill me," Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. "Then kill me so that I can reunite with the disciples of the petrified sect in hell." Tantai Jingzong was fearless. She was already indifferent to life and death. This time, she wanted to kill Jiang Qin and avenge her fellow disciples. The 100,000 living beings of the petrified sect could not die in vain. However, the outcome was still the same. Even xuanhuan from the Galaxy Master sect could not kill Jiang Qin. She had once again become a prisoner in Jiang Qin's hands. "Do you think I won't dare to kill you?" Jiang Qin sneered. "Kill me or plunder me. Do as you wish." Tantai Jingzong shut his eyes tightly and said faintly. Jiang Qin shouted angrily. He raised his sword and a strand of black hair was cut off. However, Jiang Qin did not slash down in the end. Tantai Jingzong opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Qin silently. "I won't kill you not because I can't do it, but because my disciple Wang Fengqi told me that you're the only good person in the petrified sect." Jiang Qin sheathed his sword. At that moment, Tantai Jingzong's tensed nerves suddenly collapsed. She became extremely disappointed and her lips curled into a bitter smile. "What? Why can't you kill me with your own hands? What?" Tantai Jingzong said word by word, tears glistening in her eyes. This was the most painful moment of her life. She could not avenge her fellow disciples or let the 100,000 living beings of the petrified sect rest in peace. This was her incompetence and sorrow. It's hard to meet, but it's also hard to say goodbye. From now on we're strangers. Jiang Qin turned and left with a cold expression, without a shred of emotion. To Tantai Jingzong, it was an incomparable heartache. It was as if a handful of salt was poured on a torn wound. Their gazes brushed past each other and did not meet again. At that moment, Tantai Jingzong's heart was as still as water. She had already lost all hope. Killing Jiang Qin was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, he was so powerful that even xuanhuan of the Galaxy Master sect had to admit defeat. The two of them were like enemies yet friends. They had fought several times, but Tantai Jingzong had still been defeated by Jiang Qin. She had always been full of hope, but now she was really in despair. She was helpless against Jiang Qin. If she had been able to remain calm and confront Jiang Qin before the petrified sect had been destroyed, she would have lost her last bit of hope. Rumble. A loud sound was heard and thunder rumbled. Everyone looked at the statue that was more than 10 meters tall. It started to break into pieces, and the entire glacial underground palace seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It was as if heaven and earth were changing and the earth was collapsing. "I told you, you have to believe me. This is definitely a dead end. You insisted on taking the Thunder Mother Essence energy. Jiang Qin, it's fine if you want to die, but don't drag me down with you." Old Taoist Wuda was in agony. The statue gradually broke into pieces and collapsed, crashing towards Jiang Qin and the others. Chapter 3581. Retreat quickly. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. After dismissing Longinger, he dodged the gigantic statue by a hair's breadth. The statue had already turned into huge rocks and was falling down from the sky. The surrounding glaciers were gradually breaking apart. 9 silhouettes fell down from the ice wall. Each of them was holding a gigantic hammer in their hands. Their bodies were tall and sturdy, their eyes were lifeless, but their mightiness was terrifying. 9 burly men in blue robes were as strong as bulls. They were 10 feet tall and their gigantic hammers were more than 5 feet long. They were as big as humans. It's the Thunder God Guards. Damn it. These guys were all Emperor Realm experts back then. Old Taoist Wu De said with a sobbing tone. His face was solemn. Even so, these 9 figures were still as strong as Jiang Qin. Any one of them was as strong as Jiang Qin. 9 mid-divine emperors. The dreadfulness of the Thunder God Guards once again shrouded everyone's heart. Especially old Taoist Wu De's words, it made Jiang Qin shiver. How could the Thunder God Guards be so dreadful? They were all Emperor Realm experts back then? It went without saying how terrifying an Emperor Realm expert was. A true Emperor Realm expert did not even need to take action. He could turn them into ashes with just a thought. Divine Emperor experts were powerful, but they were nothing compared to an Emperor Realm expert. Jiang Qin summoned the 7 heavenly dragon riders. The heavenly dragon riders were only at the early divine Emperor realm. However, they had already been refined by Jiang Qin. The 7 heavenly dragon riders should be able to resist for a while. Run quickly. Otherwise, no one will be able to escape. If the Thunder God Guards are here, then the energy essence of the Thunder God must be here too. Although this isn't the Thunderhead Palace, it's the dojo of the Thunder God. Kid, if you don't want to die, leave quickly. Leave the energy essence in your hand. Old Taoist Wu De pointed out a clear path for Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin's expression was cold. He did not plan to leave just like that. Moreover, he would never give away the energy essence in his hand. We are no match for these 9 mid-divine Emperor Realm Thunder God protectors. Lung Rian's expression was cold, but it was unprecedentedly serious. This was a matter of life and death, no one could stay out of it. Only old Taoist Wu De knew how terrifying the Thunder God's guards were. Jiang Qin and the others had no idea how terrifying the Thunder God's guards were. 9 heavens responding thunder resounding heavenly venerate. Even in the divine court realm, he was a peerless expert that could be counted on one's fingers. Even when the divine court realm was destroyed, he still stubbornly survived until the end. He was a peerless god that participated in the primordial war. The Thunder God's guardians were the most loyal guards of the Thunder God. Even though they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, their will was eternal and undying. They protected the Thunder God and swore to die. Even if I'm not a match for him, I still have to fight. This Thunder Mother Essence energy is mine. Jiang Qin clenched the Thunder Mother Essence and faced the 9 experts of the Thunder God Guards with a stern expression. Charge. Jiang Qin waved his hand and the 7 dragon riders' heavenly guards charged forward. However, to Jiang Qin's surprise, they were smashed by the Thunder Giant Hammer fiercely. The terrifying power almost caused the Dragon Riders' heavenly guards that were as hard as rocks to suffer heavy injuries. They were instantly pushed back and fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight. The terrifying Thunder Giant Hammer raged with the power of thunder and lightning, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Brother Jiang Qin, you must be careful. These 9 Thunder God's guardians are definitely not that simple. Longinger said worriedly. However, as Jiang Qin's woman, even if she were to die, she would die by Jiang Qin's side. She would support whatever he wanted to do and become the woman that stood behind him silently. At this moment, the 7 dragon riders' heavenly guards were forced to retreat by the Thunder God's guardians. They did not even have the slightest ability to fight. Jiang Qin was extremely shocked. The mid-divine Emperor Realm was not a joke. One should know that they were real Emperor Realm experts. It's just that their bodies had already died and their will had become divine. That's why they were like puppets. However, their will was to protect the Thunder God and they would not rest until they die. Terrifying guys. Old Taoist Wu De murmured. However, his back was already in danger and there was no way out. It had become a battle of life and death. The Thunder God's guardians were domineering. It gave old Taoist Wu De a feeling of death. It was too terrifying. Amitabha. Hallelujah. Amitabha. You must protect me. Protect me. Old Taoist Wu De murmured. However, at this moment, the 9 silhouettes of the Thunder God's guardians had already arrived. A huge hammer fell from the sky and smashed towards old Taoist Wu De's head. Old Taoist Wuda quickly dodged. Facing the pursuit of the Thunder God's guardians, it was even more terrifying than the battle between Jiang Qin and the Thunder God's guardians. Damn you, Jiang Qin. It's all your fault. I already said that this is a trap, a dead end. You didn't believe me. You insisted on taking away the essence of the Mother of Thunder. This time we're all going to die here. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked over. He moved his palm and threw a punch. The punch collided with the huge hammer of the Thunder God's guardian. The Thunder God's guardian was pushed back. He looked quite serious. At this moment, Jiang Qin already believed old Taoist Wuda's words. This guy was not completely unreliable. However, could he really change the current situation by sending the essence of the Mother of Thunder back? However, since it had already come to this, it was useless to say anything now. Long Ying'er and Leng Rian were both facing a Thunder God's guardian. As for Jiang Qin, he was quite tyrannical. He fought against 6 alone. The 6 huge hammers continuously smashed down, causing great trouble for Jiang Qin. He was completely unable to escape. Every step he took was messy. The power of the huge hammers brought along a terrifying power of lightning. Other than Jiang Qin, the other 3 people had bitter expressions. That was because the power of lightning was the thing that they found the most difficult to resist. The 6 of them were like gods descending to the world. They were peerless as they soared into the sky. Jiang Qin advanced step by step. However, it was still difficult for him to fight against the 6 Thunder God's guardians. He was defeated after every move. Although Jiang Qin could kill 1 or 2 of them with his strength alone, when the 6 Thunder God's guardians attacked together, even the great soul derivation technique and soul-stealing divine technique that he was so proud of could only barely stabilize the situation. Facing the hammer that was like a storm, he was unwilling. However, if he didn't get rid of these guys, then he would be in a difficult situation. The result was self-evident: he would definitely die. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. As they fought, Jiang Qin found it very difficult to fight against the 6 Thunder God's guardians. The great soul derivation technique and the soul-stealing divine technique had no effect on them. Jiang Qin was entangled with the 6 Thunder God's guardians. It was even more impossible for him to set up a formation. Chapter 3582. Helplessly, Jiang Qin activated the Heaven Expansion Seal and struck out once again. The Tao power in his body was almost depleted. However, the Heaven Expansion Seal did manage to push back the 6 Thunder God protectors. But that was all. Their bodies were as sturdy as a diamond. Even the Tao power could not destroy them. However, Jiang Qin thought about it. After all, they were once Emperor Realm experts. Their physique was unimaginable. Jiang Qin's Tao power was still too weak to destroy them. He could only fight with his life on the line. However, at this moment, Jiang Qin finally understood what old Taoist Wuda meant by dead end. His strength was enough to fight against a late divine emperor expert. But even he could not do anything about it. The other 3 were not in a better situation than him. Thunderbolts were like a waterfall, gushing out from the warhammer of the Thunder God Protector. Jiang Qin ignored the thunderbolts and charged forward. However, at this moment, the heavenly dragon sword in his hand started to tremble. Both of his arms were numb and he could not hold on anymore. He could only take a few steps back. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor was still recuperating. He could not be of any help at all. As soon as the black submerged flag appeared, it was blown away by the thunderbolts. One could imagine how terrifying the Thunder God protectors were. Facing the fierce thunderbolts, the black submerged flag and the divine submerged flag could not exert any power. The Zulong Tower and the Myriad Chi Cauldron could not suppress the 6 Thunder God protectors either. They were too strong. They were the masters of justice. They were extremely strong. Demon-suppressing steel. Jiang Qin held the demon-suppressing steel tightly. But it was still useless. The demon-suppressing steel could not suppress the Thunder God protectors. Jiang Qin was in despair. These Thunder God protectors were too abnormal. Even the demon-suppressing steel could not do anything about it. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. The Thunder God protectors were too strong. They were pure yang and impenetrable. It gave Jiang Qin a headache. Give them a taste of their own medicine. It's up to you now. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold. Only Tianlei could fight against him. Thunder. With a flick of his palm, 4 bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the sky, engaging in a life and death struggle with the 6 lightning god protectors. The descent of the heavenly lightning caused the 6 lightning god protectors to turn sluggish, causing their attacks on Jiang Qin to gradually lose their previous strength. As the bolts of lightning descended, the 6 lightning god protectors also slowed down considerably. There's hope. Jiang Chen's heart tightened and he let out a long sigh of relief. The 1,000 flame annihilation lightning continuously pierced through their bodies, seemingly reducing their offensive power. Even the thunder god protectors were unable to withstand the impact of Jiang Chen's 4 bolts of heavenly lightning. As Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning continued to descend, he could feel the consciousness and attacks of the thunder god protectors continuously weakening. He was overjoyed. Lightning was the strongest thing in the world. The power of the heavenly lightning had completely purified the lightning god protectors. There was not a single trace of it left. Their final consciousness that was protecting the lightning god was gradually being dispersed, or even destroyed. The power of the heavenly lightning strengthened their strength. However, the impact on Jiang Chen was even weaker. This was because the heavenly lightning was purifying their consciousness. Thunder god protectors, purify them for me. Jiang Chen used everything he had. He did not hold back the divine yuan energy in his body. All of it turned into bolts of heavenly lightning that pierced through the 9 thunder god protectors. The 4 bolts of heavenly lightning continuously intertwined on the bodies of the thunder god protectors, causing the 9 thunder god protectors to become even stronger. However, they no longer attacked Jiang Chen and the others. That scene was extremely thrilling. Old Taoist Wu Da's head was almost smashed by the hammer of the thunder god protector. Amateus Buddha. Damn it. That scared me to death. Old Taoist Wu Da sighed as he survived the disaster. His face was drenched in cold sweat. Lung Rian and Long Ying instantly felt a lot more relaxed. That was because Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning had completely purified the consciousness of the 9 thunder god protectors. Even Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. If the 4 bolts of heavenly lightning couldn't destroy the consciousness of the thunder god protectors and give them a taste of their own medicine, then Jiang Chen really didn't know how to deal with them. Xuanhuan, who was in the distance, still had a lingering fear in his heart. This scene was too shocking to him. This Jiang Chen is really abnormal. They are both mid-divine emperors, but judging from the strength that he has displayed, even a late divine emperor expert might not be his opponent. It was reasonable for him to be defeated today. Long Ying revealed a bright smile. Brother Jiang Chen had succeeded in the end. He had once again turned the tide and escaped from the pursuit of the thunder god protectors. Everyone was happy. Lung Ruyan's expression was cold. No one knew what she was thinking. However, she had to admit that Jiang Chen was more terrifying than her. Jiang Chen's face was pale. He leaned against the ice wall dejectedly. His strength had already been exhausted. No one expected Tantai Jingzong to suddenly rush out at this moment and point his sword at Jiang Chen. "Do you want to take revenge for the fossil sect?" Jiang Chen said with a smile. He looked at Tantai Jingzong, but her hand was constantly trembling. It was only a centimeter away from Jiang Chen's chest. "What? Why did you kill 100,000 living beings of the fossil sect? Why are you so cruel? Why did you do this? Why?" Tantai Jingzong kept asking Jiang Chen. At the same time, she was asking herself what she should do. Should she slash down with her sword? Should she take revenge for the entire fossil sect? There's no why. I did what I wanted. I have a clear conscience. Jiang Chen shook his head. His expression was calm and his heart was as still as water. Even though he had killed 100,000 living beings of the fossil sect, he still did not regret it. You have a clear conscience. Then, who will atone for the crimes of the 100,000 innocent living beings? Tantai Jingzong bit her red lips and said word by word. Jiang Chen's smile made Tantai Jingzong even more furious. In his eyes, the 100,000 living beings were not even worth mentioning. However, she had also helped the 100,000 living beings to commit evil. She had never spoken up for her disciple. The 100,000 living beings could only watch as Wang Fengqi was wronged. They only felt disdain and disdain. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong charged forward without hesitation and stabbed her sword into Jiang Chen's chest. Long Ying-er's smiling face suddenly changed. She charged at Jiang Chen. That sword did not pierce Jiang Chen's heart. It did not pierce Jiang Chen's vitals. I have taken revenge. Unfortunately, my sword technique is too weak. Tantai Jingzong smiled. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. However, that pitiful smile made one's heart feel stifled. Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale. Before Long Ying-er could reach him, Tantai Jingzong pulled back her sword and swallowed it. Under Jiang Chen's complicated gaze, she fell straight down. Her soul scattered and she died. In an instant, ice flowers fell. No one knew how many flowers bloomed and withered. Who would pity her when she died? Chapter 3583. Big Brother Jiangchen, are you alright? Longing rushed to Jiang Chen's side and asked nervously. Although the sword had pierced through Jiang Chen's chest, it was not fatal. This was also because Tantai Jingzong did not have the intention to kill Jiang Chen. That sword had severed her relationship with Jiang Chen. Tantai Jingzong did not let down the hundreds of thousands of creatures of the fossil sect, but he had let down Jiang Chen. Therefore she could only choose to commit suicide to apologize. I'm fine. Jiang Chen shook his head and gave Longing a comforting look. However, at that moment Jiang Chen felt a slight pain in his heart. Tantai Jingzong was dead, and all her hopes were turned to dust. She had taken revenge, but her heart had also died along with it. There was no longer a trace of vitality left. Tantai Jingzong's death was a huge blow to Jiang Chen. After all, the two of them had a grudge against each other, and it was not the first time they had met. It could not be said to be unforgettable, but Tantai Jingzong still held a significant position in Jiang Chen's heart. Longing was also very understanding. At this moment she hugged Jiang Chen tightly without saying a word. Her brows were full of heartache. Even though Tantai Jingzong had pierced his chest, Jiang Chen still did not care about the past. Lung Rian looked at this scene. He did not rob Jiang Chen's things. He never took advantage of others. Although he and Jiang Chen could not be considered friends of life and death, his life was saved by Jiang Chen, so he owed Jiang Chen a life. What a crazy woman. Jiang Huayu's face was pale. At this moment, everyone was already heavily injured. Only old Taoist Wu De had a smile on his face. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already been pierced by the sword. It was time for him to take advantage of the situation. Brother Jiang, we can be considered to be old friends. Why don't you hand over the Thunder Mother Essence energy to me, and we'll both be happy. How about it? Old Taoist Wu De said with a chuckle. Since the current situation was like this, he didn't care if it was a dead end or not. Right now, old Taoist Wu De only wanted the Thunder Essence in Jiang Chen's hands. Your wishful thinking is not bad. You can have this Thunder Mother Essence. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He stretched out his hand and the Thunder Mother Spiritual Essence really appeared in his hand. In an instant old Taoist Wu De was dumbfounded. What the hell? Seriously? So straightforward? It couldn't be some kind of conspiracy, right? Old Taoist Wu De looked at Jiang Chen in shock and said in a deep voice. Aren't you going to be more reserved? You gave it to me just like that? I don't need to be reserved. Anyway, I'm already an arrow at the end of its flight. If I go down with you, I'll just be killed by the Taoist priest. I might as well be obedient. If you want this Thunder Essence, I'll give it to you. Nothing is more important than my life. Don't you think so? Jiang Chen's smile made old Taoist Wu De a little puzzled. His heart was like 15 buckets of water being drawn. He was in a mess and did not know what to do. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. This Jiang Chen was willing to give him the Thunder Mother Spiritual Essence so generously. It was really too abnormal. Even old Taoist Wu De found it hard to believe. But why did Jiang Chen do this? Could it be that this guy had been planning something? He had painstakingly snatched these things from these people. He had used his life to exchange for these things. If he were to just give it to someone else, it would be somewhat unreasonable. But what Jiang Chen said did not seem to be wrong. What could be more valuable than one's life? But old Taoist Wu De still did not dare to accept Jiang Chen's Thunder Mother Spiritual Essence. What if this was a full set? Then what should he do? He had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap. He would definitely not let him off. At this moment old Taoist Wu De was in a dilemma. Do you want it or not? Taoist priest, you can't wait when you're late. This Thunder Mother Spiritual Essence is something that I exchanged with my life. If you want it, I will give it to you without a second word. What else do you want? Jiang Chen said in a serious manner. You brat, you won't cheat, right? Old Taoist Wu De warned again. Bullshit. I'm so sincere. Could it be that I would frame you? Why don't you let me go? Let's go our separate ways. Jiang Chen said solemnly. I want it. Why wouldn't I want it? Give it to me. Old Taoist Wu De's body trembled. Jiang Chen could not run away. This thing was a treasure. How could it be ordinary when it was left behind on the statue of Empyrean Universal Thunder? Old Taoist Wu De's heart was filled with trepidation. But if he missed this opportunity, he would not have the chance in the future if he did not want it now. Jiang Chen handed it over with both hands. Old Taoist Wu De followed suit and slowly walked towards Jiang Chen. His heart was still filled with doubt. But since he had already made up his mind, he must obtain it. Old Taoist Wuda would not give up on this Thunder Mother spiritual essence. He was thrown into this place. If he could not obtain anything, wouldn't it be too much of a loss? Although he knew that this was a place left behind by the Thunder God and was a dead end, Old Taoist Wuda was still unable to extricate himself from this Thunder Mother spiritual essence. It was unknown what was going on in Jiang Chen's head. He even let go of this Thunder Mother spiritual essence. But at the very least he did not want to miss it. Back then, when you fought with me for the 5 Thunder Edict, you were not like this. Brother Jiang, I advise you not to play any tricks. Otherwise we will both die here. This is not a good place. Old Taoist Wuda looked at Jiang Chen with a smile and a hint of warning and threat. I'm just lamenting. Life is precious. You must not let your emotions affect your decisions. Endure for a moment and take a step back. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Old Taoist Wuda nodded slightly and took the Thunder Mother spiritual essence from Jiang Chen's hand. At this moment Old Taoist Wuda was extremely excited. This Thunder Mother spiritual essence was like a restless thunderbolt. It carried a terrifying power of thunder. One look and one could tell that it was a treasure. The smile on Jiang Chen's face grew wider. The reason why he gave this Thunder Mother spiritual essence away was because he had already sensed how terrifying this Thunder Mother spiritual essence was. This damn thing seemed like it could explode at any time. Moreover, this Thunder Mother spiritual essence had already matured. Jiang Chen could feel that within this Thunder Mother spiritual essence, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying life force brewing. This was what Jiang Chen was most worried about. At this moment he was powerless to protect this Thunder Mother spiritual essence. He might as well do Old Taoist Wuda a favor and give this Thunder Mother spiritual essence to Old Taoist Wuda. If this Thunder Mother spiritual essence was in Old Taoist Wuda's hands, the one who should be worried would be Old Taoist Wuda. However, because Jiang Chen had 4 thunderbolts in his body, he could feel the throbbing of the Thunder Mother spiritual essence. Old Taoist Wuda did not seem to think that this Thunder Mother spiritual essence was a Thunder Mother spiritual essence. This Thunder Mother spiritual essence is a good thing. What a majestic power of thunder. I'll go back and study it properly. However, this place is not suitable for me to stay for long. I should leave as soon as possible. Old Taoist Wuda said in a deep voice and slowly retreated. However, at this moment, when Old Taoist Wuda lowered his head and looked at the Thunder Mother spiritual essence in his hand, the Thunder Mother spiritual essence had completely turned into a bluish-purple color and was shining brightly. Boom. An earth-shattering sound. The entire glacier underground palace was on the verge of collapse. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. Old Taoist Wuda was blown away. That was because the thunderbolt that fell from the sky was too terrifying. It made the thunderbolt in Jiang Chen's body palpitate. Chapter 3584. Old Taoist Wuda spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale as he stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also had a face full of shock as he muttered, "How could this be? The essence of the Thunder Mother actually exploded by itself? You're not dead yet? It's good that you're not dead." Jiang Chen's words almost angered Old Taoist Wuda to death. Not only was he sent flying by this kind of explosion, he almost died. He did not believe that Jiang Chen did not sense it at all before this. If he did not sense it, why would he give the essence of the Thunder Mother to him? He was clearly the one who harmed him. However, at this moment Old Taoist Wuda wanted to cry but no tears came out. Who asked him to be insatiable? This was called suffering the consequences of one's own actions. Fun. A 4 or 5-year-old child had his legs protruding towards the sky. His 2 little feet were bare as he looked at Old Taoist Wuda with a mischievous smile. That sly look made people unable to restrain their laughter. It was completely not the look that a child should have. What a cute child. Long Ying'er looked at the child in blue and her eyes lit up. Her motherly love overflowed. She immediately looked at him and was unable to shift her gaze away. Old Taoist Wuda's sorry figure made her chuckle. There was even a trace of disdain in her eyes. Jiang Chen's mind moved. The child in blue suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. However, he held his head and rolled around on the ground as if he was in extreme pain. What's wrong with him? Long Ying'er said worriedly as she glanced at Jiang Chen. Little brat, you still dare to laugh. Serves you right. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been blasted into this state. Old Taoist Wuda said lightly. Looking at the child in blue who was rolling on the ground, he suddenly came to a realization. This kid was formed from the essence of the Thunder Mother. Suddenly the child in blue suddenly stood up. His little face was extremely stern. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and his eyes were scarlet red. The expression in his eyes was completely unlike that of a naughty child. It was more like that of a scheming fellow. "I will kill you." The blue-clothed child glared at Jiang Chen and said with killing intent. Even Long Yinger's beautiful eyes flashed and she clenched her fists tightly. No matter how much she liked this little boy, no matter how cute he was, as long as he dared to harm Jiang Chen, she would definitely fight him to the end. "You want the heavenly lightning in my body." Jiang Chen's pupils constricted as he stared at the blue-clothed child. However, he did not treat him as a child at all. "That's right, I'm Heavenly Lord Yingyuan Thunderclap of the 9 heavens. It's your good fortune to be able to be used by me. Once I devour you, I'll be able to use the 4 heavenly thunders for my own use. It can also help me recover my strength and step back into the Emperor realm," the blue-clothed child said coldly. Then, his face turned pale as he muttered to himself. "Why do I have to step back into the Emperor realm? Where am I? Why am I here? I'm the god of thunder. Why am I so weak? What?" the blue-clothed child said furiously. His current strength was only at the mid-divine Emperor realm, which was the same as Jiang Chen. However, a 4 or 5-year-old mid-divine Emperor realm expert was indeed terrifying. "Looks like you're quite ambitious. To think that you want to devour me. I also want to devour you. Let's see who's stronger." Jiang Chen crossed his arms and looked at the little boy silently. The little boy also looked at Jiang Chen silently and frowned. The reason why he wanted to devour Jiang Chen was because the 4 heavenly thunders in Jiang Chen's body could help him step back into the Emperor realm. Otherwise, if he relied on himself to cultivate, God knows how long he would have to wait. Now that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was getting thinner and thinner, why would he give up what was near and seek what was far away? After all, Jiang Chen was a top-notch tonic. "You're not my opponent," the little thunder god said proudly. "You're so cute just like you. Even if you're the heavenly lord of the 9 heavens responding thunder, you're still a little thunder god now. You're only a mid-divine emperor and you want to devour me? Aren't you thinking too much?" Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. Although he said so, he did not dare to be negligent. After all, the thunder god was once the god of thunder. Even though he had become smaller and his strength had regressed, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. No one could guarantee that this fella had any heaven-defying ability that Jiang Chen could not compare with. "There's one thing. My Tao essence is not something that you can compare with." The little thunder god stared at Jiang Chen. His eyes were as sharp as a knife as he said in a deep voice. His pink little hand pointed at Jiang Chen. He looked serious and even a little cute. However, no one could laugh. This little fella was really the thunder god, a venerable of the divine court in the ancient times, a supreme god. This was too shocking. "I will make all of you my puppets. There's no room for error in my journey to the heaven-trampling realm. It's your fortune to be able to devour for me and help me to step into the Emperor realm," the little thunder god said in a serious manner. He stretched out his hand and shouted. "Where's the 5 thunders edict?" Thousands of miles away, the 5 thunders edict flew across the sky and mountains, returning to the little thunder god's hand. At this moment, old Taoist Wu Da and Jiang Chen narrowed their eyes, staring at the 5 thunders edict in the little thunder god's hand. "I've told you that the 5 thunders edict has flown away by itself. You didn't believe me. Now my grievance has been cleared." Old Taoist Wu Da looked at Jiang Chen with a wronged expression, as if he wanted to clear his name. The little thunder god's eyes turned cold. He held his head high and chest out, holding the 5 thunders edict in his hand. At this moment, Jiang Chen knew that a battle with the thunder god was unavoidable. Although he had recovered 40% of his strength, it would still be difficult for him to block the little thunder god's divine might. "The 5 thunders edict, it's been a long time since I last saw it. The glory of the thunder god is destined to reappear in the world. Billions of years have passed. I'm afraid that the world has already changed. However, the name of the thunder god will resound throughout the universe. No one can stop my rise. You don't have a choice. Becoming my slave is the glory of your life." The little thunder god held the 5 thunders edict in his hand, pointing at Jiang Chen. "Do you still want to fight with me? Why not? You don't have the qualifications to subdue me without a fight. So what if you're the thunder god? I Jiang Chen like to kill gods. You're the god of the world, but you're not my god. If you want to take my life, I'll fight you to the death. This 5 thunders edict is not bad. Together with the essence of the Thunder Mother, it'll form 5 heavenly thunders. It's really a blessing from the heavens." Jiang Chen smiled. Since the thunder god was so arrogant and despotic, he would teach him a lesson. If he didn't have the Tao, Jiangchen might not have dared to challenge the thunder god. However, his heaven-conquering Tao was also incomparably domineering. What was there to be afraid of when the thunder god was weakened to below the emperor realm? After seizing the thunder god's origin and forming 5 heavenly thunders, his strength would rise again. The 5 thunders edict returning to him was also fate. I want the 5 thunders edict. I also want it. It's still uncertain who will swallow who. Chapter 3585. Heavenly Thunder, listen to my command. The wind rises, the thunder comes. Little Thunder God waved the 5 thunder edict in his hand. His face was extremely gloomy. Bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the sky towards Jiangchen. At that moment, 5 bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the sky. Jiangchen's expression was cold and fearless. The 5 bolts of heavenly thunder that the 5 thunder edict had attracted formed a destructive force at that moment. It crushed down and caused the sky and earth to change color. Big brother Jiangchen. Longing, cried out in surprise. She wanted to help Jiangchen block the power of the 5 thunder strike, but she was forced back by Jiangchen's palm. Don't worry. This 5 thunder strike can't do anything to me. Jiangchen sneered and looked at Little Thunder God. At that moment, the 5 thunder strike came down, but Jiangchen was still standing there leisurely, which made Little Thunder God very shocked. Even the 5 thunder strike can't do anything to you. It seems that I have really underestimated you. The power of thunder in your body is no longer as overbearing as it was in the ancient times. I have 4 sources of heavenly thunder in my body. What can the 5 thunder strike do to me? Jiangchen stood proudly and punched fiercely. The 5 thunder edict attracted bolts of lightning to kill Jiangchen, but it was of no use. Instead, it made Jiangchen's strength recover faster and faster. Even Jiangchen was overjoyed. The 5 thunder strike actually made his strength improve by leaps and bounds. Not only did it not kill him, but it was also used by him. Jiangchen rushed forward step by step. He clenched his fists and each of his attacks was fatal. Facing Little Thunder God who looked harmless, he did not give him any leeway. This guy's strength could not be underestimated. Jiangchen would not look down on him. There were many cases of people failing miserably in an easy task. Heavenly Thunder Path, 5 Thunder Strike. Little Thunder God raised his blade and the 5 thunder edict swept across the sky. An overbearing and ferocious power of Tao accumulation ran through his hands. When the heavenly thunder descended, the Tao accumulation was extraordinary. Heaven-crushing seal. Jiangchen struck out with his seal and the lightning in the sky changed color. The ancient lightning was like a tide, forced back by Jiangchen's howling heaven seal. At the same time Little Thunder God was also forced back, his face deathly pale, and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. His entire body trembled as he glared at Jiangchen. Who are you? Why does it have the Yantian seal? Jiangchen frowned. He didn't expect that this Little Thunder God would be able to recognize the expandable heaven seal. Could it be that this heaven-spreading seal belonged to an amazing person in the ancient times? Why do you care? Jiangchen sneered. He changed his hand seals and attacked again. The open heaven seal was already in his hand. The power of Tao accumulation poured out, causing the 9 heavens to change color. Little Thunder God retreated continuously, his face pale. He was almost knocked to the ground by Jiangchen. He rolled on the ground and fell on his butt. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. I didn't expect that you have also comprehended the great Tao. My remaining power of Tao accumulation has become a wedding dress for you. Little Thunder God said in a deep voice, looking at Jiangchen with extreme reluctance. Your power of Tao accumulation is still too weak. Little boy, you are still not my opponent. Jiangchen smiled. Little Thunder God frowned and snorted coldly. If it was in the ancient times, I could kill you with a sneeze. Since you have become a prisoner, kill me or torture me as you wish. Weak chicken, you can't even withstand a single blow. Now you want to devour me? Ah, what a fool's dream. I'd like to see what's so special about the so-called 9 heavens resonating thunder and universal heavenly lord. After devouring your thunderbolt origin, let's see who can do anything to me with 5 heavenly thunderbolts. Jiangchen's eyes were burning. He narrowed his eyes and his killing intent was stirred. This Little Thunder God had long wanted to devour him, but now he was suppressed by him. Jiangchen approached Little Thunder God step by step. He moved his hand and took the 5 thunders edict. This item was a great treasure. Jiangchen, don't kill him. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice rang in his mind, causing Jiang Qin to frown. If I don't kill him, how am I going to obtain the thunder god's origin power? He is the universal heavenly lord of thunder, one of the gods of the divine palace. In the ancient war he gave his all. Although I had lost a lot of things in my memories, I knew that the thunder god was a vanguard figure in the immemorial war. His contributions were outstanding. I really shouldn't have killed him like this. It's already not easy for him to leave behind an inheritance with a peerless technique. In the ancient war, no one could stay out of it. He also lost a lot of his memories. Hence, after being reborn, it's not all his fault. The ancestral dragon emperor's solemn voice made Jiang Qin silent for a while. In the end, he did not do anything. Although Jiang Qin did not know what happened in the ancient war, at least he knew from the ancestral dragon emperor that it was a calamity of the heavens and earth. It was a war that could shake the entire divine world. Countless people had sacrificed themselves for this cause. Although Jiang Qin hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he could feel the tragedy and sorrow of that battle. Even so, I'm going to take his thunder origin, Jiang Qin said reluctantly. Killing him or not was not important, but the source of lightning was something that Jiang Qin must obtain. All right, tell him, the ancestral dragon emperor said in a low voice. Jiang Qin looked at Little Thunder God. Little Thunder God's eyes moved, as if he had discovered the ancestral dragon emperor's presence. His expression slightly changed and became more and more interesting. There was happiness and sadness on his face. After a while, Little Thunder God hugged his head and cried bitterly. His face was extremely pale. His cry was heart-wrenching, as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. Are you done crying? Jiang Qin said coldly. I will give you a strand of thunder origin. I can also give you the 5 thunders decree. But you must help me find the golden light goddess. Little Thunder God said with a solemn expression. He sat upright and still, looking extremely calm. He looked at Jiang Qin with a serious expression. Mother of Lightning is my wife, also known as the goddess of golden light. Back then, during the battle of the primordial era, I was separated from her. It's very likely that she has fallen somewhere. If you can help me find her, I, the god of lightning, will never forget your grace. Seeing Thunder God's expression, Jiang Qin was moved. Thunder Mother was the golden light goddess that he mentioned. Can I really find her? I will try my best. Jiang Qin nodded his head solemnly. With the ancestral dragon emperor's plea and the 5 lightning edict and the ancestral dragon emperor's willingness to give him a shred of lightning origin and the 5 lightning edict, why not? I hope you can fulfill your promise. Little Thunder God's gaze towards Jiang Qin became solemn. Even Jiang Qin was surprised. From the initial disdain, Little Thunder God's gaze towards Jiang Qin had changed. What did the ancestral dragon emperor say to him? Chapter 3586. Now I'll pass you a strand of Thunderbolt origin energy. This strand of Thunderbolt origin energy is comparable to the most terrifying heavenly thunder in the world. As the ancestor of all thunderbolts, I can control all heavenly thunder. It's a pity that I'm too weak now and my Taoist connotation has been exhausted. After being reborn in this world, I no longer have the unparalleled might. Little Thunder God seemed to be holding a grudge against Jiang Qin for losing to him. All right. Jiang Qin smiled. The ancestral dragon emperor did not appear because there were some things that he did not want to tell Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had asked the ancestral dragon emperor many times about the immemorial war, but the ancestral dragon emperor always said that he would tell Jiang Qin one day. Although Jiang Qin was curious, he did not ask the ancestral dragon emperor about it. Maybe the ancestral dragon emperor would tell him when he breaks through to the emperor realm. My thunder origin is extremely pure. It's too difficult to separate a strand of my thunder origin to you. This step might take at least a few years. I'll go to the ancestral dragon pagoda to separate the thunder origin first. Little Thunder God threw the 5 thunders decree to Jiang Qin unwillingly. The 5 thunders decree is the scariest when it gathers 5 heavenly lightning. You have 4 heavenly lightning now, but it's still very powerful. Let's see how much of it you can unleash. Although it's not as powerful as the Zulong Tower and your heavenly dragon sword, it's more powerful. As long as there's heavenly lightning, the 5 thunders decree will be able to unleash heavenly lightning unceasingly. The amount of energy consumed is minimal. Little Thunder God said meaningfully. If there's a day when the sky changes and the earth changes, I'll have no regrets even if I die 9 times. The world's calamity is not far away. Without the power of an Emperor Realm expert, how can you resist it? I hope the ancestral dragon emperor did not misjudge you. After that, little thunder god was sucked into the Zulong Tower by the ancestral dragon emperor. Jiangchen held the Five Thunders Edict in his hand and took a deep breath. Was he one step closer to the Great Tribulation? He had heard about the great calamity of the world more than once. On that day, did the world really change and everything was overturned? Even Heavenly Lord Universal Transformation has been subdued by you. Kid, I'm completely convinced by you. This old Taoist priest admits defeat. May I have a look at the Five Thunders Decree? Back then I really... Scram. Jiang Chen's killing intent was like a rainbow as he stared at old Taoist Wu Da. Old Taoist Wu Da gave a dry laugh and retreated subconsciously. Haha, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to gain so much this time. Five Thunders Decree, Lightning Source, Craftsman God's Inheritance. Not a single one can be missing. A sturdy man about 10 feet tall slowly walked out from the darkness. His expression was arrogant, his brows were cold and his eyes were blazing. Motherfucker, did you kick me down? Old Taoist Wu Da suddenly turned his head and looked at the sturdy man. He suddenly felt a little terrified. To be able to see through this deadlock, you do have some ability. Unfortunately, the one to break the deadlock is not you, but the inheritor of the craftsman god. It would be great if both of you perished together. It would save me the trouble. However, it seems like I still have to deal with you guys who don't know your place. The sturdy man crossed his arms and stood not far away from Jiang Chen. In his eyes, there seemed to be only Jiang Chen. Who are you? You want to strut around in front of Brother Jiang? Even the nine heavens responding thunder Heavenly Lord was defeated by Brother Jiang. Who do you think you are? Old Taoist Wu Da immediately hugged Jiang Chen's thigh tightly. If he continued to act arrogantly at this moment, he would be the one embarrassed. The eldest disciple of the Vajra Pagoda, Xuanhuan. To be able to be used by me, you guys have cultivated for 10 lifetimes. I'm convinced. Xuanhuan said proudly. Pagoda. It's the pagoda again. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably gloomy. His eyes were about to pop out. When he thought of Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu, the anger in his heart burned uncontrollably. You have already been listed as my pagoda's must-kill target. Jiang Chen, if I bring your corpse back today, I might even be rewarded. Ah. Xuanhuan laughed. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he looked at Jiang Chen. If he wanted to obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god or the Five Heavenly Edict, he must first kill this reckless thing Jiang Chen. With him in front of him, the truth would not go his way. So it's all because of you. Brother Jiang, kill him. I'll cheer for you. Old Taoist Wu Da said with a domineering expression. Jiang Chen glared at him. Immediately, old Taoist Wu Da retreated and did not speak anymore. This is called the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I can still leave your corpse intact. Jiang Chen, what do you think? Xuanhuan said with a stern expression. Leave you? Fuck you. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you so long-winded? You're a retard. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pulled it out. Soaring into the sky, 20 swords battle rage. Good. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. He soared into the sky with a giant axe in his hand. His aura soared into the sky, unstoppable. The sword and axe clashed, the sound was resounding. Facing Xuanhuan's attack, Jiang Chen's strength was obviously lacking. He had recovered 50 to 60% of his strength, but facing a late divine emperor Xuanhuan, he had to be careful. Even if he was at his peak, it would be very difficult for him to face Xuanhuan. The eldest disciple of the Vajra Pagoda was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen used the ancient soaring dragon art. His strength continued to rise. Facing Xuanhuan's thunder axe, his aura did not decrease. The two figures soared into the sky and clashed. The thunder axe slashed past Jiang Chen's side, tearing the void. He retreated step by step, not daring to be careless. The limitless sword had a beginning but no end. The battle between the two was shocking. Xuanhuan, who was a late divine emperor, faced Jiang Chen's attack with confidence. Vajra axe, heaven-breaking strike. Xuanhuan held the thunder axe with both hands and slashed down. The wind and water rose. Proud sword slashes soaring clouds. Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword and clashed with Xuanhuan. Radiance shone in all directions and the mightiness of the collision was overwhelming. Both of them were pushed back. Jiang Chen's expression looked terrible. His strength had been weakened by a lot. After the previous battle, it was hard for him to continue. Now that he was fighting Xuanhuan again, he was already at the end of his strength. On the other hand, the eldest disciple of the Vajra pagoda, Xuanhuan, was very cold. He held the giant axe in his hand, looking calm and composed. Chapter 3587. Xuanhuan bared his teeth. His momentum was terrifying as he attacked 3 times in a row. The 3 axes were like celestial emperors descending, reversing the sky. Under the 3 axes, Jiangchen was blown back. His face was pale as he held the 5 thunders edict and summoned lightning. 1,000 flame destruction lightning. Severing drought lightning. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Dawn sky golden lightning. 4 heavenly lightnings were summoned by Jiangchen one after another. Within the 5 lightning edict, the heavenly lightning was rolling and overbearing. Combined with the 5 lightning edict, the dreadful chi made Xuanhuan feel a tremendous pressure. Interesting, but even so you can't beat me. Xuanhuan faced the wind and swung his axe. He was like a warrior that had fought 100 battles, looking down on the sky. He allowed the 4 bolts of lightning to shoot out. Under the 5 thunders edict, Xuanhuan raised his head and used his axe to block the lightning without fear. Vajra pagoda art. Golden pagoda body. Xuanhuan roared. His body instantly changed, becoming twice as big. Golden light blossomed from his body as he faced the lightning without fear. The golden body turned into an elephant like a god. Golden light shone brightly, unparalleled. However, the 5 thunders edict in Jiangchen's hand was also very powerful. Even little thunder god in the Zulong Tower was shocked. This 5 thunders edict was simply made for Jiangchen. Moreover, the 5 thunders edict consumed very little divine origin energy, so its power was also very shocking. Facing the thunderbolts that fell from the sky, Xuanhuan was fearless. His eyes were cold and filled with provocation. Of course, Jiangchen would not give up. The power of the thunderbolts burst out like a tide. Although it was not as terrifying as the fused lightning, it was endless. The heavenly lightning fell and the 9 heavens changed color. Jiangchen used all his strength to summon the 5 thunders edict. The 4-colored lightning caused old Taoist Wu De, Lung Rian, Longinger, and even Jiang Huayu, who was hiding to the side, to shiver. The power of this lightning was very terrifying. However, Tyrant Qiaoyuan's strength was also exceptional. His golden pagoda body was like a deity or an elephant, withstanding layer after layer of heavenly lightning. This was the true unrivaled power. However, Xuanhuan was having a hard time facing Jiangchen's 5-blow thunderstruck. When Jiangchen's divine origin chi was about to run out, the heavenly lightning gradually thinned. Xuanhuan's complexion turned ashen, but his golden body was still as imposing as before. Xuanhuan raised his eyes and looked over. The lightning had retreated, and his body had also suffered significant injuries. However, Jiangchen was already exhausted. He did not fear anyone in this battle. Now what else do you have? Ha ha ha, the power of Taoist connotation? You're already gone, right? You don't have any strength left. You still want to use the power of heavenly lightning? That's impossible, right? My golden pagoda body is indestructible. As long as I am still breathing, you will never be able to break my golden pagoda body. Xuanhuan said proudly with a stern expression. I know that you have an extremely strong soul in your body. This soul-suppressing bell is specially prepared for you. Xuanhuan held the 7-colored bell in his hand. Instantly, the void condensed, and the ancestral dragon emperor could not leave the Zulong Tower. At this moment, Jiangchen's complexion was incomparably gloomy. This bastard, it seems like he was already prepared. Is it really like what old Taoist Wu De said, that this is a dead end? Today all of you will die. Jiangchen, I'm afraid that you're tired of living. You dare to go against my Zulong Tower. Xuanhuan said in a deep voice. His eyes were cold and disdainful. Could they really not owe each other anything from now on? Jiangchen sighed in his heart. Fortunately, Longinger was by his side. At this moment, after packing up, it was time for Jiangchen to leave. However, Wu De and Jiang Huayu were already nowhere to be seen. These 2 fellows had also left with Xuanhuan. Lung Rian also said goodbye to Jiangchen. At this moment, there was no meaning in continuing to stay here. It was impossible for him to take food from Jiangchen's mouth. Moreover, he owed Jiangchen a favor. Lung Rian could only return. Slaughter Pagoda. It's the Slaughter Pagoda again. Chapter 3588. The east was the mountain, the west was the sea, the north was surrounded by red peaks and the south was covered by mist. 8,000 miles of the East Mountain, 10,000 miles of the West Sea. Spiritual energy lingered between the mountains and the seas. Snow fell on the flat ground, 5 fingers as the peak. Flowers bloomed everywhere on the East Mountain, and the ice flowers on the top of the mountain looked like sculptures. Flying snow shot a white deer in the sky, and the laughing book hero leaned on a jade mandarin duck. A man holding a longbow smiled, carrying a white deer on his shoulder, and stepped on the top of the ice and snow mountain. Snowflakes fell around him, but none of them fell on him. He was like a rainbow piercing through the void. Gazing at the ice and snow that covered the mountains, his heart was full of fighting spirit. The man was 9 feet tall, with a mellow smile, handsome and elegant. He was wearing a fluffy cotton coat, which was warm but not heavy. His eyes were bright and simple, and his aura was monstrous. "I'm here, junior sister." The man soared into the sky and landed on top of the ice mountain. He was a woman dressed in white, wearing a thin white dress. No matter how the cold wind pierced through the thin quilt, her heart was as calm as still water, as if she had become one with heaven and earth. Her cold face and proud eyes were so beautiful that they could cause the downfall of a city. No matter how the snowflakes slid down her face, she was untainted by even a speck of dust. She was like the one and only goddess of this time, untainted by the mud, pure and clear but not demonic at all. The woman's eyes were cold, as if nothing in this world could move her, and even the sky couldn't make her feel pity. "Junior sister, what do you think this is? I hunted this white deer for you. If you make it into clothes, it will be very warm." The man seemed to be used to the woman's attitude, and there was still a tireless smile on his face. "I don't like to kill." The woman sighed and shook her head. The man scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, junior sister. I just want you to wear something warmer." Disappointment flashed in Chu Juansong's eyes as she said in a low voice, "If your heart is cold, what's the use of wearing more?" The woman smiled indifferently, but it didn't look like a smile. It was more like a self-deprecating sigh. "But at least you don't need to use spiritual energy to resist the cold, and your body will be warm," Chu Junsong insisted. "No matter how much you wear, it won't help," the woman said coldly. "Why won't you look at me? Junior sister, am I not outstanding enough? Don't I love you enough? Or am I not working hard enough?" Chu Junsong said, unwilling to give up. However, the woman didn't say a single word. She silently stared into the distance with a cold expression on her face. Her eyes flickered. She would always be here at dusk. He still remembered the tears that fell from his eyes when he left. In the darkness, he had the illusion that hot tears were burning his body. The horizon at dusk had never said goodbye, but it was already worlds apart. "Countless women have been willing to go through fire and water for me, but I'm indifferent to all of them, because I only have you in my heart. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I've already decided that in this life, I'll only marry you." Chu Juansong's gaze was scorching hot as he stared at the devastatingly beautiful woman before him. How many years has it been since he was able to shake her heart? The hard work that he had put in had never stopped as well. But in the end, she was still unwilling to take a single look at him. To Chu Junsong it was too bitter, too tiring. However, he would never give up on his hard work. It doesn't matter who you love or where the person who loves you is. In this world, the person who loves you the most will always be me. Junior sister, I will let you see that I, Chu Junsong, am an indomitable man in the Central Plains divine land. I am the #1 person. Chu Juansong's expression was solemn and meticulous. He didn't believe that his sincerity couldn't move her heart even after a few decades. "You're a good person, you're also very outstanding, but we're not suitable for each other. Senior brother, you better give up. I've long stopped caring about relationships. I'm not worthy of you being so serious about me." The woman shook her head. Her eyes were as clear as water, without the slightest bit of emotion, just like a spiritual spring. In this world, she had already forgotten about the past. Her heart was as calm as water. Therefore, when she faced Chu Junsong, she could be completely focused. There were so many outstanding women in this world, but she wasn't the only one. Facing Chu Juansong's love, she was powerless, but he was so stubborn. Unfortunately, the king had his heart, the goddess had no dreams, the falling flower longed for love, but the heartless river. In the end, they weren't people of the same world. However, Chu Junsong shook his head. His eyes were still incomparably determined, incomparably serious. Liking someone, loving someone, there was no reason. No matter what, he wouldn't choose to let go. And this was how he treated this junior sister of his. No matter how beautiful the flowers were, no matter how weak the water was, he would only take one scoop. I, Chu Junsong, have never failed in anything I've said or done. In my entire life, you're the first person to reject me. No matter how beautiful those people are, no matter how much they flatter me, to me they're nothing more than beautiful skeletons. But you're different. From the moment you appeared in my life, I couldn't extricate myself and resolutely fell in love with you. Even though you were silent and never smiled at me, I still couldn't control myself because you're the only light in my life. With you, my world is colorful enough. Junior sister, I know that I'm not in your heart right now, but one day, I'll make you fall in love with me. I'll make you understand that there's no one in this world who loves you more than me. Chu Junsong took a deep breath. Loving someone was so difficult. But since he loved someone, he had no regrets. He would never change, never change. The woman's expression was still cold, she didn't waver at all. She stepped on the void, into the clouds, as if she had fused with the world. I want the sky to be unable to hide my words. I want the earth to know how much I love you. Junior sister, one day I'll definitely have you. Chu Junsong clenched his fist tightly, his expression was incomparably gloomy. He had never been rejected like this before. Countless women were treated like grass by her, but his face was completely thrown away in front of her. He was like a child who didn't know what fatigue was. He knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still changed his appearance. He was destined to be the only one covered in wounds. I don't believe that there's someone who loves you more than me, someone who's more outstanding than me. If there is, I'll kill him because he doesn't have the right to live on these stone steps. Chu Junsong said indifferently. His pair of eagle eyes looked at the peak of the sky, no one dared to look at him. Dong, 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 the deafening sound of the bell, which could be heard from thousands of miles away, rang out. When the bell rang, something big must have happened. Not only was she powerful, she was also the Mountain Lord's disciple. Her future was limitless and her strength was shocking. In the entire mountain and sea sect, countless people could only look at her in the dust. Although there were many people who admired her, very few people dared to express their love for Ling Yun. This was because everyone knew that the eldest senior brother of the mountain and sea sect, Chu Junsong, was Ling Yun's strongest supporter. Whoever dared to take even half a step towards Ling Yun would probably be forced back by Chu Junsong or even killed. Ling Yun was outstanding, beautiful like a flower, aloof and cold. She was one of the most talented disciples of the mountain and sea sect, and countless people viewed her as their dream lover. At this moment, Chu Junsong silently looked at Yang Chan, then looked at Ling Yun, who was on the distant mountain peak, and a hint of confidence flashed across his mouth. No one can snatch you from my hands. You must be mine. Chu Junsong clenched his fists tightly. A strange light flickered in his eyes. He had finally waited for this moment. It seemed like the Mountain Lord had decided to betroth Ling Yun to him. Not to mention the entire mountain and sea sect, even among the young geniuses of the Central Region Divine Land, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Although this martial arts competition was rather rushed, it caused the entire mountain and sea sect to be in a perilous state. Cries of surprise continuously rang out, causing countless male disciples to go crazy, and female disciples to be jealous. This was a marriage personally bestowed by the Mountain Lord. What a great honor it was. Third Elder, I don't want to become Dao companions with anyone, and I'm even more unwilling to participate in the martial arts competition. Ling Yun walked out of the crowd and stepped into the air. She looked straight at the Third Elder and spoke in a low voice. Yang Chan frowned and said in a deep voice, "This is the Mountain Lord's decree, it's not up to you. Ling Yun, you should think about it. The Mountain Lord's words cannot be disobeyed, otherwise, you will definitely receive unimaginable punishment." Ling Yun still firmly shook her head. Ling Yun doesn't have such intentions. It's not that I'm sincere in going against the Mountain Lord's wishes and giving face to the Third Elder. My heart is as calm as water and I'm focused on cultivation. That's not up to you. This is a matter of life. The Mountain Lord's words cannot be taken back. The Mountain Lord didn't tell you personally, but let me announce it. At this moment, you should understand that the Mountain Lord is thinking for your sake. Don't be so ungrateful. Yang Chan said with a serious expression. With a cold snort, Ling Yun's heart trembled. It seemed that this was the Mountain Lord's intention, and the Mountain Lord didn't directly tell her. This way, it would also overrule her intention to go against the Mountain Lord's wishes. This was not to seek her opinion, but to inform everyone that the martial arts competition in Ling Yun's name would definitely cause a storm in the entire central region divine land. Ling Yun bit her lips and her face turned pale. Her heart had also become gloomy. She originally thought that she could cultivate in peace in the mountain and sea sect forever, but it seemed that she still couldn't escape the control of the secular world. She originally thought that the mountain lord had treated her with kindness, but in the end, she was in such a situation. What was love in the world? It made people live and die for it. Ling Yun couldn't help but think of Jiang Chen, the man who was unwilling to marry her. Since she was already his wife, she would be Jiang Chen's wife for the rest of her life, and would never marry again. Even if the two of them would be separated from each other, she would never leave Jiang Chen's world. If she loved him, then so be it. If she hated him, then so be it. If the two of them loved each other for a long time, it would be enough for her to have love in her heart, even if Jiang Chen couldn't give her a peace of mind. No one understood Ling Yun's feelings at this moment. Everyone in the mountain and sea sect was silently waiting for a true expert to step into the 9 heavens and marry their goddess, Ling Yun. Although they were sad, they were also happy to see such a grand event. Yang Chen's determination shattered the dream in Ling Yun's heart. It seemed that she couldn't escape the claws of fate, but if that day really came, she would rather die. Chapter 3590. On the peak of the mountain, Ling Yun's expression was solemn as she looked into the distance indifferently. 100 days passed in the blink of an eye for many people, but to Ling Yun, it was incomparably long. A martial arts competition for a spouse sounded so old-fashioned, but it was a true battle of life and death. It was to choose a husband that could be used by the mountain and sea sect, and she was just a primer, attracting even more experts from all directions. Ling Yun had already guessed this long ago, but she never thought that the mountain lord would be so decisive, not even willing to see her. The ending was obvious, it was to let her accept it with peace of mind so that she didn't have to think too much. At this moment she had also become a real canary. Originally she thought that she could live a peaceful life, but she still couldn't escape the misfortune of the secular world, the claws of life. Ling Yun was not a woman filled with ambition. She only wanted to live a peaceful life, but the mountain and sea sect did not plan to let her live so simply. As the #1 goddess of the mountain and sea sect, Ling Yun seemed to carry an extremely heavy burden on her shoulders. She had to live for the rise and fall of the sect, fight for the strength of the sect, fight for the strength of the sect, and die for the sect. It seemed that this was her destiny. This world is so big, how can there be a place for me? Hee. Ling Yun sighed, her beautiful eyes flickered. Her heart was incomparably sad, but she was like a canary. Even if she wanted to be half a step stronger than the mountain and sea sect, it seemed to have become an extravagant hope. Ling Yun knew that since the mountain lord had already made a decision, and it was a golden imperial edict, not personally appearing, it had already expressed his position. It wasn't that Ling Yun didn't know what was good for her, but that she had truly lost hope in life once again. What the mountain and sea sect had brought her was truly an incomparable harm. Demon, it was this stinky body that caused chaos in the mortal world, causing the entire mountain and sea sect to flock to it like a flock of ducks. Otherwise, Chu Junsong might not have stayed by her side day and night. Everything could only be blamed on herself, and she couldn't blame anyone. She could only blame herself for being too much of a failure in life. Jiang Chen, in this life I hate you to the core and I love you to the core. In my next life I hope that we will never meet again. Ling Yun stared at the tens of thousands of miles of snowy mountains in the distance. The white snow couldn't compare to the chill in the depths of her heart. In less than 10 days, the news of the mountain sea sect had spread across half of the central region divine land. Like locusts flying in the sky, it had spread to almost all the sections. At that moment, countless people were boiling with excitement. The geniuses of the various sects and experts of various domains were all eager to give it a try. One had to know that Ling Yun was the #1 goddess of the mountain sea sect. Her elegance was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times, causing all the disciples of the mountain sea sect to admire her greatly. They viewed her as their dream lover. There were also many suitors like carps crossing the river. It was difficult to say just how many there were. Although this martial arts competition was old-fashioned, it attracted tens of thousands of experts to the mountain sea sect. Because these people wanted to see the elegance of the #1 goddess of the mountain sea sect, just how fascinating it was. In this martial arts competition, there were many young elites. It would definitely be a storm and no one dared to compliment it. In the mountain and sea sect alone, there were probably dozens of divine emperor realm experts who yearned for Ling Yun. In this battle, Chu Junsong wasn't the only one who was a true competitor. It wasn't that easy to become the absolute victor and bring home the beauty. The entire central region Divine Land had even become a grand event. More and more people were participating, all for the sake of seeing the beauty of the mountain and sea sect's goddess. In the eastern Camp Mountain, in a 10,000-year-old ancient city, Jiang Chen had already stayed here for more than half a month. This was because the divine weapons in his hands were being refined once again. This time he wanted to turn all 108 swords into primal origin treasures. Once the 108 primal origin treasures were completed, Jiang Chen would almost be invincible under the Emperor realm. 108 primal origin treasures were something that no one could imagine. Even a half-step Emperor realm expert would have to avoid them. However, it wasn't an easy task for him to reforge so many divine weapons. It might even cause him to be injured. An ordinary Grandmaster refiner would probably need a long time to refine a primal origin treasure, but Jiang Chen needed to refine 108 swords at the same time. One could imagine how difficult it would be. However, this was the most important step for Jiang Chen. As long as he completed the refinement of the primal origin treasure, he would be able to face the experts of the central region Divine Land. Even if he were to face the Slaughter Pagoda, he dared to say that he would be able to escape unscathed. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't underestimate these ancient forces. To be able to stand in the central region Divine Land for millions of years, there was naturally a reason for their existence. Their strength and foundation couldn't be underestimated. The only thing that Jiang Chen could do now was to raise his strength and methods to the peak. Because the person he might have to face was the Slaughter Pagoda. Qingqing and Sister Ning were both in the hands of the Slaughter Pagoda. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. Killing his way up to the Slaughter Pagoda and shaking the central region Divine Land. This was what Jiang Chen wanted to do. When he truly shocked the entire central region, Xiaoyu should be able to see it, right? Jiang Chen felt incomparably sour in his heart. After so many years, the only person he felt sorry for was Xiaoyu. He came all the way from the northern cold divine continent to this day, yet he didn't manage to find any news of Xiaoyu. He couldn't forgive himself. That was his failure. It was his incompetence that caused the disappearance of Qingqing and Sister Ning. If he was a little stronger, maybe the ending would be completely different. Jiang Chen's face and ears were flushed red. He wielded the heavy hammer in his hand and unceasingly forged the 108 divine treasures. The azure lotus astral fire gushed out unceasingly removing the impurities within. To Jiang Chen, it wasn't so easy to reforge a primal origin treasure. What he needed to experience was an extremely painful and dry process of refinement. Finally, after 2 months, the 108 primal origin treasure swords in Jiang Chen's hands were completely forged. Luckily, he had set up a formation beforehand. If not, the entire ancient city would have been turned into ruins. Shocking lightning bolts rained down unceasingly, tempering the divine swords. In addition to the heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's hands, the lightning bolts and lightning finally transformed into treasures. Chapter 3591. When he woke up, Long Inger was still standing by his side. She did not move at all and had a gentle smile on her face, causing Jiang Chen's heart to feel incomparably warm. Let's go, let's leave this place now. Jiang Chen rubbed Long Inger's incomparably exquisite face and said with a smile. His current strength had already reached the great perfection of the middle Divine Emperor stage, and was only a step away from the late Divine Emperor stage. However, Jiang Chen could not wait any longer. He had to rush to the pagoda as soon as possible. He had to make the entire pagoda pay the price, even though his current strength might not be enough to complete the attack on the pagoda. The moment Jiang Chen and Long Inger left the ancient city, they were attracted by the conversation of the people below. Why are there so many people rushing to the mountain and sea sect? Could it be that something big is about to happen? I heard that it's because the sect master of the mountain and sea sect has pushed his female disciple out for a martial arts competition. That's why countless people are rushing there one after another. Is that so? If that's really the case, I should go take a look. Haha, who knows, I might be able to bring a beauty home. DSK with just you? Don't even think about it. Countless Divine Emperor stage experts will have their heads squeezed off. Just you? No way. It was said that the goddess of the mountain and sea sect was devastatingly beautiful. She was a peerless beauty in the central region Divine Land. I think she's called Ling Yun. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. His eyes flickered with an uncontrollable light, and the blood in his body also began to boil at this moment. Jiang Qin turned into a ray of light and shot down into the sky. The 4 or 5 Hierarch realm experts felt Jiang Qin's supreme pressure, and all of their faces turned pale. They did not even dare to breathe loudly, and their bodies trembled as sweat flowed profusely. This was because Jiang Qin's pressure had completely enveloped them. "Who are you just now? Who was that person from the Mountain and Sea sect?" Jiang Qin asked in a deep voice. "It's Ling Yun, the #1 goddess of the Mountain and Sea sect, the most dazzling genius of the Central Plains divine land, Ling Yun," a man said in a low voice. He did not dare to show any neglect as he was afraid that Jiang Qin would kill all of them. They thought that the Hierarch realm's strength was enough for them to do whatever they wanted in the entire ancient city. Who would have thought that there was such a powerful expert hidden in this small ancient city? "You guys can leave." Jiang Qin was silent for a moment. In the end, he did not make things difficult for them. As if they had been granted amnesty, all of them retreated. Their faces were pale as they hurriedly escaped from Jiang Qin's sight. Jiang Qin gazed into the distance with mixed feelings in his heart. He didn't know what to do. Ling Yun, Jiang Qin murmured. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? They had the same name but they were so outstanding? Jiang Qin did not believe it. He clenched his fists tightly with mixed feelings in his heart. Back then Ling Yun left him and the northern cold divine land without saying goodbye. Jiang Qin felt guilty. It was not that he did not love her, nor did he reject her because his heart belonged to someone else. It was because he had too much guilt in his heart that he could not extricate himself from it. He was worried that he could not give her enough security. The scenes of the past replayed in his heart. Jiang Qin felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Ever since he entered the divine world, the person he met was Ling Yun. From the moment they met, fell in love and got to know each other, everything happened without him noticing. Jiang Qin did not look for Ling Yun because he wanted to give her a sense of security. He knew that it was a cowardly thing to do as a man, but he had no other choice. If there was a day when she and her heart were still there, Jiang Qin would definitely look for Ling Yun after finding little Yu and the rest. Although it was unfair to her, Jiang Qin could only do so much. But at this moment it was different. Ling Yun and the marriage contest were imminent. Jiang Qin wanted to leave, but could he really do it? The answer was no. In that instant his heart suddenly tightened. He asked himself countless times, if Ling Yun really married someone else's wife, would he be able to accept it? The madness in Jiang Qin's heart was enough to give him an answer. No, absolutely not. He owed Ling Yun too much. He did not know how much pain she had suffered, how many years she had endured, how many times she had to wander from place to place. He knew that if it was her, even if it was a marriage contest, she would definitely not agree. Jiang Qin trusted her more than anyone else. The Mountain and Sea sect was one of the 3 major sects, second only to the Martial Dan Hall and the Slaughter Pagoda. 1 pagoda and 1 hall occupied 2 sides. With the Silver Sea 8 extreme mountain in front, they even dared to barge into the Slaughter Pagoda. What could a mere Mountain and Sea sect do? If it's really you, then this time I will definitely not let you leave me again. Jiang Qin swore in his heart. What's wrong? Big brother Jiang Qin. Long Ying could see that Jiang Qin was absent-minded. At that moment she had a feeling that perhaps that so-called woman from the Mountain and Sea sect should have an inextricable relationship with big brother Jiang Qin. A woman's nerves were very sensitive, and her 6th sense was also very strong. Therefore there was no need for Jiang Qin to say anything more. The understanding Long Ying had already guessed everything. The current her was no longer that weird young girl. She desired to understand Jiang Qin more than anyone else. For the rest of her life she would treat him the same as before. Jiang Qin glanced at Long Ying and sighed. No matter where you go, Ying will go with you. Don't hesitate. If you want to do it, then do it. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Don't wait until you lose it, then regret it. Long Ying's smile was incomparably mellow. The intellectuality and elegance between her brows had already become more and more calm. Compared to before, it was 1,000,000 times better. She had never caused trouble for Jiang Qin, she only thought about how to make her big brother Jiang Qin happy. This was her heart. As long as she could make her big brother Jiang Qin happy, it would be enough. Thank you, Ying. Let's go to the Mountain and Sea sect. Jiang Qin said with incomparable determination, his expression serious. This time he did not know how to return, but he was destined not to leave behind any regrets. Chapter 3592. In the Mountain and Sea sect, on a snow-capped mountain that was dozens of miles wide, it was cut horizontally by a sword. Snow swirled in the air and it was covered in silver. The 100 days were approaching and countless experts had already gathered at the periphery of the mountain and sea sect. There were more than a few hundred divine emperor realm experts, and countless hierarch realm experts had already come here, and were already sighing. With so many divine emperor realm experts, no matter how capable they would only be cannon fodder. Thus, even more people had completely lost hope and were reduced to spectators. Although Ling Yun had yet to appear, everyone was already ready to make a move. Even some of the large sects in the central region Divine Land had sent out many outstanding disciples. There were countless powerful rogue cultivators, and hundreds of divine emperor realm experts, forming a grand occasion around the Mountain and Sea sect. The Mountain and Sea sect also had the demeanor of a great sect, bringing all the experts into the Mountain and Sea sect. After all, this was the martial arts competition that they were hosting, and the Mountain and Sea sect was also incomparably confident. Whoever dared to cause trouble here would be courting death. Even the people from the Buddha Tower might not have the guts to do so. The Mountain and Sea sect was the cornerstone of the central region Divine Land. The sect was powerful and had lived for tens of millions of years. With such power, who would dare to act rashly? The disciples of the Mountain and Sea sect were also extremely proud. Even if they could not accompany the goddess, they still hoped that an expert would appear and look down on everyone. Only then would they have the peerless talent to go to the world with the goddess of the Mountain and Sea sect, Ling Yun. Haha, looks like our Mountain and Sea sect's goddess is not just for show. This time's martial arts competition has actually caused so many people to rush over like a flock of ducks. Senior Sister Ling Yun is indeed shockingly beautiful and devastatingly beautiful, but what those fellows truly value might not only be Senior Sister Ling Yun. That's right, perhaps what they care more about is the resources of the Mountain and Sea sect. Once they join the Mountain and Sea sect and marry Senior Sister Ling Yun, wouldn't their status rise? Becoming a big shot of the Mountain and Sea sect is even more prestigious than those rogue cultivators, or even the sect masters of some sections. Of course, perhaps there are also many people who are here for Senior Sister Ling Yun's beauty. Even if they die under a peony flower, they will still be able to become a ghost. Countless people raised their heads and waited silently. There were more than 400 Divine Emperor Realm experts participating in this groom search competition. It could be seen how wide the Mountain and Sea sect's appeal was and how attractive it was. At this moment, in the Mountain and Sea sect, the Mountain Lord was still in seclusion. The person presiding over the groom for a spouse search was still the third elder, Yang. As the external affairs registrar of the Mountain and Sea sect, Yang was responsible. At this moment, even in the face of countless outsiders, Yang was still calm and composed. The might of the Mountain and Sea sect and the demeanor of a great sect were fully displayed. Yang expression was indifferent as he looked at the crowd of people on the snowy peak. He was very pleased. It seemed like the decision of the mountain chieftain was right. He had expected this scene. Mountain and of mountain sect. Of mountain of sect of people. Of mountain of. Of whether or not you can bring the beauty home will depend on whether or not you have the guts, whether or not you have the strength. Yang stood with his hands behind his back. His face was filled with arrogance, causing countless Divine Emperor experts to shrink back. Yang was a late Divine Emperor. His strength was enough to be ranked among the strongest in the first echelon of the Central State Divine Land. Such strength was indeed enough for him to be arrogant. What you need to do is not only fight with 2 carriages, but also the one who can laugh till the end. In the end, 40 people will be chosen to fight in pairs. Whoever can become the final victor, whoever can stand at the peak of the experts will be a disciple of my Mountain and Sea sect, and will become a son-in-law of my Mountain and Sea sect. Of course, the disciples of the Mountain and Sea sect could all fight. Right or wrong, success or failure, it was all in a single thought. Since they had chosen to fight, then there was no need to worry about life or death. Who would be able to laugh to the end, who would be able to carry the beauty back, I will wait and see. I hope you all don't disappoint me. At that moment, Jiang was already standing in the Mountain and Sea sect. He did not see Ling Yun, so Jiang was not in a hurry. Instead, he changed his name to Qin Jiang and joined the martial competition. The conditions set by the Mountain and Sea sect were extremely harsh. Out of 10 people, only 1 could advance. This was undoubtedly a martial arts competition that tested one's strength. It would not be easy to truly stand out. However, for the sake of Ling Yun, Jiang was duty-bound. It was obviously impossible for him to become enemies with the entire Mountain and Sea sect. Just the third elder Yang Chan alone made Jiang Qin feel some pressure. This guy's strength was not ordinary, and he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. It seemed like he could only take it one step at a time, and only through this martial arts competition would he have the chance to see Ling Yun. The true victors will receive the blessings of the Mountain Lord. At that time, the Mountain Lord will personally host a great celebration for you. This will be the glory of your life. Yang Chan pointed to the highest mountain peak of the Mountain and Sea sect, which was the Mountain Lord's dojo. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement, and they could not wait to start the competition. Hundreds of Divine Emperor Realm experts were filled with fighting spirit at this moment, because only by becoming the final victor would they be able to bring the beauty home. Furthermore, it was not that easy to establish a foothold in the Mountain and Sea sect. Hurry up and start. We can't wait any longer. That's right, Elder. We only have one wish right now, and that is to quickly meet the goddess in our hearts, Ling Yun. A group of people who don't know what's good for them, do they really think it's that easy to be the son-in-law of the Mountain and Sea sect? TCH. Amongst the crowd there were quite a few people from the Mountain and Sea sect. Towards those country bumpkins who had never seen the world, they were filled with ridicule. They really did not know why the Mountain Lord would expand this martial arts competition to the entire central region Divine Land. Could it be that there were not many geniuses in the Mountain and Sea sect? Over 400 people, 1/5 of the people participating in the competition were all from the Mountain and Sea sect. Every single Divine Emperor Realm expert was unwilling to be outdone. Although they might not be able to come out on top, it was a different kind of attempt for them, and it was also a kind of yearning for their goddess, Ling Yun. Our senior sister Ling Yun has a beauty that can captivate even the birds and beasts, a beauty that can cause the moon to blush. How can any of you be able to see her beauty? To those who had seen Ling Yun's appearance, all of their faces were filled with pride. Chapter 3593. More than 400 people were divided into 40 groups. In other words, only 40 people could advance to the second stage of the competition. The battle of 10 people seemed simple as long as one of them could stay. However, it would be a fierce battle to defeat the other 9. It would be easy to win with numbers. Jiang Qin looked at each of them carefully. He didn't have the capital to lose this battle. If he lost, he would become the enemy of the entire Mountain Sea sect alone. In other words, if he lost, there might not be anything after that. If he couldn't even win this martial arts competition, it might mean that they were not fated to be together. In the end, Jiang Qin saw that there were 7 early Divine Emperors and 2 mid-Divine Emperors among the 9 of them. All of them were true experts. Each of them had their eyes on the top of their heads and refused to submit to anyone. However, this was still a tough battle for the throne. If the 10 people wanted to become the final winner, they would have to form a group. It was still quite difficult to turn the situation around alone. Jiang Qin knew that it was not necessary for him to show his full strength at this time. Otherwise, he would definitely be targeted. A skinny man stood with his hands behind his back. He glanced at Jiang Qin and the mid-Divine Emperor beside him and said in a low voice, "How about we get rid of the 7 of them first? At that time, whether the 3 of us will be able to emerge victorious will depend on our own abilities and luck." The skinny man's words were agreed by Jiang Qin and the other man. The 7 early Divine Emperors looked at each other. They knew that they had been underestimated. In other words, the 3 of them had to fight 7 early Divine Emperors. It would not be an easy battle even if they were early Divine Emperors. Which Divine Emperor Realm cultivator was easy to deal with? Some early Divine Emperors might not be easy to deal with. Jiang Qin remained calm. The 2 mid-Divine Emperors were also very cautious. Although it was 3 against 7, it would not be easy if the opponent was strong. Fortunately, the 2 mid-Divine Emperors that Jiang Qin encountered were not weak. After the 3 of them defeated the 7 early Divine Emperors, the battle between the 3 of them finally began. At this moment, Jiang Qin was fighting against 2 opponents at the same time. The 2 of them were just average. Although they weren't weak, they weren't too strong either. Jiang Qin was afraid that they wouldn't be a match for him when he was still an early Divine Emperor. In the end, Jiang Qin defeated the 2 of them as expected. There were strong and weak mid-Divine Emperors. Obviously, the 2 of them belonged to the bottom tier. Big brother Jiang Qin is awesome. Long Inger cheered for Jiang Qin from the side. Even the surrounding men raised their eyebrows. Aren't you a little too greedy? He has such a beautiful wife in his house, comparable to a fairy from the heavens. Her beauty is shocking and can cause the downfall of a city and country. Yet he still wants to fight with us for Ling Yun? This was simply the anger of the gods. Jiang Chen smiled calmly, completely ignoring the murderous gazes around him. He held Long Yinger's hand and looked at the people around him silently. The most eye-catching person was a green-clothed man who was as strong as a bull. He was 9 feet tall and had a strong body. He had sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes. He was filled with killing intent. Both of his hands were rolled up in his sleeves and he looked indifferent. His terrifying aura was terrifying. The 9 people who were assigned to his group all kept quiet out of fear, because this guy's aura had already filled them with shock and horror. Who is this guy? So fierce? My blood is boiling just by looking at him. You don't even know him? Lang Jiuji of the Baji school is not an ordinary guy, he is comparable to any genius disciple of the Mountain and Sea sect. As one of the top 10 geniuses of the Zhongzhou, this Lang Jiuji is not someone to be trifled with. Even Chu Junsong of the Mountain and Sea sect is not his match? I don't believe it. Although this guy is very strong, it is not an easy task to be stronger than Chu Junsong. It is hard to say how strong the two of them are. It is said that Lang Jiuji has the highest chance of becoming an existence in the Baji school and breaking through to the Emperor realm. In the past tens of thousands of years, who knows how many people have been left in the dust. Baji school, Lang Jiuji, Mountain and Sea sect, Chu Junsong. These 2 men kept appearing in Jiang Chen's mind. Both of them had the same strength. Their momentum was unstoppable. 1 against 9, domineering and awe-inspiring. In front of them no one could remain calm. Their indomitable killing intent had caused their opponents to tremble uncontrollably. Their names were like the shadows of trees. The unstoppable domineering aura that these 2 people possessed was enough to strike fear into people's hearts. Their path was unimpeded and no one could stop them. Among them Jiang Chen also saw a person. It was a familiar figure, Xuanhuan. The head disciple of the Vajra Pagoda, this name made countless people's hearts palpitate. The Buddha Pagoda had always been an existence that made people's hearts palpitate, but even the Buddha Pagoda did not dare to be arrogant and take the initiative to cause trouble. Therefore Xuanhuan only had one goal in coming here, and that was to marry Ling Yun, the woman who was respected as the #1 goddess of the Mountain and Sea sect. Jiang Chen hid his appearance and aura, and Long Yinger also chose to keep a low profile. She wore a bamboo hat, afraid that Xuanhuan would come looking for her. Xuanhuan's dreadfulness had also shocked the onlookers. In Jiang Chen's opinion, Xuanhuan's strength was not any weaker than Lang Jiuji of the Baji sect. Jiang Chen had a battle with Xuanhuan in the past, but the outcome of the battle had yet to be decided. It was a pity that Jiang Chen did not have a proper battle with Xuanhuan. He did not know if he would be able to meet Xuanhuan today. At this moment Xuanhuan passed by Jiang Chen and frowned. He looked at Jiang Chen and Lung Lung and said, "Have we met somewhere before?" Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. "We've only met by chance, so you should be lenient." Xuanhuan snorted coldly and turned around. He did not say another word to Jiang Chen. In the end all 40 people advanced. Among them, nearly half of them were mid-divine emperor experts. It was a gathering of almost half of the young prodigies of the central region divine land. It was dangerous and dangerous. Even if they were divine emperor experts, they were no exception. Out of the 400 people, 18 divine emperor experts had died. This made countless people speechless. 18 divine emperor experts were the absolute main force of some medium-level sects, but in this martial arts competition, they seemed insignificant. Chapter 3594. Due to the will of the heavens, Jiang Chen, Lang Jiuji, and Chu Junsong were not in the same group. However, Xuanhuan was in the group of 5, and this was also Jiang Chen's strongest battle today. "Brat, I never thought that you would actually be able to reach this step. You have truly made me look at you in a new light." Xuanhuan glanced at Jiang Chen, but he did not place him in his eyes. In the battle of 5 people, the one who could laugh to the end would be the one who had the best laugh. Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent, because this time he would definitely face Xuanhuan. The most shocking thing was that Jiang Chen saw a person that he had never expected. Where? She had disguised herself as a man and appeared in the martial arts competition, causing Jiang Chen to be filled with shock. He did not even know whether to laugh or cry. However, at this time, even though she had already changed her appearance, she could not change the familiar aura that Jiang Chen had towards her. She was dressed in white, spotless, tall and slender. She held a folding fan in her hand, giving her a rather heroic appearance. Yue had also passed through 5 trials and 6 generals along the way. In the end, she was assigned to Jiang Chen's group, causing Jiang Chen to feel extremely emotional. "Big brother, we meet again. Did you miss me?" Hee hee. Yue looked at Jiang Chen and said with a voice transmission. Her voice was filled with mischief, and the playful smile on her lips made Jiang Chen not dare to compliment her. "Why are you here?" Jiang Chen frowned. He was naturally happy to see Yue for the first time, but Yue's appearance in this kind of situation was not something that Jiang Chen could accept. "I know I can't hide it from you anymore. Back then, after you left the Hellion family, I received a message from Big Sister Ling Yun saying that everything was fine, but I was extremely worried. I don't know how to explain what happened between the two of you, so I came out from the Hellion family." However, in the end he was unable to see Big Sister Ling Yun no matter what. The Mountain and Sea sect was heavily surrounded, and even Divine Emperor Realm experts were unable to sneak in. In the end, he did not expect the Mountain and Sea sect to use such a method, a martial arts competition to find a spouse. I guess that Big Sister Ling Yun must have been restricted by the Mountain and Sea sect. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her not to come out and see me. I had no choice but to disguise as a man. I wanted to try and see if I could walk to the end. If I managed to marry Sister Ling Yun, would Big Brother cry himself to sleep in the toilet? Yue had a smile on her face and her eyes were filled with tenderness. She was happier than anything else when she saw her big brother. With her big brother here, her heart was incomparably at ease. Jiang Chen couldn't help smiling. He didn't expect this girl to be here before him. She even knew where Ling Yun was, but he was kept in the dark. "Don't you think you should say something to me? When I left, you didn't say a word." Jiang Chen pretended to be angry as he glared at Yue. Yue curled her lips, a look of guilt in her eyes. "I'm sorry, big brother. I know I was wrong," Yue said in a low voice. At this moment, Long Inger could also tell that Yue was disguised as a man, and her heart was filled with doubt. Women were extremely sensitive, and with just a glance, Long Inger could tell that Yue's eyes were filled with love towards Jiang Chen. That was not attachment, but an unforgettable love. Although she was very reserved, it could not be denied that when she looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes were filled with tenderness. Yue seemed to have also felt Long Inger's gaze and was slightly surprised. "Long Inger, my wife." Jiang Chen looked at Long Inger, and Long Inger smiled at Yue. At that moment Yue's expression was a little ugly, and she forced out a smile. However, deep in her heart she was filled with disappointment and loneliness. In the end, there was still a layer of gauze between her and her big brother, causing her heart to be filled with tears. Jiang Chen was not a fool, and naturally he could tell what Yue was thinking. However, at this moment it was not the time for love. For now he had to defeat xuanhuan first. However, at that moment he could not ignore Hellion Ronger's gaze. That innocent girl looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of hope, and the corner of her mouth was filled with expectation as she asked in a low voice, "Benefactor, where's your disciple? Where's Wang Fengqi?" At that moment, Jiang Chen was even at a loss for words. He did not know what to do, and his face was filled with helplessness, and sorrow was written all over his face. Jiang Chen's expression made Hellion Ronger's heart skip a beat. She had followed Aunt Yu all the way here to find Wang Fengqi. For 20 years she did not relax in the slightest. She knew that the moment Aunt Yu found her benefactor, she would definitely see Wang Fengqi. That silly guy was her true benefactor. She would never forget the scene back then. It was Wang Fengqi who saved her from a hopeless situation. Although she knew that Wang Fengqi's heart belonged to someone else, Hellion Ronger was not afraid, because she believed that one day she would be able to touch his heart. After all, the dead had passed away, but the living should always look forward. He has already left. I couldn't protect him. Jiang Chen's words caused Hellion Ronger's body to tremble. She staggered a few steps back and finally sat on the ground. The emptiness and confusion in the girl's eyes, and her dazed expression made people's hearts ache. Jiang Chen felt that, as a master, his heart was filled with guilt. "Don't worry, I will definitely not give up. As long as I reach the Emperor Realm, I will definitely be able to help him reconstruct his golden body," Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. Emperor Realm? Was it really that easy to reach? For Hellion Ronger, Wang Fengqi's death was like a blow to her head. Her heart died at that moment. Hellion Ronger sobbed silently, crying like a child. Or rather, she was a child herself. It was as if she had lost the most precious thing in her life. Life seemed to have lost its meaning. Yu sighed. However, she was unable to change anything. Back then, when she left the Hellion clan with her, Yu understood that this was definitely not a simple journey. In the end, this girl had still experienced an unimaginable life and death parting. Long Inger hugged Helian-Ronger. That scene made Jiang Chen sigh. In the end, it was his incompetence as a master that led to the disaster. Jiang Chen was responsible for it. It's not your fault. Big brother, people have to learn to grow. What's in one's life must be obtained, and what's not in one's life must not be forced. Yue held onto Jiang Chen's hand. Long Inger gave the two of them a calm gaze. She would properly comfort Helian-Ronger. A great battle was imminent, and they could not afford to be distracted. In this battle against Ba Chaoyuan, Jiang Chen had already made all the preparations. Big brother, I will support you. In this battle you will definitely win. Chapter 3595. I'll give you two choices, surrender or die. Ba Chaoyuan said coldly, completely ignoring Jiang Chen and the others. Although Jiang Chen and Helian-Yu were not weak, in Ba Chaoyuan's eyes, they were not worth mentioning. There were only two people who could make him move and confront them head-on, Baji School's Lang Jiuji and Mountain and C-Sex Chu Junsong. These two people were his only opponents, the rest were trash. You're very arrogant, Ba Chaoyuan. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're from the Buddhist pagoda. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? A man with two sabers in his hands said coldly. He was also a mid-divine emperor and had great strength. He had overcome many obstacles along the way and seemed to be very determined to win this time. It seemed that he was very interested in this martial arts competition. Stubborn. It seems that only by killing all of you will you understand that it's better to be low-key in life. Ba Chaoyuan said coldly. His cold eyes swept across Jiang Chen and the others. He showed no mercy and directly attacked the man who spoke bluntly. Come at me together, it saves me the trouble of fighting one by one. Ba Chaoyuan's contempt made the others very angry. This guy is too arrogant, isn't he? You're courting death. Give me your life. Both of them attacked together, not planning to give Ba Chaoyuan a chance to hold back. Since you're so arrogant, then let's see who's the real deal. Both of them also understood that no one held back. Kill him. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. This was a great opportunity. Since this Ba Chaoyuan was so arrogant, then don't blame them for being ruthless. Although they weren't as strong as Tyrant Chaoyuan, it wouldn't be easy for Tyrant Chaoyuan to kill them all. Jiang Chen held the candle dragon sword in his hand. In order to hide his identity, Jiang Chen kept the heavenly dragon sword. The candle dragon sword was also very terrifying. Its sword aura was astonishing. Together with Jiang Chen's sword of solitude, it shocked everyone and attracted many people's attention. Yu's strength had always been underestimated by Jiang Chen. This time Yu attacked with the great divination art. Facing Ba Chaoyuan's attack, Yu was full of confidence. Jiang Chen and her joined forces and instantly suppressed Ba Chaoyuan. With the addition of the other two, Ba Chaoyuan did not expect that he would instantly fall into a disadvantageous position after bragging. Jiang Chen's candle dragon sword was the most terrifying. Thousands of divine souls wreaked havoc, killing intent filled the sky. The terrifying deterrence made Ba Chaoyuan retreat again and again. Bastard! Ba Chaoyuan roared. He turned around and faced the attack with the thunder axe in his hand. However, it was still a little difficult for him to deal with the four of them. After all, Jiang Chen's candle dragon sword and Yu's great divination art had already made it difficult for him to move. Under the joint attack of the four of them, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. He looked like a punching bag and could only passively take a beating. Spinning in the air, the huge axe fell down in torrents. Axe shadows linked together and rippled out. Apart from Jiang Chen and the other two were forced back, looking quite miserable. Ba Chaoyuan twisted his nose, his face was gloomy as he stared at Jiang Chen. Brat, I feel that I've seen you somewhere before. Since you don't want to tell me, I'll beat you until you tell me. Ba Chaoyuan held the axe in his hand as his aura surged. At this moment, Ba Chaoyuan was thoroughly enraged. He was forced back by Jiang Chen and again and again. He also ignited his battle intent. His axe flew out, causing the heavens and earth to change. He was filled with an unparalleled battle intent. Under the sweep, Jiang Chen's sword of solitude was already a little stretched. Fortunately with the two of them were able to suppress Ba Chaoyuan. If you don't want to die, then go all out. Let's kill this guy first. Jiang Chen glanced at the other two Divine Emperor Realm experts and said. Ba Chaoyuan's hatred had already broken through the limit. The two of them looked at each other without any hesitation. They only had one goal, which was the same as Jiang Qin, to kill Xianhuan, to get rid of this resentment. Even Xianhuan did not expect that he would be forced to retreat under the joint attack of the four of them. Seized the initiative, causing great trouble for Xianhuan. On the other hand, Jiang Qin attacked with his sword. The terrifying might of the torch dragon sword was something that even Xianhuan had to deal with carefully. In addition to the other two Divine Emperor realm experts, Xianhuan was already beginning to show signs of fatigue. Although he was incomparably furious and the axe in his hand was earth-shattering, it was still difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. The pressure that Jiang Qin and gave him was almost irresistible. Under such a crisis, Xianhuan could only complain incessantly. "Son of a bitch, this daddy will fight with you." Xianhuan flew into a rage out of humiliation. If this continued, it would only become more and more difficult for him. It was impossible for him to win. These two bastards came out of nowhere. One was incomparably cunning, and the other seized the initiative step by step. It was a headache for someone like Xianhuan. Vajra Pagoda. Xianhuan, clad in a Vajra armor, took large strides and charged towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was not polite at all. The Sword of Solitude created a great obstacle for Xianhuan, making it difficult for him to advance. Also made her move at the right time. The great divination art could create more trouble and obstacles for the opponent in battle, making it impossible for him to carry out his plan. The Vajra Pagoda body was indeed terrifying. Even when surrounded by the four of them, it was still fearless. The overbearing and ferocious protective divine art brought great trouble to Jiang Qin and Moreover, the battle axe in his hand was so powerful that it could pierce through the 9 underworlds and devour mountains and rivers. Relying on the Vajra Pagoda, Xianhuan finally stabilized the situation and began his counterattack. Jiang Qin's expression was cold. At this time he had already made up his mind to kill. He did not intend to leave any leeway for this bastard. Everyone from the Buddha Pagoda deserved to die. Therefore, even if it was in public, Jiang Qin still wanted to kill Xianhuan. If Xianhuan knew it was him, he would definitely not give him a chance. Moreover, the four of them had already forced him to use his full strength, so he did not dare to relax in the slightest. Killing Xianhuan was Jiang Qin's goal all this time. This bastard must be killed as soon as possible. Once Xianhuan died, the Vajra Pagoda Hall would definitely be thrown into chaos. At that time, even the pagoda might appear. However, Jiang Qin wanted to cause such a big mess because he wanted the entire Central Plains divine land to focus on him. So that everyone could see, so that Xiaoyu could also see. I will control his mind, but only for a breath of time. You all use your full strength. It would be best if you can kill him. Chapter 3596. The Great Soul Derivation Technique combined with the soul-stealing divine art could at most cause Xianhuan to fall into a trance. Although he would definitely be severely injured when he reacted, it would not be so easy to kill him. Slightly nodded. At this moment, Jiang Qin did not hesitate and immediately casted the soul-seizing divine art. As expected, Xianhuan was in a daze. In an instant he felt that his soul was severely injured. And the other two used their strongest technique to attack Xianhuan. However, Xianhuan's Vajra Pagoda body was too tough. Although the three of them had broken his invincible Vajra body, they could not continue attacking. Xianhuan's expression changed and his eyes turned cold. He looked at Jiang Qin. He already knew who this guy was. At this moment, Xianhuan truly felt that his life was in danger. I did not expect it to be you. You want to kill me? You are too naive. Xianhuan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets and his face was pale. He did not retreat but instead advanced. At this moment, the battle axe that rose into the sky seemed to split the endless void as it slashed down. Jiang Qin's expression was solemn. He used fulgurating shadows and his speed was shocking. However, he still could not avoid Xianhuan's attack. You don't know what's good for you? Sword of Solitude, one sword eternity. Jiang Qin held the candle dragon sword in his hand and faced the challenge head-on. The sword's chi was so terrifying that even he felt a trace of fear. The Sword of Solitude, lonely at the top, invincible for life, destined to be lonely. Ever since Shui Liang inherited the Slayer Immortal Sword, Jiang Qin had not used the Sword of Solitude again. However, this did not mean that the Sword of Solitude was not strong enough. This was because he needed to open up his own sword Dao. Therefore, the limitless sword was where his ultimate strength lay. That was why he had ascended step by step to the heavens with the 18, 19, and 20 swords. Each sword was stronger than the last, but the last sword of the Sword of Solitude was equally terrifying. Even his own 20 swords could not compare. One sword eternity combined all of Immortal Slayer Emperor's longing for the immortal world of the 9 states and his inheritance, loneliness and sword will. When that sword was used, Jiang Chen could even feel the sword will's lament. In life, loneliness was the hardest thing to comprehend. However, Immortal Slayer Emperor had used the Sword of Solitude to become his strongest sword technique. Even Shui Liang had not comprehended this sword. However, after comprehending the limitless sword, he also had a great understanding of the Sword of Solitude. The 7th, 8th, and 9th swords were all just one sword. One sword was lonely for 100,000 years, and it was in vain throughout the ages. That sword was even more ferocious than the 20 swords. It was extremely powerful and even made Jiang Chen comprehend more. The sword will was the same, and the ultimate sword will was nothing more than this. Jiang Chen even had a feeling that he had a glimpse of the 21 swords. The 20 swords must be a greater watershed. It might not be as good as the one sword eternity, it might be close to it or it might even surpass it. However, this sword at least made Jiang Chen feel the terror of Immortal Slayer Emperor. If he personally used this sword, he did not know how powerful it would be. As Jiang Chen sighed, that sword had completely split Ba Chaoyuan's thunder axe in two. Even his body had been completely cut in half. No one had expected that. The crowd was in an uproar. That sword was too amazing. Jiang Chen had become the focus of everyone's attention. That sword had surpassed the ages, as if it had been slashed from outside time and space. It made Jiang Chen's state of the sword undergo a great change once again. One sword eternity. It was terrifying. Who is this guy? Isn't he too strong? Ba Chaoyuan's strength can definitely be ranked in the top 5 of this martial arts competition. But he was split in half just like that. It's too terrifying. The Central Plains Divine Land is indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Sigh Ba Chaoyuan, this is truly a tragedy. This evil Vajrafuto Hall's eldest disciple was actually chopped in two by someone. Even the people of the Buddha Pagoda moved. I'm afraid this kid is not easy to deal with. The power of Jiang Chen's sword had stunned the entire Mountain and Sea sect. Countless disciples of the Mountain and Sea sect, as well as the experts who had rushed over from all directions, were speechless. Ba Chaoyuan's strength was obvious to all. At this moment, even Lang Jiuji and Chu Junsong could not help but look at Jiang Chen. That was an earth-shattering sword. That sword had directly shattered Ba Chaoyuan's life-divine weapon and directly split him in half. Bastard, you will die a horrible death. If you dare to kill me, the Buddha Pagoda will definitely not let you off. Ba Chaoyuan shouted angrily. His soul was still there. Jiang Chen sneered. Buddha Pagoda, to think that you still dare to mention the Buddha Pagoda in front of me. If it wasn't for the Buddha Pagoda, I might have spared your life. Now, I only have one goal, and that is to kill you and eliminate all future troubles. Your soul will also serve me. Jiang Chen held the great Yu-soul-forming light in his hand and directly suppressed Ba Chaoyuan's soul, causing it to dissipate. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's ruthless methods made everyone gasp. It was a ghastly sight. Where did this kid come from? He even dared to kill the people of the Buddha Pagoda? Moreover, he was the eldest disciple of the Buddha Hall, the person that the Buddha Hall valued the most. However, he was killed by Jiang Chen without leaving any room for escape. Yang Chan silently looked at Jiang Chen. His eyes were slightly narrowed and extremely complicated. No one knew what he was thinking. This guy's attack was shocking. He actually killed Ba Chaoyuan directly. This was something that Yang Chan had never expected. The Buddha Pagoda would definitely not let the matter rest after killing the people of the Buddha Pagoda. Moreover, it was Ba Chaoyuan, the eldest disciple of the Buddha Hall. Facing the gazes of countless people, Jiang Chen's expression was cold. In that case, there was no need for him to keep a low profile anymore. He only had one goal, and that was to get first place. Ba Chaoyuan had to die. This was all within his calculations, but he had never thought that he would be able to unleash such a stunning sword. Even he was shocked by his last sword. Yuer looked at her big brother with a face full of worship. He would always be the most powerful youth. From the first day she met him, she knew that this man was destined to stand at the top of the world. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with different gazes. There was shock, surprise, fear, and even more so horror. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not need to say anything. He had already conquered the majority of the people, even the two people in the same group. Chapter 3597. In the end, the 4 people who could enter the final battle were finally decided. Jiang Qin naturally became the first winner, followed by Lang Jiuji of the Baji sect and Chu Junsong of the Mountain and Sea sect. Unsurprisingly, they became the second and third winners. As for the 4th person, he was someone that Jiang Qin had never heard of. Compared to him, this guy was truly unknown. It seemed that even the final victory was a narrow escape. At this moment, 40 people were either dead or injured. Even the people from the Slaughter Pagoda were dead. What else was impossible? More and more people became extremely solemn. The groom search competition this time was really bloody, but at the last moment, the final participant of the final battle was finally decided. Lang Jiuji, Qin Jiang, Chu Junsong, Wang Yunliang, the 4 of you have entered the final battle. After 3 days of rest, Qin Jiang will fight Lang Jiuji, and Wang Yunliang will fight Chu Junsong. I hope that you can seize the opportunity and not disappoint me. After saying that, Yang Chan turned around and left. His expression was cold, as if he was in a hurry. Lang Jiuji gave Jiang Qin a glance. Jiang Qin gave him a faint smile, looking confident and calm. Lang Jiuji's strength wasn't ordinary, but he wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Now that he had killed Ba Chaoyuan, his momentum was obviously stronger than anyone else. Although you killed Ba Chaoyuan, it does not mean that you are qualified to fight me. Lang Jiuji was incomparably arrogant. He looked at Jiang Qin, seemingly disdainful of his miracles. He was clearly 100 times more confident in the battle in 3 days. You can choose to forfeit. Of course, if you fight with me, the result might be unimaginable. My opponent is Chu Junsong, not you. I don't want to waste too much time on you. Lang Jiuji was extremely cold. In his eyes, there was only one true opponent, and that was Chu Junsong. Defeating Chu Junsong would not only bring home the beauty, but it would also allow his Baji sect to have an even greater momentum, suppressing the Mountain and Sea sect. The only person who could marry the goddess of the Mountain and Sea sect was him, Lang Jiuji. Don't worry, you won't have the chance to see Chu Junsong. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. At this moment he was even more confident than Lang Jiuji. That sword strike had given everyone a resounding slap in the face. Everyone thought that Ba Chaoyuan would be the final victor, but no one had expected that Jiang Qin would sweep through 14 prefectures with a single sword strike, causing everyone to look at him in a new light. That sword strike is not sufficient to prove anything. All we need to do is dodge it. Unfortunately, that fool Ba Chaoyuan simply did not dodge it. Don't worry, I won't be as stupid as Ba Chaoyuan. If you want to beat me, then prepare to collect your own corpse. Lang Jiuji coldly said as he turned around and left. 3 days later, he would be able to enter the finals and face Chu Junsong. The 2 of them were the 2 brightest stars in the Central Plains divine land. Only he was qualified to take Ling Yun as his wife. I have high hopes for you. If you win against Lang Jiuji, I would also like to witness the glory of that sword strike of yours. Chu Junsong looked at Jiang Qin. The arrogance in his eyes was not any weaker than Lang Jiuji's. However, the light in his eyes seemed to be filled with anticipation for Jiang Qin. That sword strike had stunned him, and also filled him with battle intent towards Jiang Qin. But without exception, no one could defeat him. He was the final son of heaven. Junior sister Ling Yun would never marry anyone. A bunch of fools. Do you really think that you guys are worthy of Ling Yun? Jiang Qin sneered and shook his head. However, these 2 opponents were quite troublesome. He did not know if he would be able to see Ling Yun 3 days later. How many years has it been since they last met? Perhaps when she sees him, there would only be endless hatred in her eyes. At this moment, Helian Ronger was no longer crying. However, Jiang Qin could see that her heart was filled with sorrow. Her heart had already died. He had seen that kind of despair before, but it was a long time ago. Yes. She was alone, following Aunt Yu to sneak out of the Helian family, in order to find her Mr. Right, the one destined for her. However, she didn't expect that Wang Fengqi had already left this world. To her, this was like the conviction that he had been holding on to all this while had collapsed in an instant. If it was anyone else, they would probably find it hard to accept this in a short period of time. Don't worry, the day I break through to the Emperor Realm will be the day Wang Fengqi comes back to life. I promise you. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Right now, this was the only promise he could give Helian Ronger. Yes. Helian Ronger smiled bitterly and nodded. What could she say now? That was only the last bit of hope. However, who in the entire Central Region Divine Land had broken through to the Emperor Realm in the past millions of years? Not a single one. You hugged Helian Ronger tightly in her embrace. She could feel the incomparable pain in her heart. She also felt extremely sour in her heart. They were both in the same predicament. Even though the person she deeply loved was right in front of her, she didn't know how to open her mouth and reveal her feelings to him. In the mountain and sea sect, a middle-aged man in a gray robe stood in front of the ancestral shrine with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were slightly closed as if he had entered a meditative state. Even his breathing, his drinking, and his pecking did not make the slightest movement. His aura was also completely restrained. Not long after, the third elder slowly walked over to the entrance of the ancestral shrine and stood behind the gray-robed middle-aged man. "You're here," the gray-robed man said in a low voice. His voice was incomparably calm. "Yes." Xianxia nodded. In front of the ancestral shrine were the ancestors, so he did not dare to speak loudly. Even the speed at which a leaf fell was extremely slow. There was not a single speck of dust in the air, nor was there the sound of wind. "What's the matter? Speak." The gray-robed man's lips moved slightly, as if he did not want to waste too much energy. "Reporting to the Mountain Lord, the people from the Buddha Pagoda are dead," Xianxia said. He had to inform the Mountain Lord of this news. This was not a small matter, and that Ba Chaoyuan's identity was extremely special. It was very likely that it would implicate the Mountain and Sea sect, so for safety's sake he had to ask the Mountain Lord for advice on what to do. The gray-robed man frowned slightly. He did not like to be disturbed, but this matter had indeed made him rather angry. The people from the Buddha Pagoda had died, and they had died in the Mountain and Sea sect. Although he was not afraid of the Mountain and Sea sect, this matter was still not a small matter. The gray-robed man shook his head and said coldly, "Who is it?" "That you're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.